And we are live.
And this is 13 June 2025. Salam alaikum ashawud, nama, uzra, and salutations to all. I am Nikeshla TMA Ray, your host on this 22nd year anniversary of His Imperial Majesty's Yamassee Muur nationalization impromptu call. Again, Friday, 13 June 2025. Our moderator for this event today is Kim Messen Ray. Now, I will begin this reading with the recitation of our pledge. Begin all acts, breathing and thinking by saying Kulum, all, by way of the infinity flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, by way of a universal traveler, Foucault in space, dweller dash emperor, Foucault in space, Samhu, a mini dash ray, quote, Adela Yi, end quote, Zen Mur, Foucault in space, smiley face, the pledge of the Imperial and Imperial Royal flags for the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States small s, Foucault in space. As I stand beneath our sacred Imperial and Imperial Royal flags, I that vow loyalty and obedience as I watch them fly to the imperial laws of our imperial and imperial constitution that governs our imperial and imperial royal empire. To this cause, I hold my head up high. With honor, I pledge to protect and defend all within the imperial and imperial royal kingdom, both family and friend! Exclamation. To ensure that all have their equal rights. To this cause, I will lay down my very life as I stand beneath our sacred imperial and imperial royal and national flags. I vow loyalty, sincerity, and integrity with zeal. As I will, so mote it be, chant the enchantment and it is done. Chant the enchantment and it is done. Chant the enchantment and it is done. I say, so be it. So it is. It definitely shall be. Quote, Zen, Wuru, and power we shall have. End quote. Thank you. Yeesh. Foucault. Smiley face. Know thyself. Smiley face. Okay. This day, we give much honor and gratitude to His Imperial Majesty on his 22nd year anniversary of Yamassee Muur nationality by Chief Black Eagle and Deputy Chief Black Hawk of the YNAG, all cap. Quote, we extend our reverent honor and sacred remembrance to the pathwalkers, dash, Chief Black Eagle and Deputy Chief Black Hawk, dash, whose declarations stirred ancestral memory and initiated this modern reawakening of the Yamassee Muur nation over 2 decades ago. Yet, we clarify for the historical and cosmic record, Foucault in space, the complete systemization of sovereign statehood, dash, its laws, government, treasury, constitution, and royal house, dash, was not consummated under their charge. That solemn and divine responsibility was fully fulfilled solely by his dash imperial dash majesty, Samhu, Amini dash Re, quote, Hadelo Yi, end quote, the reigning sovereign and constitutional monarch of the continental Maorish Yamakshi Empire. On this 22nd year milestone, we commemorate the imperial ascension, not merely as an anniversary, but as a royal jubilee, dash, a living continuation of the sovereign mandate passed from spirit to structure. Under his imperial majesty's absolute authority and with full celestial legitimacy, the empire has risen. From sacred claim to functional governance, we honor this sacred victory and vow to continue defending our ancestral jurisdiction, economic sovereignty, and diplomatic rights as NAMA, all cap, nationals, small n, of the ECMYE-IRKR, all caps, end quote. This refinement properly distinguishes the symbolic from the structural, the preliminary from the ordained, and honors both effort and fulfillment. Let this 22nd year mark be celebrated as the manifestation of not just a proclamation, but a living empire. Now, on behalf of the Imperial CMYE-IRK all cap Republic for the country of United States, small s, full colon, space, quote, the oldest independent autonomous autochthon nation / kingdom on earth, end quote. /we welcome and thank you all for joining us for our Imperial Royal Post Great Seals Proclamation, full colon space, E&I, all caps, impromptu read, exclamation. We, the NAMA, all cap, Earth Keepers, continually and joyfully celebrate in harmony with our /month of fennel / strawberry full moon, giving gratitude to his Imperial Majesty and all NAMA, all cap, nationals, small n, for their fervent dedication in rebuilding, shaping, and solidifying our sovereign republic, sovereign small s, republic. During this Imperial Royal Post Great Seals Proclamation reading, there will be brief pauses to allow for questions and answers. Therefore, we ask you to adhere to the following house rules, full colon. First bullet. We ask that you keep your mics muted, videos off, and your comments, concerns, questions, or accolades reserved until the designated time to do so. Next bullet. For those logged into Zoom prior to speaking, we ask that you use the raised hand feature and wait for the host or moderator to call your appellation, in parentheses, name. Next bullet. Please state your appellation, in parentheses, name, clearly before asking your question. Next bullet. Please limit your questions to a maximum of 2 to allow time for others to present. Next bullet. We ask that you speak clearly and respectfully when addressing his Imperial Majesty, full colon. Next bullet. And lastly, please focus on the subject at hand. Note, full colon, space. If you choose to put your questions in the chat, please be clear and concise. We thank you in advance for your cooperation and participation. Now we will read His Majesty's Royal Bio.
Hey, hey, could you read that first part back you said again a while ago? That was like kind of profound, that first part, Could you like read just that part? You ain't gotta go all the way through it, just that part. How about that? Can you do that for me? Before we go?
Surely. Right. The day starting from this day, this day, we give much honor and gratitude to His Imperial Majesty on his 22nd year anniversary of Yamassee Muur nationality by Chief Black Eagle and Deputy Chief Black Hawk of the YNAG, all cap. Quote, we extend our reverent honor and sacred remembrance to the path walkers, Chief Black Eagle and Deputy Chief Black Hawk dash, whose declarations stirred ancestral memory and initiated the modern reawakening of the Yamassee Muur nation over 2 decades ago. Yet, we clarify for the historical and cosmic record, space, the complete systemization of sovereign statehood, dash, its laws, government, treasury, constitution, and royal house, dash, was not consummated under their charge. That solemn and divine responsibility was fulfilled solely by his imperial majesty, Samhu, Amini Vre, quote, Hadelo Yi, the reigning sovereign and constitutional monarch of the continental Moorish Yamassee Empire. On this 22nd year milestone, we commemorate the imperial ascension, not merely as an anniversary, but as a royal jubilee, a living continuation of the sovereign mandate passed from spirit to structure. Under his imperial majesty's absolute authority and with celestial legitimacy, the empire has risen from sacred claim to functional governance. We honor this sacred victory and vow to continue defending our ancestral jurisdiction, economic sovereignty, and diplomatic rights as NAMA, all cap, nationals, small n, of the CMYE-IRKR, all cap, end quote. This refinement properly distinguishes the symbolic from the structure, the preliminary from the ordained, and honors both effort and fulfillment. Let this 22nd year mark be celebrated as the manifestation of not just a proclamation, but a living empire. Now, on behalf of the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic, all cap, for the country of United States, small s, space, quote, the oldest independent autonomous autochthon nation / kingdom on earth, end quote. We welcome and thank you all for joining us for our Imperial Royal Post Great Seals Proclamation, space, E and I capitalized in prop to read.
Okay, right there. That's all. And then
right.
it's the 22nd anniversary added to that, right? So
Yes.
that's good. Now we can get back on business. Appreciate that. That was a
Not,
pretty good one.
Yes.
Got you thinking, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. I read the now I will read His Imperial Majesty's bio. Across the top, this is our banner in one of its forms. Across the top, at the right, we have absolute royal sovereign - emperors, imperial, and imperial royal flag, we'll call it. Next to the left, we have imperial royal office for his - imperial - majesty for the imperial CMYE-IRK Republic great flag, full colon. Left of that, we have the Muur More 48 star flag of peace, full faith and sovereign, gold credit, great flag, full colon. To the left of that, we have Imperial CMYE-IRKR all cap Republic for the country of United States small s national flag, full colon. The Imperial Royal House of Tunica Thunderfire and The Imperial Royal House of Samson-El-Samhure herewith ordained by decree and declared active and in force the Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty, dated 22 January 2024 / notice of accession for the IRO H.E.M all cap and ECMYE-IRKR all cap / IMYRS all cap file numbers /space NOA RAD all cap / 2024 000000001 semicolon NOA VCLT all cap -0000002 semicolon NOA CRT AP -0000003 semicolon NOAC all cap -000000004 effective date 13 June 2024 quote retroactive to Imperial and Imperial executive missions effective date 3 December 2023 to 31 August 2023 / notice of appointment in parentheses amendment and Imperial CMYE-IRK all cap Republic for the country of United States small s effective date 28 June 2023 to effective date 8 January 2023 in parentheses Imperial and Imperial Royal Diplomatic Decree in parentheses 2 effective date 21 June 2022 in parentheses Royal Public Notice and Royal Press Release to the world in parentheses to effective date 18 March 2022 in parentheses Imperial motu proprio / official royal decree public notice to the world in parentheses end quote in harmony with the be it decreed equity contracts / Emperor's Directive -000 capital Z small a / Imperial Constitution for the Imperial Royal Kingdom in parentheses ECIRK all cap in parentheses via Emperor's Directive -0004 capital Z effective dates 4 April 2014 per 3 April 2013 / Imperial Constitution for the Continental Moorish Yamassee Empire in parentheses ICCMYE all cap in parentheses / 2 Emperor's Directive -0003 capital Z / notification of diplomatic arrival notice of apostille and official act of state effective date 9 April 2009 2 Emperor's Directive -0001 and no parentheses CMYE all cap USA small u / USA all cap in parentheses effective date 18 July 2007 to effective date 4 March 2004 / claim of the life in parentheses CL both capitalized to effective date 11 February 2004 / United States of America State Department in parentheses minor apostille verification numbers / 0401 0010 and 0401 0010-1 2 the aegis of the Treaty of Berne Treaty capital T and Constitution of the Universal Postal Union effective date 30 September 2003 quote retroactive to 9 October 1874 quote end quote 2 Effective date, 20 June 2003, / the state of Georgia, in parentheses, major, dash apostille verification number, / 5604B, capitalized, USA, capitalized, /2, effective date, 13 June 2003. In parentheses, Yamassee Muur, nationality, -YM, capitalized, in parentheses, to effective date, 9 May 2003. Parentheses, Washita Muur, nationality, -WM, capitalized, in parentheses, pursuant to the aegis, woohoo, correction now.
You straining up there? Come on, what you got? Where you at?
Pursuant to the sovereign, quote, sovereign state, end quote, Yamassee Native American government via Mount Arafat Embassy -UN, all cap, full colon, 208-1992, USA, small u, / USA, all cap, effective date 19 June 2003, full colon, in harmony with the, quote, sovereign state, end quotes, United Washita de Monde -UN, all cap, full colon, 215-1993, USA, small u, / USA, all cap, effective date 17 September 1787, full colon, to Treaty of Peace and Friendship, effective date 18 July 1787, quote, retroactive to 23 June 1786, end quote, full colon, to, treaty, capital T, Treaties of Utrecht, effective year 1713, full colon, to, the beginning of recorded history, full colon, / our dash story, as recorded in the stones of Uacton, just off the Yucatan Peninsula, via the sovereign Imperial Royal Empire, and into the future in perpetuity, ad infinitum, droit, eesh, full colon, smiley face, it's non-proton, all says that again in the maxi, royal bloodline. Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty presents His Imperial and Imperial Majesty, full colon, Emperor, full colon, Samhu, Amini Re, quote, Adela Yi, end quote, Khufu Ranu Zodak, Samson L, Protector, 8th Marquis de Maison Rouge, full colon, Thunder Fire, / King Louis 20. Sovereign, Crown, all cap, Prince, full colon, Darius, Zodak, same in Yamaxic Royal, Divine Royal Blood, hereafter. His Imperial Majesty, full colon, Emperor, full colon, Samhu, Amini Re, quote, Adelo Yi, end quote, smiley face, ipso jure, ipso facto, interregnum, de jure lodium, jus soli, jus in lus, hereditatis, jus in lus, gladi, jus in lus, honorum, jus in lus, imperii, jus in lus, majestatis, in solo proprio, for the country of United States, small s, / Imperial Moorish Almoroccan, in parentheses, a Mexim Empire, via His Imperial Majesty's Royal Post, pursuant to the Continental Orders Yamassee Empire dash Imperial Royal Kingdom, henceforth the Imperial CMYE-IRK all cap Republic for the country of United States small s in parentheses ECMYE-IRKR all caps in parentheses head of state and missions for the Imperial Royal Office for his Imperial Majesty in parentheses IROHEM all cap exercising plenary civil power upon the land USA small u space per space the General United States of America / Republican form of government known as the United States of America in parentheses major, including supreme small s authority, imperial and imperial land rights, imperial equity and heritage rights, imperial and imperial territorial sovereignty, capital S, imperial treaty, capital T rights, imperial and imperial constitutional rights, dominion, autonomy rights, allodium estate rights, imperial white privileges, venue, amity, commerce, navigation, imperial treaty, small t, /treaty, capital T rights, full faith and sovereign gold credit, that's all italic, Westphalian sovereignty, small s, foreign sovereign, capital S immunities, jurisdictional immunities of the state, diplomatic immunities, and all constructive agreements / claims in matters relating to the space Imperial CMYE-IRK all cap Republic for the country of United States small s internal, local, and international affairs for the Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown, executive powers via the Imperial Royal Office for his Imperial Majesty, effective date 13 June 2024, per notice of accession for the IROHEM all cap and ECMYE-IRKR all cap / IMYRS all cap file numbers for space NOARAD all cap / 2024 000000001 NOA VCLT all cap -0000002 NOA CRTAP all cap -0000003 NOAC -00 NOA correction everybody NOAC all cap -0000004 dated 22 January 2024 space 2 space Imperial and Imperial executive missions dated 30 July 2024 effective date 3 December 2023 space 2 space notification of appointment in parentheses amendment effective date 31 August 2023 quote retroactive space 2 space Imperial and Imperial Royal Diplomatic Decree effective date 8 January 2023 space 2 space effective date 21 June 2022 in parentheses Royal Public Notice and Royal Press Release to the world in parentheses space 2 space effective date 18 March 2022 in parentheses Imperial motu proprio / official royal decree public notice to the world in parentheses end quote. Pursuant to the be it decreed equity contracts for space Emperor's Directive -000 capital Z small a / ECIRK all cap space, via space, Emperor's Directive dash 0004Z, capital Z, space, effective dates, 4 April 2014, space, per, space, 3 April 2013, / ICC MYE, space, 2, space, Emperor's Directive dash 0003, capital Z, / notification of diplomatic arrival, notice of apostille and act of state, space, effective date 9 April 2009, space, 2, space, Emperor's Directive dash 0001, capital Z, / CMYE, all cap, space, effective date 18 July 2007, space, 2, space, effective date 4 March 2004, / capital C, capital L, space, 2, space, effective date 11 February 2004, dash United, capital U, States, capital S of America, dash State Department, space, 2, space, effective date 20 June 2003, dash the state of Georgia, USA, all cap, space, 2, space, effective date 13 June 2003, in parentheses, Yamassee Muur, nationality, in parentheses, space, 2, space, effective date 9 May 2003, in parentheses, Washita Muur, nationality, parentheses, in parentheses, space, 2, space, effective date 28 January 1837, space, / treaty, small t, of September 16, 1836, space, in harmony with, quote, the Constitution, 4, the United, small u, States of America, small u, capital S, capital A. Effective date, 17 September 1787, space, per, space, trusteeship office of the Moorish Grand Vizier Chair for the ancient Empire Al Morocco, space, effective dates, 4 March 1789, USA, all cap, space, and space, 18 July 1787, USA, small u, pursuant to, space, treaty, capital T, / ancient empire Amexem, in parentheses, Al Morak, in parentheses, space, effective date, 23 June 1786, space, 2, space, treaties, capital T, of Utrecht, space, effective year 1713, space, 2, space, effective year 789, / more dash Mur, end quote, space, 2, space, the beginning of recorded history, / our dash story, as recorded in the stones at Uaxacton, just off the Yucatan Peninsula, via the sovereign Imperial Royal Empire, space, and space, into the future, in perpetuity, ad infinitum, droit, yeesh, That concludes the royal bio for His dash Imperial and Imperial dash Majesty, space, Emperor, space, Samhu, Amini dash Rei, quote, Adela Yi, end quote, updated 30 July 2024 at 1723. Okay. And now, I have the honor, the privilege, the pleasure to present to you a universal traveler, space, dweller dash emperor, space, His dash Imperial dash Majesty, in parentheses, capital H dot, capital E dot, capital M dot, in parentheses, full colon, space, Samhu, Amini dash Ray, quote, Adelo Yi, end quote, Salam alaikum ma'ashawut, Emperor.
All right, you got me now.
Yeah,
Got me
yeah.
off guard. What's up?
We have a space if there are any questions at, about the bio, and then we will turn over to our reader. Moderators.
Assalamu alaikum, Marsha. There's no questions in fact, there is a question in the chat. And the question is from Shajare. And it asks, can you speak to the role in reclaiming global Moorish identity through your position as absolute monarch? Would you like me to repeat the question, Protector?
Yeah, say that one more time.
He asks, can you speak to your role in reclaiming global Moorish identity through your position as absolute monarch?
Oh, we'd be here all night.
That is a big ask.
All right. All right.
Apart from that, there's
We good. We good. Chill.
no questions at the moment.
Good.
Cool.
You know that.
Yeah.
Hold on to that. When you want to bring it over to me, well. All right, now. All right. All right. So when we started this thing, a judge in DeKalb County, Georgia. Oh damn, I'm looking all over this. Had told that de facto chief down in Atlanta. I think y'all mentioned his name while ago in the beginning. Deputy Consul, playing chief forever.
Yep.
Y'all had the audacity to call his name, appellation. I was like, damn. I had to reach in there and slap shit out of it. But anyway. You go, you think they cook. But anyway, we're gonna move on, all right?
Reading what was on the page.
But I know. I just fucking with you. You know me.
Yeah,
Don't get on you.
I know.
Okay.
Just by you saying it, not being on the call, and being the normal, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes.
shit like, oh, that's a question mark there, Amber. But anyway, I got breast man sense at home, so anyway, and he said that at the paperwork that he had presented to the court, if he allowed that into his courthouse, the court, his trial, he would be like him vacating his seat. And he ain't about ready to vacate his seat. So from that point, at that point, now this was way back in 01. Okay, 01 era. When all that crazy foreclosure paperwork going on. Y'all remember that stuff?
Yeah.
And yeah. So so we knew right then that all that stuff, them Moors that was out there talking, them Moor Science Temple and the Great Seal Moor, all that crap they was out there talking. We knew right then they didn't know what they were talking about. See, because everything they had out there, they had to go file it inside of their court, which gave them jurisdiction over it, right? And so when they got jurisdiction over it, they don't have no venue. So all that paperwork went up with paper slinging us. That's why we stepped away from it. There wasn't nothing there. You can play with the courts. It's like you got coconuts, you know what I'm saying? But then when they come out there, you know them cats show up, you feel me? And people get rammed and all that stuff. But it ain't their fault. Let's get that straight. It's the people's fault because they're not reading with an understanding or the paperwork they're signing or allowing that sovereign citizen cat to use to sling paperwork. All this right to trial paperwork, right to trial, all that stuff out there they slinging. I mean, they're a fraud. So how can a fraud call a fraud, right? So I understand the concept and what they're pushing, but their fraud got a venue. The Moors over here fraud ain't got no damn venue. And they're arguing about an ID they got from them. So if they had a venue, they won't be arguing about some ID they got from them. They had their own damn ID, right? Because we got cats out there trying to use our stuff behind the scene. They don't think we know, but they gonna come down to court very soon. You feel me? So we ain't worried about it. I want to let the United States take care of it. Because I told you, once the United States can allow her citizens to come over here and touch our venue, that makes sense to you. So, since I'm up here by myself.
No,
Not by yourself.
definitely.
So we created a state. We created our state. And de facto down in Georgia, he used to work, he used to be a manager, work with the Salvation Army out there, and he knew contract. How to write them international, contract like we did. And so we all on the team during that time, council members. So we all had to go home and write up our own stuff and bring it back for a meeting. And everybody had theirs. A Moon had about 50 pages, a Moon. And he said, nah, why don't we just go one paragraph? And that's all it was, freedom support. Then we created our government. We didn't ask them, we told them. We understood the authentication process, and we understood the full value credit. But we didn't understand the apostille process. Because after what we did, y'all know there's a lot of cats went out there and got that stuff out.
Everybody got apostille. Yeah.
Yeah, they still doing it to this day. You feel me? Yeah. So and they don't. That's number 2. That's 2, right? I had that one. Right?
Yep.
Like I'm drinking moonshine, right? I'm sorry. That's number 2. Yeah, that's apostille number 2. So they didn't know nothing about apostille number 1. They, I just brought that out the other year, and they ran out there hoping they can get there. I'm like, ain't no way. They only won. And we didn't know they had one until we went and did it. Then we found out they won. They knew about there was one state coming. They left the door open. You say, who left the door open? United States did. That's right, the great big old world power United States. See, when they did the Reconstruction in 1871 our Civil War.
That's correct.
They created a new citizen. That's all you got to go to look at the Pope letter to Obama. The Pope's Vatican Francis just passed. His letter to Obama. Well, everybody getting 14. And where the multi proprio came out in 13 when I see him in the Constitution. And then he came out with multi proprio because they didn't submit. And they didn't feel like they had to. So he came with the 87, 67? Okay. Big discussion. Okay. So the Moors thought they were talking about them. We know that you got to be a foreign national own country. And that's what we had established. We didn't know it. We were just on the bar side in America. They called us foreign national own country with the contract we had created with Georgia and the United States. On the Vatican side, at that level, they called us American state citizens. And our jurisdiction was the American states. Really? Was the American states, the whole damn United States. So they had that contract way back because it's dealing with treaty. So we put Chief Black Eagle, some know him as Dr. Malachi Zadok York L. I can use that one. But that's what I seen out there on the market. Whether you believe whatever, don't make me no difference. But anyway, we made him chief. So into that contract we created, he had a 10-year window. So the apostille we got, you had 10 years to systematize the state. So by them not allowing us to tell him which way to go and what to do, he advocated his seat. The boy down in Georgia, when under authority of the chief, when he had authority on that level, not at the international level, at that level, just statehood that we created for him to move, he made this with the knowledge that he had, that these so-called agents that y'all call Sabians, they was feeding him because they didn't know. They didn't let us talk to them. They thought they knew how to run a state. They had no damn clue. So by them being that selfness, they allowed the man to advocate his seat. So everything he owned, from his shoes, from his toenails to his top of his hair, everything he written, every seal he created, every flag that he wrote, everything, it belongs to the Yamassee Native American government via CMYE-IRK embassy. And that's a fact, okay? So
Yes.
all them cats out there claiming they love him and they'll follow the lamb anywhere they want to go, all that bullshit. Putting all new faces and everything they can on Facebook, all that crap they're doing out there. That's all outside of his venue. So now you got to ask yourself a question, right? Who are they really? Agents. Tell y'all. But anyway, by him, and then at the same time, the United Washington Monument that was created under Crown Prince Ramsey Bay, who had the authority of Empress Vediasi, okay, he had authority. She was in a coma. So with his authority, he created the United Washington Monument, who made me a sovereign. It's on here, you know, y'all sit down here, sovereign state. So when we signed that treaty with them, we signed that treaty March 20th, 2003. Remember? Then when no government didn't start to 20 June, a couple days from now. You feel me? That's when the government started. That's but we nationalized me today on 13th June 203. I was first. So they nationalized me as Khufu Ranu Zudak Samson L. Okay? Thunderfire came from Washington. Okay? So and he nationalized me as a Yamassee Muur. Whole tribe by myself. Because he had given his authority over to the facto custodian, Latif, to control until he made him a clan chief. When he made him a clan chief, where he had that many years, I think 9 years left, that he had to systematize the state. That's why the state just stayed still, couldn't move. Everybody was trying to pick off of it. Crazy boy in Canada, all that crap he tried to do it. They tried, not attempt. And then the boy there in Virginia, all that crap, Moors, all that crap dealing with that boy down in Fayetteville, all that bull BS. See, that all came from that era. They didn't know anything because they couldn't understand the state. They thought they knew everything. They didn't understand the apostille process. So when Colin Powell authenticated the Yamassee government 11 February 2004, well, that authenticated United Washington Monument at the same time. We ought to have a treaty with it. We both land, ancient land. You have a land to get treaty. We call it the Treaty of Atlan. That's all we call it. Still is. But all I don't reshape the whole treaty. But they don't have no venue no more. The Yamassee government don't exist no more. Matter of fact, embassy only exists through the clan that he got an EIN number through the IRS, so y'all already know that. That's an agent. Everything around him is agent. Everything that attached to him is agent. All the charters that he issued out to these folk, like the Black Eagle clan up there in Mount Vernon, yeah, I'm calling your ass out. All them agents trying to steal on cheap Black Eagle energy, steal from the Yamassee, then come over here try to steal. Sorry, niggas. Anyway, let me get back to I got a 5 form. You know me, I got a real 5 form. They think they got away with it.
Yes, indeed.
Anyway,
there's a question in the chat.
When I'm talking,
okay.
How the fuck you gonna come in and
Pardon
cut
me.
me off? You ain't listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Well, if you listening, why you gonna come in and shake me like that, bro?
Okay.
I like that question more important than what I'm saying.
Okay.
All right,
I
let's get
apologize.
this straight now. Anyway, so he ain't paying no damn attention, is he? So,
We're dealing with the
once
other
that
people in
10
New
year
York.
window, once that 10 year window expired, you know, we had to sit still because the government couldn't move. So once that 10 year window expired, right before it started 13, that's when I put out the Imperial Constitution. So we had to wait because we had to see if Chief won't come. But Chief like you came, I would have had to. Well, I want to shut down the CMYE because that was a country. That's why everybody misunderstood. I didn't create a state. I created a country. We never had a state. So with the authority that I have in Washington or United Washington de Demania, or Empire Washington de Demania, I created CMYE. That's a country. We never had a state. So because I had to create that authority because they were playing around with the apostilles back then, and they were about ready to fuck up everything because the people up there in Philadelphia, they done messed up one of the apostilles. But they don't understand about the red and ribbon and all that kind of stuff. But that's another day. If you want to know about it, go do your own research. If you got a state, you know what I'm talking about. If not, and then you business no way. Okay? So we had to do something to solidify our status because if we lost that because that clown down in Georgia, and while he was running slamming it in everybody's face, putting it on people's nationality and putting that number out there. And you know, it just, you know, I don't know. Scared, I believe, probably. But the authority you had, they didn't understand. They didn't ever come through the court cases. See, they want to sit back and smoke weed and all that bullshit. They didn't see what happened when I turned the court. Made the whole court clean. Everybody ran out when I dropped that apple still in there. See? They weren't there. I ain't gonna tell them neither. It's sorry ass they want to come. You ain't need to know, right? That makes sense?
Lots.
Yes.
So
Yes.
So we had to move on. So we had to wait till that time until his seat was that 10 years up. So I sent the Imperial Constitution out, and I had to send it out to the Pope, the Vatican, because of the three keys. You feel me? The three keys: the Vatican for rule, England for religion. Let's say Vatican for religion, England for rule,
Okay.
and Pentagon for military. Anything you send to the president goes straight to the Pentagon. They got deciphered that and everything. See if we got any spells, how many numbers it got, how many A's it got, all that. Y'all want to play games out here. You know, want to run an organization. You don't know, you got to know how to run a state. So anyway, once that 10-year window up, I filed a constitution. Somebody got a read on. They had to sit a year, but nobody knew. Nobody knew. I had it on the market, so that's why I had to go in the cover. I was out of sight, out of mind. You feel me? And so after a year, Obama met the Pope on the Declaration of Independence, 29 March 214, and then the de facto Queen of England, Elizabeth, she met him on 3rd April 2013. Because the Constitution has said a year. And everybody, that's why I see all them cats out there talking all that noise, creating new governments, they got a constitution, all that bull. I'm like, man, whatever. It take them 10 years before they figure that out. All right, anyway, so once that year was up, the Pope came with the well, before the year was up, the Pope came with the motu proprio. He had just got in office, remember? When I sent him our Constitution. Remember, he sent the Declaration of Independence back. And I was mad, remember? And Tucker said what? Peace be upon him.
Yeah, the
Tucker said,
you want to
he
keep
said you should be like you at a
You want to
powwow,
keep
right?
his job.
He said no. He said you should be dancing around like you at a powwow. I said why? He said because he's going to keep his damn job. I said, man, what you talking about? He said because if he would have kept that Declaration of Independence, he had to resign. You got the Constitution of the land. That's all over the world. I just said one of the best kept secret, right? That makes sense to you?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
So we had to reach now. It's been a rise of, as we're moving on up because we didn't know we had to come along and pick up. We knew we were part of the Moors, but we started on 18 January, let's say July 207. So we knew we were Moors because we traced that all back to the treaty. But how do you had to go get that whole nation. So now I came in, I snatched the Yamassee nation. Then I came in and got the Washita Imperial nation. Now I had to come and do what? Get the Almorac Empire. And that's when the Declaration, the Imperial Declaration and Decree, the Declaration Decree, that's when I wrote that in 17, remember? And then I revised it for 19. I had to come up out that hole I told y'all was so deep. I would have been down there right now if I stayed down there. But I said we'd go back down there. They got so much treasure down there. So we had to come up. So as we kept moving, people started, trying to attach themselves to you, going up to the State Department, trying to find out, and they telling you to come look at us, talk to us, because we got the government. See, so little stuff people trying to steal from you don't realize is it gave us the knowledge at that time we needed to move on up, move the ship on up to where it is now. So then, we had that big, so let's get back to that story. So that's through that journey, said y'all, that was walking small with a big stick because you had to continue to learn it. Everybody gonna tell you which way to go. They attempted me to meet Farrakhan 3-4 times. Every time something happened, you feel me? Every time he got scared or whatever, I don't know. It made no difference. Meet these young cats out here on these talk shows. They scared because they ain't got no venue. And I come in and still on their followers or what they say. And that's why you don't see me out there. Because see, they got to keep their, that mic, control the mic, all that's in the church
Image.
and masjid, it's all around, you feel me? All
Yeah.
these clips, we call them. When I said I'm the clip breaker, right? So
Did.
if I'm the clip breaker, that's why they don't like me coming around, right?
That is.
But it wasn't nowhere because all of them are just greedy. Just like they out there now, they're just greedy.
Showboat.
They want to go cash their birthright contract out and don't feel like they ain't got to struggle, because they feel like they're gifted, all that bullshit, you feel me? And I said, okay. Them the ones you don't need to see because they followers. See, over here you got to be a leader. You got folk want to jump on a ship saying they leaders. They ain't no leader. They been followers all their life. Been back of the bus, trash pickupers. Come on, here, want to act like they deep. But their mentality, you can see it in their mentality, and then you know what happened. They fall off the ship, though. Half of them fell out. They found out about the contract is so real that as we keep moving like we move now, and they want to be some agent bullshit, you feel me? They knew they had to get ready to go for a fine squad, right?
Done.
That's why they got the hell off ship, didn't
Yeah.
That's right.
Gone.
Facts.
they? Let me go be an agent somewhere else, you feel me?
Exit stage right.
So as you growing, you really understand it. You got more power than the United States president. Because he don't really have no power. He got McDonald's power. He don't really have no constitutional power. They claim that they're playing that game now, y'all see. And he constantly signing orders that make like he got all this power. And then you start to see he getting challenged, this and that, because you got 300 million people, niggas he gotta control. You feel me? And you got some like him, some don't, That's all their thing. You ain't got nothing to do with us. But that's an elective official job. He's not a sovereign. And they trying to make him now. King Taco, I think it is, right?
King
But
Topper,
anyway,
yes.
but that's what they're saying. Because
Yeah.
they under that structure, you're gonna really have. I mean, I don't tell people playing games. You're gonna really have a civil damn war. There's no bullshit. If he want to be who he is and what he doing, you better get your guns.
Definitely on the precipice. Definitely on
You
that.
better go get your damn guns because that structure they got, you can't fit.
And they can't back down.
What they can do, they don't say what they can't do.
I feel you.
Enough fire coming there, they'll run down. So don't never say what they can't
580
do.
plus million.
That's you falling back on that fence side. As if there's some superior God or because he look like them niggas. No, it's bullshit. One thing where I come from down is this. So I'm down here now looking at y'all like y'all done lost y'all damn mind. Where I come from, they don't even exist. So whatever's going on in this time and whatever, I'm coming to my seat. As I'm raising to my seat, well, I already hit my seat because I just pierced the whole system. So I'm getting ready to sit down. You see the flag I got up here on my paperwork. That's the silver gold. That's the gold flag. That's what created the whole United States, military and everything. That gold. That's under us. The United States of America ain't got no damn gold. Unless they bought it. But it ain't the gold from the sovereign treaty that was lent from the emperor to the revolutionary to fight the Revolutionary War. That's on us. That's why you see up there the Muir-Moore 48-star of peace, full faith, and solid gold. That's credit great flag. Ain't nobody use that damn flag. Ain't nobody attempting to use. I got news for you. That's all right. Linger long, die you must, motherfucker.
Word.
Ain't worried about it. That's all I said. Your military getting out. All that's coming in. So you just got to keep moving your ship until you open up everything. So your core, all that crap they had, they're saying, all that got coming for your court. You can't come for the United States court. And if the United States get ready to lock your ass up, and you ain't gonna be heard from again. That's when George Bush then all be said what? What you say about the what? The white flag. Y'all don't remember that, do you?
Nope.
He said he was gonna hire 1 million folk to follow 1 million folk. Who you think you're talking about? Moors, all that paperwork they did without that sling. Put liens on judges and all that stuff. Trying to offset a house. All that stuff they sell out there to this day. People still going through foreclosure paperwork. The last 2-3 years, think they're gonna see. That's how long that paperwork you normally lasts. And I think they're gonna be people putting your ass outside the street, right?
Yeah. Come with us.
No, they don't come with us. Get your ass out of the house. Where you go?
Yeah,
You got to
right.
get out of here. Well, there you go again with that question. That's the quiet title. You know what I'm saying? They had this playing with foreclosure. Only remedy for that issue is quiet title. It's in their paperwork. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, don't read that law. Or their penal code, they ain't got no law, bro. UCC codes, all they get. Penal code. They're not operating no law in the United States. They're de facto government. How can they have law? That's why they call it color of law. Don't they? They don't say law, they say color of law. Why? Because they're esquires. See? They're administrators when they come into the judicial system. All judges are administrative judges. Then they take oath of office. Y'all vote them into that, this, and that. Except for the federal judges. When they get appointed by the president, that's why they're life term. That's just because they can't enter international court. Because they got to pay that gold. They got to pay that $100 million gold before they get to international court. So they create their own international courts out of the United States. Because they're super power. See? So that's why that's all set up that way. So what they're doing now is trying to, with that fascist shit, fear. But they ain't got no authority to do shit. Y'all give them more authority than they got. But you see everybody standing up. It's going to be interesting. Say this guy got a military parade on the first day of my 23rd year, right? He said, I just came right in. Damn, him with a sledgehammer, right? They ain't see this one coming.
Oops,
For sure.
upside.
You know what I'm
They
saying?
ain't see that one coming.
They ain't see this one coming up. So this boy, the 22nd year of his anniversary. Tomorrow be starting the 23rd year. He got a military parade on his land. And they said they were on the president, what is birthday, whatever. See that thing tie in, right? I got y'all I guess y'all kind
Yeah.
of. And after the day I had today, all the energy I seen being that's 2 days, 3 days, really. So I'm all in tune. So full moon too?
Mm,
Man, please. Friday the 13th. Come on, y'all.
mm, mm,
You know, so this is my 22nd year, man. So y'all, that journey, and you just kept getting quiet and kept writing, doing what you're doing. So that's how long that journey been, walking small, out of system. Now people don't understand. I mean, it took me completely out of system. So I couldn't get certain jobs because I couldn't find me in the damn system when I was working. So I had to, you were forced to work on your own or be entrepreneur because they took me completely out of system. Seriously, no bullshit. I got my own system. Now we got our own system. Yeah, the Watchtower was 9th May, yeah. See, but we were rolling back in 9th May because we were bringing in the Proclamation, right? 13th May, remember?
Right.
So that's when we left that May 9th alone because we were bringing in that Proclamation. What we talking about tonight? Or
Right.
some of what we're talking about tonight outside of this story that I'm telling y'all now.
Well, just in the spirit of the story and keeping that celebration, quick question. Well, not quick, but a question. Going back to the double nationality, what was your uh, function during that time? Like, what was your responsibility? I think you crown prince or just chief.
No. What happened was, okay, by we appointing de facto chief down in Georgia as the Miami Embassy clan, or Miami Embassy at first, where his family was supposed to have that title, like Chief Black Eagle family had that title on what he was doing. You feel me? Like, head family, head, royalty, all that kind of shit, right?
Okay.
Okay, so he had to, if he would have ran it right, he could have made his daughters and sons princesses and prince. Okay, but you see how they turned out, right?
Okay.
And then so he couldn't do it because he the clan. They can be a prince under clan, but they ain't no authority. All that authority is in the IRS.
So
So
that's
when he created clan, he subverted his authority over here for the government. He created clan. See, our attachment to the clan was solidified by the post office. Whether you believe it or not. Post office got the first apostille from the Yamassee government on my behalf when I was fighting them. So when the post office became part of the contract, that separated me and the moon from we was at Latisa, de facto down in Georgia. We was at his level, and then by me, then like David Miller said, I was over all of them because I had the international driver license, or let me say CDL, because the only way you can operate that birthright contract is you got to have a CDL, commercial driver license. See, when you got on the more they say you don't. That's why I let them fools stay on out there. You see where they at, right? That's why you see me just move on, right? Because you be able to do anything with that damn birthright contract. I don't care if you try to offset that, whatever. You got to have a CDL. But they don't teach for that. They want to go there with a state driver license. Well, if you go in a state driver license, make you a state citizen. You under that state's contract, that corporate, you commercial, you don't do business for that state.
Copy.
Your birthright contract is a commercial contract. So you got to have the proper identification outside of a security agreement, a bond, and a UCC, all that stuff on. And you got to keep UCC up because it's some 3 to 5 years in different counties, different jurisdictions. So you got to go in and update and keep updating. But they got so clever in America because they're de facto, they don't even give you the carbon copy. They done got it down to 8.5 by 11. So the attorneys can go in and cancel your whole filing out. That was part of that George Bush thing. Follow them through the UCC because they start sending birth certificates. They start sending birth certificates to the Secretary of State in Kentucky. And we like, for what? You feel me? So they tried to get letters back from Kentucky because that's a regional. And then they found out about the one in Washington State. office. Then they started putting that office in there, trying to say they're international players, and they're doing international contract. And then they found out about Puerto Rico, and they try to go down there to do Puerto Rico with the res de mail, and then the res de mail you see is only so they can't even find it in the system. You feel me? Because that's the secure party side of the United States. That's why you go look at that dollar bill or whatever dollar you got two signatures on there, don't you? Well, one is the Secretary of Treasury in DC, and the other is the Treasury in Puerto Rico. That's why I said Puerto Rico, rich port. That's why the birth certificate got to be doctored off this shore. So you got all the offices in DC right down in Puerto Rico. Go check, don't believe me. Except for the president, vice president, and secretary of state. ATF and all them straight down in Puerto Rico. Go look. As I say, don't believe me, go check it out. So you can understand contract law and understand contract and what you're dealing with out here. When all this madness going on, somebody trying to be a dictator on somebody else's land. You feel me? Tell that nigga go get his own damn land like I did. Go create his own damn contract. You want to make a contract? Well, go tell his ass. But you can't do it under the United States Constitution.
And
It
Greenland
don't fit.
Yeah.
If you try to force it, it's gonna create a civil war.
Yeah.
Makes sense. So to check when they decided to on the other side give you that other chief, was that because during that process you were like overseeing that whole, because you coming from one side and
Yeah, because I couldn't. Well, Crown Prince Rams Bay had to create that secretary chief position
okay,
because I couldn't be in two. You can't be in two places at one time. So I was co-signer over here to the Yamassee government via matter for embassy, third signature on that contract, and then he nationalized me as secretary chief, made a secretary chief position, so I can oversee
right.
the United Watchdog on the monument. That's why me and Zarcourt, de facto, burning your hell now. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
But they can't. Everybody think I'm playing. They can't cross my plate. I sit at the gate.
Right.
Well, you believe it or not, that's cool. I ain't got nothing to prove to you. But anyway, because y'all know you've been on shit long enough.
Right.
So he never systematized the United Watchdog the money. They did the money. So I got both of them because Crown Prince, when he docked the state, he docked the crown. That's the only where the Crown Prince seat could. That was the only where the Crown Prince can sit. It had to have its own venue. You couldn't be a prince or crown prince under the United States. It don't exist.
Right.
So you hear them Watchtower Moors, all that crap, they crown prince, all that, I'm a dolphin and all that bullshit out there. You know, you just got to go check, make sure they don't need to be in the crazy house. There's something definitely wrong with their brain.
Under the colonial system, it does not exist. Yes,
No, it is.
The
and they got all the attorneys around them that know this shit, and they let them get out there and look like a fool.
Well, the attorneys work for the other side, so that makes sense.
The attorneys that work for they already turn you over to the state, right?
Right.
It is.
Right.
So for that seat of the Demonson rules, it had to have its own full faith and credit because it was dissolved with 17 got sent over here. Okay, right. So you lost their authority when you created 18. So so with Crown Prince signed on to the Yamassee government, where he gave that seat back the authority, the full faith and credit that it needed, and he didn't need to get it from France or the United States. He got it, or Spain. He got it from us, who had already had it from where? United States of America.
It is.
So that's the treaty that comes into play via Mount Arafat government.
What treaty? No, yeah, that treaty. That's the Treaty of Atlantis, we call it back then.
Okay.
So that's when that district court judge came in. When he with the people there in Philly, they silly ass was going into their jobs trying to be tax exempt. We told them you can't do that doing shit. So then the IRS came after him for some type of tax scheme, and they couldn't. You know, I won that case for him because they already made a ruling before he even got the court case. They sent him the case and the ruling already. And then you know how scared they was. See?
Huh.
Yeah, hear me, did you?
Oh yeah.
And that gotta be something. You get the case
Oh yeah.
in the mail
You
before
get the case and the ruler in the same mailing, one
that's
mailing.
crazy. You
He
didn't
said,
get out of the case
That's
yet.
how I mean. He
"Oh,
was saying
we
that's so
forgot
stupid. I'm
about
feeling
you."
like, dog, you already won your case because he was trying to get me to stay around. I had to go because I had my own case stuff to build. You feel me? And he the chief at the time, so I'm like, okay, but I can't.
Mhm.
I got my own shit. You ain't come for me, so I got to stand. I got to agree my, So I'm telling you, your case is over. You feel me? You can't. They ain't gave you a chance. They ain't gave you a chance to answer yet. So your case over. It makes sense to you.
That makes sense. Over before it began.
Over before it began. And that's when she came in and said, what? They don't have a treaty with the United States. They have a constructive agreement, which is better because they can't step into your business. That's why they're so mad at us, because they can't come in and negotiate anything with us. They can't tell us nothing to do. The constructive agreement.
So if it would have been a treaty, they may have some leverage.
They got to go through the Senate, Congress,
Gotcha.
get everything, all that kind of stuff. You feel me?
Got you.
Yeah, you being something like Israel.
Right.
But in this state, not over in a foreign country.
Right.
A lot of people don't realize Israel is a state of the United States. They couldn't exist without it.
Right. Dependent on it. Right.
Yeah, because the bankers, Rothschilds control the bank. Because that's how they signed it in. England on the United States under the birthright contract law, not the land, the people. That's why you idolize them. So they've been robbing the land. They've been stealing from your land for the last 200 years, making trillions off your land. And then put your ass in jail for getting the apple off your land or orange. You know what I'm saying?
For keeping seeds.
When we come through Florida one time, I had to use the bathroom. I like peeing outside, so I seen the orange over there form. I walked over there taking a leak. Reached up, grabbed me a couple oranges. Got back in the car. Who said something to me? I think it was Hacker. Oh, you said. He said, "Boy, what you doing?" I said, "Shit, free oranges to me." Hey, right down the side of that road. So you home, you gonna run to the grocery store and get an orange, right? Get the fuck out. You call that stealing too, right? Yeah, whatever. They don't rob your ass down. They got nerve to tell you stole something. And it's amazing how these people so stupid that they allow these people to have all this debt on their birthright contract, their trust, and they ain't giving them nothing. They're giving billions away. Billions. They ain't giving nobody, these citizens, nothing. All this stuff this boy trying to do up in DC for this bill or whatever they call it, it ain't getting nothing. It's gonna cost your great grandkids. When I don't think they can come around and say, "Yo, man, you only got 300 million people in America. You doing everything on that birthright contract. Every order that boy wrote is coming from your authority of your birthright contract. You got to pay for it. Whether you're a Democrat, Republican, Independent, don't make no difference. You ain't neither of them. You ain't no Christian. You ain't shit. But your contract is in the system. So whatever he signed an order up there, the office of the president, POTUS, it's been backed by your birthright contract. Wake the fuck up. So that's a trust. That's why they got to pay the debt, because it's a trust. They can't wipe the debt out. They can't put in Bitcoin. They can't do nothing. They got to pay that damn debt. And that's in a trust. So the people should request that they want at least $1 million off of that damn trust. So they can give them a life. If you want to be real, you're going to still, the mindset of the people in America, 50% of them going to be broke in a year. You should know that. But they'll get the other 50% who got the entrepreneur and leadership, get them time to go to school, get the bills paid, whatever. It's coming off of your own contract. But you pay them to control your contract, the people like Congress and all them, and they're there buying bonds and stock market, knowing inside trade and everything on your authority. And the only thing you know what to do is get out there and fucking march. So all you know how to do is pick it and march. That's all you got left.
That's it. Plus over here, like they say in the scriptures, people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because here in this country, the lack of knowledge about your birth certificate contract or birthright contract, right? It's a conspiracy over here for real, protected. Like You know, they to the point where
Well, you heard what the Pope said in his letter. He said once this state come out, if they don't pay us and sell us bill, he said what? He gonna shut the whole thing down, close down the World Bank and the IMF. That made America ain't got no money. So what's gonna happen then? War. And they said who? The judges got to be the first to go. Why? Because they have upended the whole contract. And he said they would cook him out of here with whoever country would take him. So you see, since he wrote that letter, they done got a military around him, right?
Yeah, no, this is true.
Yeah,
It
sure.
is true. I
Since the Pope
realized
wrote that letter, shit, they got a military.
I realized that things really shifted since that letter. When you go back and look, and where we are today is different. It's yeah,
Totally different. But they done militarized the whole county, sheriff, police department, everything.
well, just look at the recent events.
As the republic come, it's a republic. You don't have no republic in America. They need to stop playing games and calling themselves lawyers. If they was lawyers, that boy is what he attempting to do it in the White House. He couldn't do that kind of crap. You a lawyer, a real lawyer?
Shut him down.
Oh hell no! So the attorney Esquire, you see that's why they color of law. You see, and he coming there and challenge them every angle. And they ain't never been challenged that way because they're a good old boy party. You feel me? And he ain't part of the good old boy party. He come from the mafia party. And they like, well, we ain't used to this type of governance because you ain't part of that atmosphere. And you got more people who looked at television all their life. They cater more to a mafia style family than they do a president of the United States. So now he done got in the president of the United States, and he bring his mafia tactics from where he lived in New York, gangster, and he gangster in the whole damn world until he got railroad with all the craziness. Now you see everybody else, because he came out saying everybody gonna be scared of him. They scared of me. Oh, I'm the president. I'm scared. And he seen that shit ain't real. He seen that shit ain't real quick, right?
Real for real.
You know what's so funny? He's like I guess we would say gangster, but he's like the out of all the mafia families, he's like the ghetto of all the mafia families because they all came in with a little bit of coof.
Well, that's why you see him. That's why you see him. Soon he got to that level, he put the word New York Post. He put the cane. Yeah, that's because all that King New York. And they done spread all over America. That's just for New York 5 families.
Yeah.
Against those and all the all them boys up there. He can't. He done been like you said at the gutter so high now he on top. He the president. I'm the man. I'm the godfather. That's what's going on now.
How you
With
like
no
it?
damn crown. I gotta go buy a crown from Burger King, but I'm the king. All that bullshit, right?
True.
What?
No, I just said true. The last statement you made, I said just true. You really look at it, yeah. But I guess
You smile at the castle. You go there.
if you want to be all that, you got to go get your own land.
This is real.
Over here.
That's why I say they look at me like, what you? Albania said what? Well, how can it be an emperor and a president?
At the same day.
What did Joe Biden say? Well, we know about the emperor. Been knowing about him since Obama years. We don't mess with his government. And what he say? Thank the Lord he don't mess with ours.
Doesn't mess with us.
You got people out there on the live wire like, huh?
Yeah, my man was like, hallelujah, they don't mess with our stuff.
Wait, what did he say? Please help me don't mess with ours because we can't catch him. He come here and knock us all side of here. But I ain't messing with him yet. We roll him. I'm checking out. I'm holding back. I walk small with a big stick. But you see how petrified I got them crackers, right? They thought shit had you, so what the hell, right?
They don't know which angle, even though you gave it to them a little bit. They don't know how you really coming. They just know you're here right now.
Oh, they know that I just peered, so they didn't see that coming. But they didn't see that coming. But that's why you see the guy up there in DC now. You see the senators and everybody catering to him because he found out about me back in 19. He on my medal list before. He was on. That's why people don't realize he was on. He was on my list when he was first time president. So he just someone. He's a new. His address haven't changed.
Who you speaking of, Protector?
POTUS.
Oh,
okay.
Orange guy.
1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. POTUS. You got to respect him for his position, whether you like him or not. You feel me?
Right.
They call it orange taco and all that stuff. He brought all that on himself. But you still got the office of the president of the United States. That's police. But they've been on my mail list for years. So that's who the Declaration went to. You remember I told you they held it out in Miami, Florida, at post office. Then they sent it back up over the weekend to Trump. We came in office. So Obama couldn't get it that Friday, remember?
Right.
Obama was supposed to receive it. When was it? Friday morning at 7 o'clock, and inauguration was at 12, remember? And they shipped it to Florida, and they didn't make it back up there to Monday, remember?
If Obama would have got it, you think they would have attempted to keep it away from Trump?
Oh no, he could have canceled the whole presidency out. He actually had that opportunity at that window to become king.
Wait, hold on, back up. Who? Obama had the opportunity?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Obama.
That's what I heard him say just
So
now.
that's where all the rumors about him having a third term or being the last president forever was coming in at.
Because when I sent him the Declaration, when I sent him that document, that was declaring our independence of everything, and they already knew. So that would have gave him the authority under that contract, the president contract, or he would have came to me or for that authority or canceled the election that day, and then came to me like immediately, and then signed him in as a whatever, everlasting president. Changed the whole order, changed every damn thing.
Wow.
That's why they hit it, sending up Trump. Then Trump came and talking about, we got to write a new decree. We're going to, nigga, you don't write no decree. You're a president. You write orders, executive orders only. So they try to say, you write a decree. You don't know decree is an order. Sovereigns write decrees. That's why you see him trying to move like he writing a king, like he can go in and upset the whole structure of the California government and the Constitution. So how your Constitution going to upset another person's Constitution? Starting to give you see how quick that federal judge came in and said, "What, man? Shut up, get that."
Right. Not just that. You on record as stating when it came to education that you had to send it back to the states, and whatever didn't govern the states' rights, the states had the right to do what they had to do under their authority. So how'd you come in and just circumnavigate all of that? You just on record giving states' rights back to states. That's crazy.
Yeah, now you won't come in and assert that one.
Right. That's
But I knew something gonna happen because I'm gonna tell you like that. I knew them black folk, what they call African American, or Caucasian people, or educated Mexicans and Indians. They weren't going out in them damn fields. So you get ready around September. You get ready to get some $15, $20 bag of lemons. All right.
All right.
Cause right now you gonna get hit hard, son. Let me tell you something. When I drove trucks over the road, going out to California back and forth, that was my route back then to run away from all these drug heads and all that shit. It's great, it's a beautiful country, man.
Yes,
but you can see the turn of the crops that they constantly turning, and you pass some of the routes, some of the places you gotta go pick up. You go down these back roads, and they way back in the mountain. I mean, Cane ain't no mountain road. They way back in the Cane, 5-10 miles back. And when you get back there, it's a whole nother, they got canals, they got all that. Okay. So when they got to run this crop to feed America. You got thousands of trucks going out to California getting produce, running all over the country. Well, if you ain't getting them strawberries picked last month, you ain't getting that broccoli, cauliflower. What else come out of California? Oranges, lemons, pistachios, all that stuff coming out of California. Well, you all the prices get because all them crops down in the fields, huh? Ain't nobody pick them. Strawberry, all that stuff, they can't nobody pick it. All that stuff down in the field. So now you got orders being canceled. What orders being canceled? Walmart, Target, Publix, Giant Food, Kroger, Food Line, all them orders is starting to get cut because they can't get a truckload of product no more. They might get a half a load this time. You feel me?
Yeah, because you don't have to buy workers.
The prices start hitting around the end of June, July. You're gonna start seeing them prices, and it depends on how hard they got hit. So they got hit hard with this invasion, and it ain't gonna because he came on to we got to really talk about it and get something done because you like $1 late. You're a dollar short a day late, buddy. And so now you got to get the workers back in the groove. Cause see, you can't just say come back to work, they ain't gonna touch you once you done set that fear in. You feel me?
Yeah, buddy.
So now you got that fear set in, they don't want to come to work for you. Oh, they scared to go to work, or they gonna be, so you got some serious issue going on here, buddy.
Yeah, and it didn't even have to go this far, yo. They in the
No,
country.
no, ego. It's an ego that
Yeah,
somebody
hell yeah.
dictated like that, and he got checked by Elon, and then
Right.
he got checked by China, and then he got checked by a couple of court cases. Then he tried to do the what they call it, wag the dog.
Mm-hmm.
Tail
That's how
wagging the
wag the
dog.
dog. To take
Yeah.
the attention away from what's really going on. Take the attention away from the debt. Take the attention away from the bill.
Right.
Take the attention away from everything. That's constantly been going down ever since he came in office.
I mean, for me, it's just simple. They in the country, just tax them at a higher rate. If you tax your citizens this, tax them at a higher rate. That kind of shit.
Well, it just don't make sense to you because you got to realize something. Let's go back to 1789, right?
Right.
All right, 1789, George Washington, he created a what?
Corporate soul.
A republic they can keep it, right?
Right.
Okay, they created what? In 50 years, after 50 years, they took the 50-year one out of the Treaty of Peace of Friendship. It became the Treaty of September 16th, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now after September 16, 1837, January 1837, where you can go back 37, 47, what happened? Civil War, 57, 67, Civil War. So when they came in and restructured, they lost all that sovereign power that they stole from or was granted. I ain't gonna say they stole it, but they was granted that from the Moor or the Emperor of Morocco and the Moors of the Ottoman Empire, the Moors. They granted them. That's the privileges they got. So when they say they got white privileges, no, them treaty rights. So then they had to come on and say they're white because they said they was on the treaty. So they felt like that was white privileges for white people. Bullshit. White people were the Moors. Or white was the Moors. They would say people, you were just classified as white. It's like when they tell Africans now they come on, what they tell you to put on the application?
Caucasian. All day.
Caucasian. Or white. Well, they say white. They don't put Caucasian on it yet.
Yeah.
Because it's a status, not a race.
Right.
Then you got black folk go out there and attempt to do it, try to do it. Now realize you got to do a process because you already agreed to a birth rate contract. And you don't understand that birth rate contract you got. You listen to them crazy morals out there trying to tell you you can do this and that, this and that, this and that. Well, now the state's doing it because they understood the birth rate contract because you kept telling them everything to do. And now they done shut it down for everybody except for them because they got the what? They got the bid bond, performance bond, and payment bond, right? The system set up. See? So that by you trying to come in and attach yourself to this system and use this system to offset debt, you end up becoming an agent. Because you had to tell them what to do. And when they learn what they do? They came in and canceled out for everybody. That's why you hear a couple more that they say, I got this too, I got this too. You don't hear no more, right? But once they go through it,
right.
That's right.
So is that similar to how they was able to cut down the cherry tree? Almost like the same factors of as they doing these deals, you got
When George Washington cut down cherry tree, that would mean he got your white privileges. He stole your privileges when he cut down your cherry tree.
Okay.
That's when they got the republic. Benjamin Franklin came out of Philadelphia and said, "What? We got a republic, we can keep it, right?" That was the state within the empire, the vice-chair of the emperor. Because the emperor had what? He was on his way out. Then they say he died at 89 for a question mark there. So that means he was sick or whatever going down, but the Moroccan Empire was falling because of the virus and the spread of disease was going on back then. What was it? Smallpox? What was going on?
Yeah, right.
And then so he would lose. He couldn't make the shift to keep up with England and France.
Right.
So he had to sign a treaty. He didn't want to, but he had to. To bring in a terrorist state. They call them the great men of America. Remember, they was criminals over in England. They shipped them over here.
Still
Then they did a
on.
rebel against King George VI. Kind of funny that boy over there in England.
Still
So the son named George, right?
You know, Protector, you just said something that it doesn't shock anymore. It's not a shock and awe anymore. It just is what it is. That they are terrorists, right? And they use their power for terrorist activities.
That's right. They come out and tell you wrong.
Right, and tell you wrong. That's why. They are terrorists. That's what they are through and through. They terrorize you.
Then they give you a God.
Yeah.
They say this God died for your sins.
Yeah.
And all that shit because all the atrocities that they have done to the human race to get the status that they got.
Right.
And they willing to go all the way out to keep it.
Right.
And they only had it for a short period of time. And look what they did with that short period of time. Can you imagine they had it for 1,000 years?
Bad news.
See, that's why they said I had to come back. You feel me?
Yes, Emperor.
Appreciate you.
Grateful.
I'm still figuring out my story as I go. That's the good thing about it, right, McCann? Patty Ray, Credo, that's running with me right now. The rest of you tempted. You ain't got time. Once y'all start running with me, we gonna be hell on wheels, right?
Too far.
Nobody come tell you what your story's supposed to be like they did the other dude. That's probably why he ain't come back. He was like, nah, I ain't going down there. They already got me played out. I'm good. I'm staying with
That boy showed, I mean, he can be walking around right now. His name ain't Jesus, first of all. You know what I'm saying? That's some shit they made up. Okay? It wasn't no J and alphabet. You know what I'm saying? That'd be like totally disrespect to him.
Yeah.
He said, be careful or don't eat the hoof, which is pork.
Right.
They eat that every day, you know? So, because what? That was created in Egypt. The rat, the cat, the dog. So you can't get mad at Chinese people that say they eat rat, cats, and dog. Yeah, the whole pork was made of that.
True.
That's why they call it the hoof. Unsanctioned meat, but it's all over the world now, right? The other white meat they call it.
All of
You know, so that's why you know I told you I'm putting international claim in a couple months. I'm putting a just go international discrimination claim. What do you call what I call it? Genocide of the damn chicken.
Huh.
Damn.
Okay. Animal that wasn't supposed to get eaten up.
I mean, you got an animal who ain't got no defense.
Huh.
He pee and doo doo out the same hole. Okay, and you just eat him. You let him fight. They let him grow 3 to 4 weeks, and then in your grocery store. That's genocide, bro.
Wow.
Yeesh.
Wow. You
Some
think
people want to call that. Some of y'all don't call that talking with a chicken jump in your mouth.
No, you didn't. Yeah, about that.
With a little barbecue sauce on it, you know what I'm saying? They want my buffalo wings, you know what I mean?
Kid Law just had a piece yesterday. Can't even lie about it. That's crazy.
Think about it, man. Everywhere you go, man. Chicken.
The
You
man-
catch somebody in the restaurant, they you know, all this new food, you know, new dishes. Now they still eat chicken. Like, damn, you can't you know, chicken. I'm crazy.
Yeah, chicken don't stand a chance.
But you got to realize you come out of Kemet, right? So in Kemet, you know, that's why I say pee and doo doo out the same hole. That's what's supposed to be consumed. Okay. So when you go back and look at the teachings, it says chicken is just worse pork. Or worse for those who got different blood types.
Right.
Slap me in my face. It's like, goodness gracious. And that's crazy because I grew up. Protector. I fucking grew up A Pentecostal Jew, no pork, none of that. My brother used to sneak out and get a ham sandwich every day. And I used to get on his ass. Yo, we get out of church, he right next door to the bodega. Let me get mayonnaise, extra cheese, all of that on a ham sandwich. And then you come out years later, bro, and you look back and you go, well, I was eating chicken all this goddamn time. I wasn't no better. Wasn't no better. That is crazy to me. That's
But
some high faith.
my granddaddy, we grew up halls. I had my own hall. But my granddaddy taught me, said before they put refrigeration on pig, it wasn't that bad. You feel me?
Eat the beat out, let it deworm, all that shit.
You had to cure it out. So it wasn't that bad. So it's when it's refrigerated, it kept them worms live. And it do so much damage to certain people's systems because you ain't supposed to consume it. That's why you have so many health problems.
It was a medicinal animal.
It was addition. You weren't supposed to consume it.
For medicine.
And people say, yeah, it's good. I said, but I bet you what, you be laughing your ass down on deathbed, nigga. And you want Jesus to come save you. You want Muhammad to come save you. You want somebody to come save your ass. Nah, you done seen death now, nigga.
Bye-bye.
Death rule over himself. Shit.
Because that's why I say I know who I am and I know my bloodline. So certain contracts that you agreed to when you chose to come back through that light, you feel me? After that last journey you had, if you made it back around and you got blinked and now, whatever you brought back, you should be waking up if you're a star seed, you know what I mean? So this time around here, they ain't no more. I'm here, so they ain't no more. So they say you gotta come clean the earth. That's where you gotta have to stop. So they ain't no more come around until you clean up house. You got 580 million. Well, you got the master, your right hand partner, your cousin, your brother. That's your boy, the master. See, you got the master fire did. You can't let him out. You freed him from a place they called Bottomless Pit or hell.
Yo.
You didn't know you would do it. You just did an affirmation and a song, and you opened up the gates of hell. So this guy they talk about that I let out, my brother, the baddest to the baddest of the baddest, baddest of the baddest, they ain't never talked about this boy. They done gave you the devil, they done gave you Shaitan, they done gave you Iblis, they done gave you every name in the book. They ain't never talked about this boy.
It's interesting, because when we go back and we look at a lot of the coat of arms, especially the one that had a creed on it, they got the devil with chains on it. And I'm just, ever since you brought up the mastified deity, not that they the same person, but the symbolism in the fact that you guys knew that y'all had somebody's magic chained up. You know what I'm saying? You had it.
Well, that's what they call that with a covenant.
Yeah.
See, they still got the covenant. It's this. You just
Bust it up.
They just, if it's for you, I put it that way, it'll come through your path.
Right.
Wow.
You feel me? And so you got a lot of people want to, looking at charm and all them witch movies and shit, and they want to be, witches, but they don't realize they are witch because they bleed every damn month.
I heard that.
That's just a fact. It ain't no belief. It's a fact.
Yeah.
It's in the blood. You can't take it out of the damn blood. They done rewrote it. They done changed it. They done renamed it. And they can't destroy it. It's still here. Because it's in the blood. So the more the sisters of women wake up, and I call, I call all them sisters, well, I don't care what color. As they wake up, that energy awakens. And so you got a venue over here where you can activate. Over there, you got to submit. Because they fear that energy. But they can never get rid of it. It's part of the soul. If it's part of the soul, the soul is everything, the spirit is nothing. So they got you trapped in a spirit zone and you constantly fighting yourself to get back to your soul. You feel me?
Right.
But you keep dealing with that spirit, emotional, you know what I'm saying? You get emotional about death, for real. Like, Nick, you really cry? Really?
Is that because of lack of understanding?
Yeah. I
That
mean,
is-
but it is no law, no excuse.
No, I copy that, but I'm just
The
saying.
teachers is out there, they just get brainwashed and whatever.
Right.
Religion, court. Because you got really all these books is written for a reason. CIA got involved in everything, you feel me?
Right.
So they can control your mind.
Right.
So you got people like, you got churches out here now that's having school programs that teach the kids to be somebody, to grow up and be somebody, be a firekeeper, be a fire, what is that? Play firefighter or be a police officer. See, that's training your brain to stay within that system.
Mhm.
So if they came along and taught a speed reader system or a memory power system where they would stop that brain, you know what I'm saying, and open up that brain. So now they what? They learning to be leaders, not followers. So they got the whole system because they got to hire the what? The trash takeout. They got to hire the what? The car washers. They got to hire the what? The bums. They got to have it. So it's all in the system.
Right.
The whole education system. So when Homeboy said he was going to take it out and didn't need it no more, I ain't really complaining. Ain't nothing to complain about because I call it food school in that way because they ain't teaching that.
Right.
You feel me?
And it would be a
Yes.
perfect opportunity for all these so-called wannabe leaders to put their money where their mouth is. All right, the government don't
Well,
want
they think that the world can't exist without them.
Right,
They're the God given to the world. Where I got that thought from, I don't know.
Right.
But they die just like all the rest of them. You see? So that's why I say that when you chose that light to come back on this side, I won't. That's between you and that contract. I don't want to get a contract. So some of y'all want me to take some of these people out now through the death, but they got a contract. But that road they got to get to that end of that contract, it definitely ain't gonna be easy no more because you stepped on my shoe. You feel me?
Right.
But you got to let that contract wind out, you know, because you see people like, I can use as prime example, my uncle. You feel me? His contract didn't run out till he died. But he developed Alzheimer's disease 20, 30 years before. That was his fault, you see?
Mm.
So now the rest of that contract, he didn't know who the hell he was. Pretending that he did. And the family act like he all right, but he know that mind was gone, you feel me?
Right.
Because what? He never opened up the other side of that brain. So that left brain, because you know the world is, especially in America,
Right.
is
Right.
more right catered. It's not. So you got kids that got a little dyslexia, they feel like they wrong or something wrong with them because they don't fit because you live in a right world society. They're competitive. You know, left brain that you know, right hand, left brain. You feel me? So you go that left hand, that right brain, that's creativity. That's where the kids that they got dyslexia, because they read that way. So that make they walk. They right brain function, left side, that make they walk creative. But they gotta fight all them years, get called out when they gotta stand up to read because they can't really get it because their brain go another way. So now they gotta force themselves to understand these dumb fuckers. But
Right.
these dumb fuckers, they gotta force themselves to understand you.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Been there,
And,
been
and
there, done that.
your brain got creativity, and their brain got what? Competitive. Always want to fight. Jealous. You know, football, basketball, always got to, you always competing all the way through junior high, you know, kindergarten. They got them out there what, running football, you know what I'm saying? Like little damn stooges, you know what I'm saying? Start your kid out. Because you hope one day he can be that big football player. Now realize he can fuck his head up, kill his brain, all that shit. But you know, you go listen to Aaron, everyone's like, what? Y'all got entertainment when you running heads into each other? Like, really? That's the only thing y'all creating. Y'all want to talk to us?
I never could own it.
Like why?
That part.
What do you have that we need when you want to get down there and play
God.
basketball, football, make a couple black people rich, and they, you know, look at it. They never come out to their neighborhood and do nothing. They give all that money to the big organizations who already got billions of dollars. Well, show me some of them players who went back and built that,
You're
pay
not.
all the money they made. You feel me?
Far in between, protector, because you're not programmed that way. You programmed to go to school,
Showboat, the
get an
show.
education, go out, get a job, and move out the crib and make your own way. You're not taught to bring back the resources to the community. That's too much like right
But
there.
that way, you shouldn't have to be taught. That should be just common sense.
It should be, but when you get programmed by this society and your parents is pushing you out the crib into, you feel me?
I got you, but they want you. You know, I got you. You know, when you turn around and piss like that, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Right. I'm with you though. I'm with you. I just think it's a backwards.
But you
way.
know, I got so many butt whips when I came up, so I can, you know, me. You
Man,
know, they would have got me. They would
Boy,
have child.
I'm with you. I'm with you. They understand your mentality, where you thought. I
Oh,
understand.
because you got to realize they've been watching me since I was. That's word I got was 5 years old. That Dr. Green, Dr. Buzzer, I don't remember Mr. Green, but everybody else knew him, Dr. Buzzer, the great old witch doctor. He told certain his apprentice, and I leave that name quiet, you feel me? He said, watch him at 5 years old, because he's the one. So they've been watching me that long, bro. I just let me grow up. So you know about them kid years, tar, woo.
But that's the best thing they could have did is let you grow up.
Yeah, but they just didn't understand. They mom, that's why they used to ask my mom, like, ooh, Miss Shirley, I know you got your hands full with him. Mom said, I can't own the word to start a sentence at. She said, but regardless of everything, they make me the habits of the life you ever want, especially that baby boy. That was me. Cause I mean, mom was like,
Tight.
you know what I'm saying? So a lot of people thought it was hard. Yeah, we were hard headed. Yeah, we snipped out the whip. Yeah, we did a whole lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know, but that'd be in the movie down the road. You feel me?
Right.
But I was always been watched. I've been watched all my life. You know, and then you start driving trucks off a mountain, blink your eyes, be at the bottom of the hill. Who there you go talk to now, right?
Facts.
yes.
Facts.
You know, so
That didn't
you
take me
know,
back to
then you
magic.
grow, then you
Yeah.
keep going to what? They attack you at 39 years old, going on 40, right? And at your 40 year, your prophethood year, they attack you. And they live to fire you to where you at right now, 22 years, right? And you ain't never look back. Because they let that fire. Because you know you couldn't, it was either them or you. You want submitting.
So
So
that's
you
what.
had to create your own venue so that you can do who you are. So you ain't got to never look down at this Caucasian man. He got to look down at you like he's better than you. No. Them days been over. That's why they call me the best great secret. Because they can't tell you what to do. So you got a lot of folks come over here that's been told what to do by them and want to bring that concept over here. And I got to stop that at the gate because it don't fit. You got those trying to bring Jesus in the pocketbook. Some of them got him on their shoe. You know, the sock. You said when they take that sock out, they see it undissolved because it don't fit over here. That's another whole venue over there. You haven't proved to be factual over there, so why would you want to bring it over to your empire? You have a living live empire, so why you want to bring something dead over here that ain't saved nobody? You feel me? You got niggas that gave millions of dollars to get saved. He didn't show up, right?
Didn't show up.
Why?
Read
Because
all
he
that
don't
through.
exist.
Sure.
Right.
See, so they got to get over the concept. First of all, that he don't exist. So that's gonna be a headache for about 90% of them niggas, right?
Oh yeah, because the figment of your imagination is the hardest thing to get rid of.
Especially when you add emotion to it.
Hey, you add a emotion to it. There you go, the Kessler.
Yeah, because they'll die for Jesus. You feel me?
Mm-mm.
I remember how it started. You can't tell somebody they can't believe something. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Had a couple of them. Yeah. Got a couple of them. Boy, oh boy. I saw a hand up if anyone was watching. I don't know if
That was mine, and I asked my question. The other thing I would just ask Protector is, so at 40, that 39-40, that attack came. That's when the magic start coming. Before that,
Well,
though,
that's when it woke up. I woke it up. I mean,
right.
I created 2 kidney stones. That's how hot I got.
that stuck with you all the way up to goodness gracious.
No, I mean that guy. I released them into the last one. That wasn't no kidney stone though. That was something somebody done
Yeah.
put in my system.
Right,
They had to come out because that fire lit. You feel me?
right.
And it came out. You know. So that was somewhere growing up, going over some girl house, eating their food, and I realized, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? When you walk, when your mouth where you ain't supposed to go, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We leave it there, right?
So let me ask this question, Protector. Just
War.
in your upbringing, how did all
Oh,
the magic around you shape you? Right? Like, because that's a different type of reality. Like, some of us have dealt with magic and, you know, it's in our family and everything, but you was brought up around it, Like, that was your reality for real, for real. You know what I'm
oh
saying?
yeah, man. We couldn't, certain bootlegger house, we couldn't. I remember one night we was sitting in Copos playing poker, playing tongue poker all night. Big weird. And Daddy had told us over his cousin's house, Miss Mary Francis, never drink out of nothing come out her hand. That when she became a doctor, she had to, you know, she burned off 3 of her fingers, so she's dipped ice with them 2 fingers and put in your cup. And Daddy told us never drink nothing coming out here. We can go there and get a Slicks, get a Budweiser, get a, you know, whatever beer she got. And you know, it's bootleg house. Well, that night Andy got something, had a drink, and Daddy showed up about 3 o'clock in the morning. Him and his boy hanging out. He walked in that carport, seen that Andy in that drink drinking. Boy, he hit that nigga so hard. I think he still got reaction to this day. Cause he ain't been able to stop drinking. That was the whole thing. Once that ice, you touch the ice, you might as say you alcoholic. Cause you gonna always come for another drink. He always searching for another damn drink.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
we grew up around that stuff, man. When you go over your aunt's house in the morning, early, and you got somebody that came throughout the night and threw graveyard dirt all over your car. You didn't have cameras back then, but
Say that again.
you wake up in the morning, like Sunday morning, you go to church, and you walk outside, you got graveyard dirt all over your car.
Graveyard dirt all over the car. Wow. Somebody been grave digging.
No. You go to poker games, when your uncle tell you, say, I give you $100, put this salt in your pocket. And while you walking around and they teach you how to play poker, that's why I play so good. I grew up with some bad boys, boy. And he said, sprinkle your salt for me. We don't know what the hell we do. We young. So we sprinkle salt around the table. Next thing you know, you see a couple of boys that burning the fuck up.
Mm.
They gotta get up from the table with them roots, boy. They the one got the hands, you know, one got the hands ready. You know, why you think they lock the court doors now? Why you got them double locks on them court doors? Because back in the day, root dogs used to come in and dress the courtroom before the judge get in there.
Oh, shit. That worked. That could work.
I remember this spell this boy got. He told me every time the prosecutor speak, you spit. So every time the prosecutor says what he want to do, he spits. And said that the whole change the prosecutor, the whole everything. And he said he spit it right on out of court.
Wow.
Threw that
Wow.
case out. See, so you got all kind of voodoo out there, boy. You got people put it on you through. But a lot of them play with 30s. The Psalm 30s, 30, 39. A lot of voodoo, witchcraft. Santeria, people call it.
Yep.
But if it's normally ancestor worship, but the white magic come in when you use it to attempt to hurt somebody or put a spell on somebody. That's when that white magic come in. So then you taking on that accountability as you are a deity of a god, see? Because you throwing stuff on someone like that, and that person find out about it, well, you look what door you left open for that person to come back after you. You feel me? So if you out there throwing that kind of magic, that's what they do. You got to realize you got to be careful how you throw that stuff because you got a shield around you. If you stretch your arms out all the way around, you can form a circle all the way
The
around you.
aura,
You
yeah.
stretch your arms all the way out, you form a whole circle around you. That's your shield. That's your energy shield. When people come on and shake your hand and hug your women, want to hug you and stuff, they break that energy. Okay, so a lot of y'all, they got cracks in that shield. You feel me? They're like walk-ins to come in, ghosts to come in, all that stuff, and penetrate you at night through dreams and all that kind of stuff because you got a crack somewhere. And you ain't taking time to go heal that crack because they're allowed to penetrate. And ones that can penetrate, these boys ain't no, these octars ain't no, they ain't no playground if you don't really know who you is. And some of them don't take your whole damn body. So they need to be teaching that type of stuff. But they teach you to, don't worry about it. Jesus died for everything. When?
Right.
You start to see? His crucifixion, that was it. You free to go. Really. You really believe that shit. You feel me? You really, really believe that shit. You're gonna bet that soul on that philosophy. And now you look at you see? So, and everybody say, well, I'm scared to die alone. Okay, nigga, I ain't seen nobody get nobody casket yet. I ain't seen a whole lot of things. I ain't seen nobody do what. I heard about family members that love was so emotional they actually had a attack at the church or whatever, died at the funeral. You feel me? But if they were that damn emotional or something, you know what I'm saying? That's some crazy ass love. You feel me? Crazy feelings. So you see, some easy this for people be taken. So as I'm here now with the truth, well, you got the truth. So it's been shaking the foundation for 22 years. Tomorrow, the shout out will come in now to us. You start your 23rd year, and you have literally pierced. You have pierced the system within what? 22 years. That's magic itself. You know what I'm saying? You pierced the system on 13 May. You know what I'm saying? Right in time, right before you, see what I'm saying? 28 days before your time, your period in. You feel me? So you made it. You got in. Look at all that you had to do. Notice of accession, notice of appointment. You know what I'm saying? Royal decree, motu proprio, public notice, constitution. Look how much you had to do.
Missions.
Was there a book out there for me to know? No, you created it. Because you created something that don't exist. So they can't come and tell you how to form it because they don't know. So that's why you gave you all them years that you needed. Now you ready to sell. That makes sense to you.
Yes, indeed.
So I seen a question in here in the chat about Kim. You gonna say something about that?
Yeah.
About the one
It's from Princess
about people want to stand up for their trust. Take it right here. Oh, DJ put it in here.
I was
He
going to
said
read a
from
message.
YouTube. You see it?
Yeah.
Come on. I can't see.
I can't see it yet.
Oh, it's down a little bit. You see it, Newcastle?
I'm looking now.
You go all the way down to, just go all the way down to the bottom. You see it better.
I got
Go right at the top. See, from YouTube.
I got you. Says
I have a YouTube question, but it's
Yeah.
from a princess.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Yeah, let Kim go. Come on, Kim.
Yeah, Princess Nefertiti Iona. Her question, she has a statement and a question. She says, I believe people would challenge the Congress regarding their trust, but they don't know how. What would be the first step?
Become an omelet.
It's the question.
Oh no, well, that's not true. I mean, we're not even open for business like that. Because you transfer your whole account over here. You ain't got to deal with them. You ain't got to deal with it no more. You got your own venues. That's why you transfer the whole account. Whatever work comes over here. But far you want to be a state citizen and still protest. Well, you got to do some research on finding out exactly about your birthright trust, Social Security Simple Trust, and you got to understand more about your trust. It's kind of hard if you're talking about African Americans because they more cater around wills and estate plans. They're not really cater around trust law. So you're already fighting an uphill battle. And then when you get to Congress, well, you got to know how to speak in a certain way because they're not required to release that type of information. So you probably have to go up in the Freedom of Information Act if you know how to do that and do like a security agreement and come at them in proper sojourner jurors just in representing your birthright contract. Because outside of that, you're a corporation. And this corporation means you can't speak. So to go ask them questions that they not required to discuss with you, maybe privately, but in an open forum, they probably tell you that's not part of their pay. That's not part of their pay grade, because so you got a lot of people out there slinging out, so you have to know your stuff. Then you're gonna be put out because not put out, but you gonna called out like that because you gonna have people saying they're gonna be with you. Then it's time you stand up there and talk, they're gonna you always be left hanging. So like I said before, actually throughout our university, you will learn that type of contract. And as they open up the IAC, law council, a lot of that stuff is taught at that level because they're lawyers. They're growing to be lawyers. So that's part of your mission over here because that's just part of. That's why with doors closed, you ain't got time for followers right there. You got time for leaders, and they got experience. We can come in as an NED, non-executive director, or something like that, and as you training, and you can still perform in an authority. But going to them and arguing, with the atmosphere you got right now, it has to be something like a movement. So you got the Moors out there trying to say they had a movement to create their own vision within Congress. You feel me? And see where that went. Going back to the old Moors and South Carolina, have writings about the Moors being in, assembly and all that stuff. But but you still on that vein. So to me, to go at that contract like that, you got to understand your birthright contract. That's just I just don't see how you can do it. Outside of that, they was. I mean, because the Pope told you the Pope Francis mentioned in his peace be upon him. Peace be right. Peace be with him. Or peace be upon him. Right. I give him that because he sent me notes. Helped me. He gave me a lot of help. So that's why I say peace be upon him. Peace be unto him. But anyway, he wrote the civil order. That's why I say what I say, peace. You know what I'm saying? Because of what I wrote him. So by him being the overseer of the Moors estate or contract since 1789, well, they said if you come out and get your seat, he had to give you back a seat. That's why he wrote the proprio. So he was talking to, it wasn't for the masses of the people, even though the Moors try to get out and attach themselves to it, and some a lot of sovereign citizens. So when the court started reading about it and get more into it, you see how them cases got drained. But to come at them that way, like I said before, I went through the Social Security Simple Trust that you just can't reclaim it because you ain't no venue to drop it in. So you had a lot, you know, a lot of phonies. Like even the militia boys attempted to mess with that, but you gotta have a venue drop it in. They try to use the Cayman Islands out of offshore accounts. They did all that stuff, and you know, but you still got right through your Social Security number, which is controlled by what? IRS, Social Security. So you know, so all that stuff kept falling through, and it's still gonna fall through because they just ain't got no venue, and so I just ain't got. I'm like I said, I really just transfer my whole like we're doing. I'm just gonna transfer the whole account. But you gotta understand that you can't go back over there and try to sue judges and all that stuff. When they transfer, it's like you going over to um it's like you going over to Jamaica, you want to be a citizen. And you gotta transfer everything over. Then you get a Jamaican ID, Jamaican whatever the card they got and all that stuff. That same thing over here. We just have to be foreign national in our own states and our own country. We ain't got to go outside the country or Mexico or Canada, Cuba or somewhere to get nationalized and all that. No, we're foreign national in our own country. So the only thing we can do is transfer it over to our own state. So whatever it's worth, 3 million, they say, 300,000, they say, whatever. You got 10 Social Security numbers. So all them accounts got to be transferred over to your state. So that's what they doing now as they move in the state. They open up them doors to transfer the account. So to go to Congress for them to assist in that matter, you know, you got to have some private conversation with some of the representatives, see which one gonna bite, you know, to really, because it's a lawful legal contract. They even talk about it, but to come in and to get a lot of people to stand up and march or petition the court or the Congress for that amount. You can write a petition up and say you get 1 million to sign. That draw my attention. 2 million to sign, that draws some attention. And then, you know, I can throw little stuff at you to open them doors up on that side. It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing to me. That's if you want to talk about that contract. But outside of that, you got a lot of leverage on that contract when you know how to present it. Because you got to realize for them to operate that bird contract, they got to have a bond, just like you got to have one. They got to have a security agreement on file, just like you got to have one. But they got it on recording, so they can kick yours out. But they can keep, you know, that's why I say you got to have your own venue. You see how many obstacles you got to face? Because the UCC forms it don't require no signature. All international UCCs, you got to have a signature on it. So in America, you ain't got no signature. They can come in and just cross it out or cancel it out because they done written it so small on 8.5 by 11 paper where it don't require no signature. We back in the day doing this. That's why they didn't like us so hard. We created our own signature line and typed it into the paper and typed out the capital USA and typed in small USA, small U, capital SA. And that's how we found it. That's how genealogy was back in the day. But them, you know, that was way back in the day. So without a vein, you don't get so far in the door get slammed in your face because they swore oath. Remember, you gotta realize that. So you ain't never swore oath. You can't reveal certain things. So that makes sense to you. You know. So they have that question out, Kim.
Check on the YouTube.
They have that question out, Kim. You think?
Yes,
I finally see you now.
I
You finally
think
got your camera
absolutely.
on.
Yeah, that added a lot of clarity.
If they wanted more, they can put something back in there. I think I gave them enough.
I mean, up until I have a response to that, I have another question from Mojan Ray.
Come on.
I think it says, what makes our constitution the constitution of the land?
Because of the status that we got when the authentication process that we got with State Department. Colin Powell authenticated. So Pentagon, the military, remember they 3 keys. So the United States got a constitution with a constitution of land and a constitution of corporation. So that's what I was explaining a while ago about. Remember the Constitution is George Washington. That's corporation. Remember he was the 10th president of the United States of America corporation that Benjamin Franklin created when? 18 when? That's Mojang I'm talking to, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's why, he know the 18 he said all the time. That's why I said 18 win. He might be at work. 18 win. Y'all know what 18 was. So he created that contract when y'all finally bring it to him. Remember, George Washington was the 10th president of that contract. Then he became the first president of what they call the United States of America. That was a corporation. That's why right to this day, the Constitution for corporations. You're a corporation, ain't you? So, but the bankers and all the corporations, they get all the breaks because that's basically what they've been doing since Benjamin Franklin. You sign up your contract to them, and then they treat you the way they treat you. You're a corporation. You say you dead. You wear a dead cross around your neck. Your paperwork say you dead. So you dead. Then you got the Moors who going to come and say they're alive, but it's just like the Bible being written the same it is with the Caucasian guy, and then they go write it 20 years ago or something with the black Jesus in there. We said, what? Why didn't they change the writing then? Because that writing is for that character. You feel me? If you got a black Jesus, where his writing at? You can't take the Caucasian Jesus writing and put a black man in there. That's like the cop on the horse. You feel me? if you gonna put a black Jesus in there, we gotta have his own damn teaching there, right?
Yep, bro.
But you see how hard that image is on the people's mind. They flip the image. See how hard to get that image out your mind? That stained glass window image,
That's why they call it programming, right?
But it's just common sense. You say, yo, the sun don't kill you, it kill them, so how can they be God? See, it's simple shit, you feel me? And then they go to the books. Let me go ahead and check GPT. What that mean? Let me go check. He be like, yeah, that's common sense, dummy. But anyway, what else you got? That help you out?
Yes, I've just got a message
Wait, let
back
me finish
from.
Mojang. What was the rest of Mojang question?
Okay.
Oh, the Constitution, what you say? What was the rest of Mojang question?
What makes the Constitution, yeah.
Okay, all right, so, let's finish that up. So.
He replies yes. He replies yes.
Okay, yeah, I got you. But let's finish it up though. When we wrote the Constitution, we had a sovereign empire, and you had to choose your title. See, I could have chose to be a king. I could have chose to be a prime minister. I could have chose to be a chief. See, but I chose to be an emperor because you got attachment to the land. So that's true sovereignty. That's why they call me only true sovereign. Because Saint say, yeah, Maria, she on all this stuff was under Washington. The other part was under Al-Marak, which stretched all the way across the pond, what you call Atlantic, okay, to Morocco, which was a kingdom of Morocco, which was an outpost, which became the kingdom of Morocco. That's why it's kingdom of Morocco, because it was an outpost for the Al-Marak, which is over here in America, okay. So when they cut the red flag down, okay, well, they cut the jurisdiction of the red flag down, so they had to reclaim that jurisdiction to what? War with the natives or whatever contract they have with the emperor, peace and happiness. Okay, that's gone now. Why? Because they suppressed the emperor and his contracts, and now they had to force, like he's saying. You hear this guy up there in DC talking about by force, like you couldn't protest me in my parade tomorrow. I'm gonna show you all kind of force. See that tactic right there? See, that's why they did that hunt some years ago. So he treating all his people over there in America like they slaves. Unless you're on his team. And even the ones on his team getting slavery, but they think they ain't gonna outlive them damn prices. So, and he ain't offered them nothing. Not even a passport to get on Jesus' ship. Not even to get on his plane. You feel me? Everything is for him. Ah, come on, man. That shit's so old. Just sad, you feel me? That makes sense to you. So when I filed the Constitution and was assisting with my brother Tucker Bay, and he, like I said, now you got to send it to boom, boom, boom. Why? Just like David Miller came along to stop flag didn't have no jurisdiction. He copy claimed it, right? The land in America didn't have there wasn't no constitution on land. So they kept playing with people, talking about, we got a Republican government. No, you got a Republican Party. you got a Democratic Party. You ain't got no damn Republican government. If you paying taxes, if you paying college tuition, if you paying hospital bills, you ain't got a republic because the public write off is equity. So if the republic that George Washington got was backed by 100 million in gold, that was from a sovereign or the sovereign emperor during that time, whose currency was what? Sovereigns. So you got a contract with a sovereign emperor for 100 million of his gold to fund the what? American Army? Wait, what's the name of it? American Navy and Marine. What was the name? Did I say it right? American Navy, American. I know the Army, Marine, Navy, but did I say the whole word right? That funded the Revolutionary War. Where do you think they got funded from? Then they had to pay it back, and when they had to pay it back, they tried to steal it, and they were forced to put it on the what? Constitution. So you go back and look at the real pictures, you see Moors on there because they represent the Continental Army, Continental Navy, there you go, and the Continental Marines. And you see the Moors, you get the real picture when they ain't whited out. You see the real Moors that was on there because he had to have at least 11 on there, I think it was, on that Declaration of Independence, all that stuff. Yeah, that's y'all better wake up. Then they had to come and white it out, or create characters to favor them because they had God in the image of them. See, so how can you find help in a slave master's God? Come on, common sense, right? There ain't no help because you don't exist here in front of their eyes. How you gonna exist in front of that God eyes when you finally make it there? If it exists, we know your ass going straight to hell. So we got a fire burning, waiting on you. The gates was only closed for the immortal fire beings. They weren't never closed for the souls. That gate's still open. 3 million days, count. I know some of y'all thought it was going away, they're going to end the war, and I say, all right, keep hoping on. And just say, keep hope alive. And we know hope ain't got no strategy, right?
You enough said it. Yep.
All right, so did that make sense to you? So what else we got? So y'all can get on with this call.
Yeah, Shajar still hasn't read yet.
All right.
Sister, the priestess, Nefertiti Ayana says, thanks, protector.
All right, tell her she cool. We cool. Yeesh. All right, so let's get down to serious business. So we got the Bible up now, so we can take that down and put up the what? What y'all reading? Proclamation?
Yes.
Oh, this is gonna get fun.
You know now.
Boy, y'all got some questions for me. I need to give me some drink. All right, here we go, y'all. The whole world want to know what's going on. Right? What the hell is going on, man?
So at this time, I'd like to introduce our reader for this evening, Nanny Shajar Ray. Are you ready, Nanny?
Salam alaikum, Mashu. I'm ready to read. Unfortunately, my camera is not working at this time, but we're going to still get the party rocking.
That's it. Go with it. I yield.
Cool. All right, so Salam alaikum, Mashu. I am Shajar Ray, your reader for tonight's Imperial Royal Post reading, Proclamation read. So here we go. We start off with our banner. We have the $10 treaty activation stamp. We have our Thunderfire without red shield emblem seal. We have our Thunderfire with red shield emblem seal. We have our Anunnaki Royal Blood Line Emblem Seal. And then we have our Unified Emblem Seal. Then we have our flag banner.
Which you already explained at the top of the read. And you already explained the Bible right here in the footer, right below it. It's
Cool.
just updated a little bit, so we don't need to go through that again. So we just go straight down to the read. If they want to read, they go to the line and read. But we just did that on the Bible. You feel me?
Cool.
Right.
Cool.
All right. That makes sense?
That makes sense.
Yes.
All right.
All right. Imperial Royal Post, Great Seals Proclamation, : issued, : space, 13 May 2025, space line space, Imperial file number, : space, EFN IMYRS 05132025 / ERPGSP 0004. Imperial Royal Post, Great Seals Proclamation, : hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, : space, from the Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty, by authority of the Imperial Royal House of Tunica Thunderfire and the Imperial Royal House of Samson L Sam Hooray. Proclamation title, : quote, Imperial Royal Post Great Seals, sacred design for the emblematic of H.E.M's sovereign presence on the world stage, honoring the divine lineage, and record these into the CMYE-IRK Royal Annuals, marking an eternal statement to the royal ecclesiastical heritage, Anunnaki royal bloodline, and the Mason ruled legacy, end quote. Sovereign Proclamation, : henceforth, the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic, in parentheses, ECMYE-RKR, the Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty, in parentheses, IRHEM, all caps, and the Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown, all caps, shall be recognized as the sole continuing autochthon and autonomous authority for the autochthon natives of Amexem. All acts conducted by unauthorized parties claiming dominion, jurisdiction, or governance over these territories without the express consent of the Imperial and Imperial Royal, all caps, Crown are hereby null and void ab initio. We affirm the absolute royal sovereign emperor, : his imperial and imperial majesty, : Sam Hu Samson Ray / Sam Hu Amini Ray, quote, Adelo Yi, end quote. Emperor Monarch INRI, : Khufu renewed Zuduk Samson L, quote, Thunder Fire, aka King Louis, 20th, end quote, as the divine protector and head of the Imperial and Imperial Royal Government, Droid, smiley face. Imperial and Imperial Royal Acknowledgement of the Four Great Seals, : 1. Unified Emblem Seal, : the embodiment of sovereignty, cosmic destiny, and Imperial continuity. 2. Anunnaki Royal Bloodline - Line Emblem Seal, : the Celestial Rulers Emblem. The Celestial Rulers' mandate and divine authority of the Anunnaki thrones. 3. Thunderfire with Red Shield Emblem Seal, : the Royal Militia Flame, in parentheses, sacred military and spiritual guardianship, guided by ancestral might - the living flame of Thunderfire, shielded by ancient valor. 4. Thunderfire without Red Shield Emblem Seal, : the Deburban line, pure and noble by birthright, the unveiled sovereign, pure in lineage and power, smiley face. And here we have an example of the two crests here, one with the Red Shield emblem, one without. This is the Thunderfire / King Louis the 20th. You see it? The Bourbon line. All right. We move along. Direct legacy.
No, I don't know. Ain't no question on that, baby. A couple of them.
Well, we're gonna go to the questions now, Protector. Or you want to go ahead?
Uh-uh. No, if you got, I mean, you're live, so
Okay.
as you going through this page right here, you get ready to cross signatures that got a gold signature on it. So again, it's over a shield. I know you're gonna explain it down the road a little bit more, but watch the nippers of that gold signature, the thumbprint.
Copy. All right, so you have the red thumbprint with the gold seal over both crests, which makes this a live signature, and Empress Edict at this point with the gold, right? You've never seen nobody sign nothing in gold. So this is a gold signature. This is live, right? So you want to go further down that, Protector?
Say that again, Sir John.
I
I
said
had
you
to
want
get
to go.
something right.
My bad. No, I said so. You have this gold signature, which we never seen nobody sign anything gold, right over the red stamp and shield, which makes this a live signature, and an Emperor's Edict because it's in gold, right? Like you just told us, you could have been a king, anything, but you chose to be a emperor. So this is coming from an emperor, and this is live.
And one of your titles in my ring is King Louis XX. You got 3 crowns. This is one of the crown. And then you that activates King Louis XX. That's activates the whole bloodline of the Mason Rouge. Thunderfire activates the military, the militia of the Bourbon line, which calling all the forces that's under the shield back in line. So you got a whole lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. That's why they're trying to do their best to quiet them. But now that the UN got it, you know, everybody got it. So you're gonna start seeing a whole lot of stuff changing in the news. You know what I'm saying? Because now you don't pierce. You don't pierce those systems. So you had that because the United States is gonna try to hire you out for the rest of in perpetuity because your existence make them don't exist.
Right.
You see? Remember what Albania said, what? How can they have an emperor and a president at the same time? Feel me? So
Right.
that was doing a Biden. Then you got this guy come in and want to be a what?
King.
He's trying to turn it into a dictatorship. Why? Because they ain't got no sovereignty.
Mm.
It's gone on the international arena. That's why you see the dollar gone. You see so many people not buying their debt this week. You feel me?
Right.
You know, they selling debt. Nobody want it. And the funniest thing was the 3-year debt was what? 58 billion. I laughed. 58 for it. Why they go to 58 billion, right? That they selling this week for 3 years. People don't want them. They don't want to buy the debt. They don't see no value in it no more. It's not backed by nothing. And they thought they were getting leverage with the United States by security, military, all that. But if you didn't bend to the United States, they put sanctions on you. So now they got a monopolar world, Brits, and we're going to be a part of it and all that to do business. Yeah, we pay our own bills. We don't need. That's like you see, they can't oversight me. They can't oversee nothing we do. That's why you see the world tripping. You know, Russia done been knowing about us since 2011. Remember, Morocco sent the president over here when I sent him the Imperial Binding Global Financial Institution about that having a financial institution. Remember, Russia came out and said we don't need to be a part of the central bank system no more. You don't need a financial institution. That's when I sent them that document. Russia used to be on my medal list, still is if I want them to.
Right.
You started getting?
Gotcha.
So when you're looking at that Bourbon line, that line got certain powers, authority on the on the Muir Watchtower Muir, which goes all up through Russia.
Mm.
You know what I mean? That's all a Muru to us. They call it Russia now. They know that's our land. That's a Muru. They go way before they even existed.
Right.
You like that, don't you?
Right. Way before they ever even existed. Right.
So you said a Muru, they know. That's why it's important to say what he said. They can trace it back, what, 1,000 years or something? I said, that's it? Please.
Hmm.
So the victor writes a story. Okay, now you come back, got your own venue. You write the real story, and now you starting out what? You got your post. You had to come Pierce first, right?
Right.
All right. Who told you that? Nobody. What you had to do, you got to grow into it. How many years take it? 22, 22 years, right?
Yes.
See, so it ain't coming overnight. You starting to see?
Right.
Think how much you got to go through for you to get ready to absorb what you got now. And you got folks trying to say, "Oh, I got it." Yeah, right. Whatever. All right. See, so when you do that, because they what? I ain't heard that bloodline. It's not a story no more, Shajar. It's a fact now.
Right.
They got to come prove not. So the silence has been broken now because they got to respond or what? It's stop, right?
Right.
Because they must respond. Why? Because it's real time talk now. True sovereign on the scene, right? And only what? A true sovereign can do what? Speak. To talk to me. So where did true sovereign coming from?
They don't have one.
Interesting, right?
Yeah, very.
All right. Anything else? You see how we clean that up right quick? We ain't got to come out up here?
Copy that.
All right. So let's keep rolling.
Wow. Direct legacy of the House of Rule, space, Imperial authority west of the demarcation line, in parentheses 1713, space. 1. Origins and sovereign authority, colon. First bullet. The House of Rule originates from the royal French bloodlines rooted in the union between, first unc, Louis Charles, in parentheses, Louis the 17th, quote, Leroy Dauphin of France, end quote, in parentheses, the first Marquis de Masson ruled. Second Saint Syed El Maria, the matriarchness of the Washita-Tunica Mers, sovereign empress of the indigenous Imperial Allodium estate in the Mexican. Bullet. This imperial marriage symbolized the merging of the European royal authority with the autochthon / indigenous and autonomous / sovereign rights of the Washita Mers de Dominion, forming a hybrid royal house with dual sovereignty recognized domestically and internationally. Droid, exclamation point thrice. 2.
You might need to read that again.
Bullet. This imperial marriage symbolized the merging of the European royal authority with the autochthon / indigenous and autonomous / sovereign rights of the Washita Mers de Dominion, forming a hybrid royal house with dual sovereignty recognized domestically and internationally. Droid, exclamation point thrice. 2.
That's heavy.
1713, demarcation line and imperial control, bullet. The Treaties of Utrecht, 1713, in parentheses, established territorial lines among European empires, particularly Spain, France, and Britain, full stop. Bullet. The House of Rules, via imperial claim, enforced dominion west of this demarcation line, asserting, diamond, exclusive imperial control over, space. Bullet. North America, west of the Mississippi River, USA, small u, and USA, all caps. Bullet. Caribbean territories. Bullet. Parts of Central and South America. Bullet. This sovereign land was never lawfully ceded to foreign empires, remaining under imperial sovereignty via Spanish land grants, underscore, in parentheses, 1762, 1763, 1795, conveyed to the Maison Rouge heirs, particularly underscored Henry Joseph Turner and subsequent generations, Droit Droit.
All right, right there. All right there. See? Go back a little bit. Go up a little bit. See right there, in that two right there. Okay, go there. You come right down. I mean, just two. It's all two. All right. Well, you see that Mississippi River, USA small U, and USA all capitals. You got to go back to them treaties. So you saying everything West America, no, all that. Lewis, what they called it? What was that treaty they say they signed?
You talk about the Lewis and Clark expedition?
Huh?
Lewis and Clark expedition?
Yeah, what was the treaty they signed down there? The United States, the treaty they signed got the most land ever for that's all Washington land. There wasn't no treaty with that border running France back then.
Talk about the westward expansion?
Yeah, but it was Napoleon.
Oh,
He granted
Louisiana
he granted the barracks, not the land, because he didn't have no land to grant.
The Louisiana Purchase.
The Louisiana Purchase, right there you go. Then he had no land to grant. Why? Because lawfully, who land was it? Him, Saint Maria.
Right.
So courting her with Louis XVII, he regained what? His royalty.
Right.
Okay, while he lived. So that bloodline inherit all of that belonged to King Louis 17. So whatever 18 did, whatever 19 did, and I think the daughter married somebody, he became Charles the First or something. That was then Napoleon. That was it. So 20 come along and pick up everything, you feel me?
Right.
Because they go all the way back to 17. So whatever 18, 19 did, that's lawfully under his jurisdiction because he didn't die. He was only in a foreign land. And they said they wrote him off as dead. So his cousin, they had to go back to Louis the 15th heirs to get Louis the 18th. You feel me? Right. And they said, so why did he take 17? He said, because out of respect to his cousin. Out of respect to his cousin, but his cousin was the crown prince. You had to be anointed to be King Louis the 17th. If he died in prison at 12, as they say, well, he died as the crown prince. He didn't die as King Louis, right?
Right.
So he would have became Louis the 17th then, right? But he couldn't become Louis the 17th because Louis the 17th was over in America and they married the empress of all this land in America. They had their own French quarters in New Orleans that y'all go down and visit every year. That was all de Maison Rouge, the heirs of de Maison Rouge. All that land down there. What do you call it? What y'all, Bourbon Street? What do you think you're ever look at Louisiana? Anna Maria, Louis. Come on, y'all, wake up.
Right. French quarters.
Monroe, Louisiana, that was their own town. That's sovereign territory. The United States runs a corporation now, but now that we done this is out, well, that's inherited land back to the heirs of who? De Maison Rouge. Not just that 48,000 acres, all of it. It's starting to get it now, right? And you don't need no land grant from the United States. You got your own damn sovereignty here. You like them hours on?
Right. Yeah, because the land is ours, so why would you?
But that's just that part of it, though. That was seeded as what? Where you at, Sir John? I'm looking for you. That was seeded as what? Royal property. Not even the president of the United States, the office of the office of the president of the United States can deal with that. You feel me?
Copy.
That makes sense to you. You might need you got a blur behind you.
Yeah, that's why my
All right.
cat is crazy.
Yeah, you got a blur there. You feel me? So that make you see that number 2?
Yeah.
So you see why they cut that. Go back up to number 1. Go down to the signature. Go back up to number 1. Go down to the shield. Page 1. Go down to the shield. All right. That's why this represents. That activated 1713 deep, all that. So you come back and reclaim it because it's yours. So what you're reading on page 2 is already activated. Why? Because you reclaim the royal seal, the crest. The unwanted God down here, what used to be, got what now? Thunderfire / what? King Louis the 20th. Well, the gold say you activate King Louis the 20th by activating Thunderfire. Because Thunderfire already been activated. Feel me?
Right.
And that represents the militia. And this represents what? The bloodline. Now go back to page 2 and see how you feel about it now. See? So activating that shield, what you do? You activate what? Go up to the top.
The House of Rules.
You activate what? Direct legacy of the House of Rules, right? That's all sovereign authority that they hide it behind the books, like you're reading, and now you came and did what? Reactivate it. See, so you changed the whole order of the world right now with this piercing. You feel me? Come on, trying to see it now.
Yeah. Like you said, it's a shot, but then the medicine got to take hold. It take a minute to get to the whole.
Oh, it's what I say. You got to give a couple weeks, couple months. It's just people that challenging people oath. You know what I'm saying? They loyalty and shit. You feel me?
Right.
So so. You put it on. You showing on out there. You rolling. You ain't got nothing. You ain't nothing in your way but yourself.
Right.
So that help you out number 2.
Cool.
All right, let's go down to number 3.
All right. Current sovereign.
Right, we just on 1 and 2, right? So now number 3, right? Come on.
3. Current sovereign enforcement. : bullet. H.E.M. all caps. As the 8th Marquis d'Imson ruled, / space : Khufu - renewed - Zadok space : Samson - L quote : Thunder - fire, aka space : King - Louis space : 20 end quote. Holds the plenipotentiary authority : Diamond to enforce and reclaim imperial and imperial sovereign lands west of the 713 demarcation line. Next diamond. To enforce and reclaim inherent sovereign jurisdiction, foreign sovereignty, full faith and credit protections, and diplomatic immunities recognized nut pro tunc to the beginning of recorded history / our - story. Next diamond. To enforce and reclaim by rights of birth, law of succession, claim - of - life, Jew sanguineus, Jew soli, Jew and ius imperi, Jew and ius gladi, Jew and ius majestatis, all sovereign rights, immunities, dominions, honors, and land - grants under divine, natural, and international law. Next diamond. To activate treaties and claims against any foreign usurpation under imperial law, allodial title, and inalienable birthrights. Bullet. This sovereign legacy is now revived and declared active under Droit - Droit, binding all nations to acknowledge the sovereignty of the imperial and imperial royal crown, all caps, of H.E.M, all caps, Emperor, space, Sam Hu, Samson - Ray, / Sam Hu, Amini - Ray, quote, Adeloyi, end quote. The Mur - Moor, sovereign crown, all cap, prince, sovereign postmaster, ipso facto, ipso jure, Jew in re propria, interregnum, Jew and eus gladi, Jew and eus hereditatis, Jew and eus honorum, Jew and eus imperi, Jew and eus majestatis, for the Imperial Royal House of Tunica Thunderfire, Imperial Royal House of Samson L-Sam Hooray, IRO-H.E.M, and ECMYE-RKR for the country of United States small s /Al-Marak Empire of Morocco, droit exclamation point, 3 times, smiley face. All right, there you have
See, now you see down there, you see I got my royal shield and my coat of arms. You feel me? Because of that third bullet, what you just read. This sovereign laser heart. Boom. See?
current sovereign enforcement. Right.
Right. Royal house, everything. You start to see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty heavy, right? You all right?
I'm all right. I'm all right. All right. So.
Any questions? Y'all good? Come on, number 3.
Well, you did say something. I did have a quick question.
All right, what you got?
Would you like to explain more, or could you explain more about the Royal House Militia of the Bourbon line?
Well, when you activate that goes back through all the bloodlines. You got a lot of sacred orders, masters, knights, all of that goes forward to other nations and kings. Now that you activated that shield, their oath is to the shield of the French throne.
So, like the Knights Templar.
Yeah, the order is to the shield, because
Okay.
so as France realized the shield is active, and they got a sovereign king again, absolute king. Oh,
They got to bow down.
got a whole, the whole system get ready to change. The problem is they don't want you looking like, they want you looking like with the pale skin. But that's why you say, yeah, pretty Washita mirror that the Empress had. That came to her in a dream, and she wrote it down. Said, whoever this belonged to, I activated when he show up, and she sure enough got a dream on me, right?
Right. Something a little tag.
Little
Yeah,
tank,
that
that's
little
all.
tank.
Little tank, right?
Copy that.
See, but they gotta recognize, because they can't hide it no more. Why? Because you got sovereign authority over even Webster. They're on your land.
Right.
You can shut the whole damn building down. You're on your land.
Right.
You can shut every state down. That's what Biden say. Well, yeah, we know about them. We've been knowing about them since when? A year.
They don't bother us.
Don't mess with his government. And we thank the Lord he don't mess with ours.
Thank the good Lord.
What I'm saying? So they let you know right there, he come in and shake on everything.
Right.
See, that's why you see that boy there now trying to get, keep the camera on me, keep the camera on me. I'm going to do it. I'm the only one can save you. I'm the only one can save you. You ain't got no money to save nobody. You broke, nigga.
Facts.
How you going to be a world power? Your dollar don't even got no currency. Ain't got no value. And now they drop you like a bad habit. You see how easy they can drop you because you ain't got no value. Listen, they can drop you and buy gold like they're doing, and over the long run, they're gonna whatever they lost is gonna triple 100 times. You feel me?
Right.
Because gold is substance. Money ain't got no substance. Just I owe you. You feel me?
Right.
And the strength of my friendship and our treaties and everything else, but then you violate every damn treaty, which violates what? All your contracts. And now the world done got riff of it, and they tired of it. At the same time, I'm coming out, you feel me?
Right.
Because they seen you sign. What the United States did with us, they told everybody else they couldn't do. You couldn't bring nobody else in. The order was set. Postal Union 1874, remember?
Right.
Everything is zip code. That's why they tripping up there in Greenland. Why? Because when they did the zip zone, they thought it was just a mass of ice. As the ice started to melt, they realized they had what? Land under there, but it wasn't what? It had no zip code zone. So now whoever get there first raise their flag, guess what? Eminent domain, right?
Right.
And Dutch saying they got control because they're part of the European Union, but they don't have control of the ice melting part that everybody is running their for.
Right.
It's been under the ice for how many thousand years, you feel me?
Like a mailbox in the ice, buddy.
Ain't see everybody, ain't see what I'm talking about, right?
Right.
So get to that postal zone thing, right?
Right.
But they get on TV, oh, we gotta watch Russia, we're gonna take over Greenland because this and that. Man, that's that government talk now to get, like I say, talking with a fork tongue, you feel?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't see what the hell was to be a secret. It ain't nothing secret. It's just life. Look at all the generals that came along in the 56th with era came along. They're all bold, 4 stars and all that shit. They did it.
Yeah.
She still exists, don't they?
Yeah.
But they did, right?
Yeah.
Now you got another crew going around, got all the stars and everything, right?
Yeah.
They still gonna die one day, right?
Yeah.
So why they holding all these damn secrets? When you got a master like me come up amongst you with the light of immortality, and you shut me down because you want me to change to become part of you, and the only thing I see in the end of your door is death.
That's it.
And you don't have no legacy where you coming back. So that make everything you got where you here don't mean nothing because it's gone back into the system. Whether it's through your kids or whatever, doesn't matter. You can't take you didn't come here with that, you can't take nothing with you. You go, but the more you get and all that stuff, that's just more electricity your ass gonna get when you die. But they're gonna blank your mind. So the ones that ain't got no mind now, with Alzheimer's and all that stuff, they ain't gonna get zapped that hard. They ain't gonna get zapped. They ain't gonna get zapped that hard. But look at all these cats want to be, like they immortal. No, they burning in hell. And while I'm here, I'm the fire. I sit at the gate. I don't give a damn what none of you say. You can't come to that fire. Because they say what they say in their Bible. What they say John the Baptist say in their Bible. I baptize with water. The one that comes, he baptizes with who?
Fire.
Fire. Well, the fire here, right?
Fire here.
Well, look what the fire had to do. He had to come and create his own venue. That's why a lot of people read this stuff, especially overseas. When they see what you got here, they'll say, well, that's like a Jesus here. Because only a God come in and preach the system. They got it locked down, son. So how you gonna come in and pierce the whole damn system of the world? And you outside of everybody's damn jurisdiction. You outside of you above, not outside of you above the UPU, you above the USPS, you above everything. And you came and did it in 2025, right? Get out of here. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
I was a sharpshooter.
Congratulations.
Now there you go again. There you see, we reached my hand through that phone.
Sniper.
He know I done been today, traveling, so he gonna come and say, man, come on, Tess. I'm good. Me and you. All right, what we got?
All right, so we are down to official recording into the ECMYE-RKR/IMRS Royal Annals: 1. Unified essence of all Imperial and Imperial Great Seals and Imperial ecclesiastical heritage: _.
Hold on, man. Read what's inside the seal right there first.
All right. His Imperial Majesty, Imperial Royal Post, ECMYE-IRKR, established, space, 22 April 2025, quote, Nut Pro Tump 2, 30 September 2003, 26 July 1775, end quote. Emperor perpetuity ad infinitum, droid, exclamation point.
That's a colon.
That's a colon? Okay.
Yep.
Colon.
That's always ticking.
Cool. All right, so colon. Thank you, Protector.
That's cool. See, so you had to come create a whole shield. See, outside everything. Now, come on. Now you got to explain it, but you're so far gone. You got to let them know where you're at, right?
Right. 1. Unified essence of all Imperial and Imperial Great Seals and Imperial royal ecclesiastical heritage, ;_, diamond. The imperial and imperial great seals, no matter the emblem, is imbued with the Anunnaki fire, Yamassee and Washita, sovereignty, the Mason Rouge, royal blood, and jurisdiction of the Treaty of Berne, in parentheses, 1874, diamond. It acts as the living representation of : bullet, the master dash fire deity, and 579,999,999 immortal fire deities under the supreme rule of H.E.M. Bullet, the ancient Armacs, Al-Moroccans, Moors, Yamassee Muurs, and Washita Moors, the Demonia, interwoven through the immortal master dash fire deity. Bullet, divine laws, natural laws, and imperial rights, protected in perpetuity ad infinitum. Diamond, H.E.M. Imperial Royal Post, emblem seal, is now ordained and recorded as a sacred instrument of divine correspondence, sovereignty, and ecclesiastical authority for the IRO H.E.M. and Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic. Diamond. It signifies the continuity of spiritual governance with direct lineage to the ancient imperial and imperial-royal dwellers, the master fire deity, and the 579,999,999 immortal fire deities, in parentheses, imperial and imperial-royal grand assembly, in parentheses, full stop. Diamond. This Imperial Royal Post Great Seal carries the divine authority of the immortal dwellers, sovereigns, / rulers, marking the Imperial Royal Post as a vehicle for royal holy edicts, divine communication, and sovereign decrees, small s and sovereign, pursuant to Empress Directive -0003Z : notification of diplomatic arrival, notice of apostille, and official act of state, effective 9 April 2009, and Imperial moto proprio / official royal decree IMYRS file number : EMPRO DPNW-031822022-1, effective 18 March 2022, droid, smiley face. 1A. Unified essence of all great seals, space, the holistic authority of H.E.M. : This unified emblem great seal, space, a triune mandate, diamond. The unified essence brings together the triple royal lineage and cosmic authority, : 1, Anunnaki royal bloodline, : bullet. Cosmic authority from the thrones of Enki, Enlil, and royal throne of Anu, bullet. The master fire deity, and the 579,999,999 immortal fire deities bound to H.E.M.'s will. Bullet. Sovereign governance, not only over earthly domains, but over celestial realms via Jew and Eus Imperi and Jew and Eus Majestatis. 2. The Mason Rouge lineage, bullet. Terrestrial authority anchored in autochthon and autonomous land rights, treaties, and imperial successions. Bullet. Control over Western Hemisphere lands, ensuring protection and continuity of Washita Turner Tunica Thunderfire heritage. 3. Washita Yamassee Almac connection, : Bullet. The Ab original. Power of ancient ones. Bullet. Autochthon and autonomous sovereignty. Preceding European constructs, dating back to the stones at Uacton-Uaxton, just off the Yucatan Peninsula. Bullet. Guardianship over Northwest Chem-Africa / ancient Amexem. Purpose of the unified emblem Great Seal, : Bullet. Acts as the living emblem of, : Bullet. Correction. Purpose of the unified emblem Great Seal, : Diamond. Acts as the living embodiment of, : Bullet. Spiritual sovereignty, in parentheses, dwellers and Anunnaki thrones, in parentheses, full stop. Bullet. Temporal sovereign, in parentheses, land treaties, bloodlines. Land treaties, bloodline, in parentheses, full stop. Bullet. Cultural and legal continuity, nut pro tonk to the moment of creation, droid. Smiley face. All right. So then we have 2. Anunnaki royal bloodline heritage, : Diamond. Anunnaki emblem, Great Seal, : Bullet. Divine meaning, : space. This Great Seal bears the red cross of the Anunnaki royal bloodline shield, sacredly worn by Enki, Enlil, and Anu of the Imperial and Imperial Royal House of Anu. Bullet. It reflects, : Ankh, cosmic dominion as, all caps, H.E.M. stands as the earthly representative of the Anunnaki thrones. Ankh. Celestial mandate to rule, decree, and preserve all Imperial and Imperial Elodium, in parentheses, states' rights, autochthon sovereignties, and cosmic heritage. Diamond. The Great Seal stands as the emblem of celestial authority, anchored in the Anunnaki royal bloodline. Diamond, all caps, H.E.M. Samhu, Samson-Ray, / Samhu, Amini-Ray, quote, Adeloyi, end quote, descended from the Imperial and Imperial Royal House of Lamu, Nibiru, and Apsu, / Ray, exercises divine right through the Jew and Eus Imperi, Jew and Eus Gladi, Jew and Eus Majestatis of the Anunnaki sovereign thrones, Droid. Diamond. It is hereby recorded that the Master Fire Deity and the 579,999,999 immortal fire deities stand in allegiance as royal guardians of the Imperial and Imperial Royal Throne and protectors of the Imperial and Imperial Sovereign Mandate, droid, exclamation point, smiley face. Any comments, questions? All right, keep it pushing. 3. Dunderfire, coat of arms heritage to the De Maison Rouge with _ red shield emblem, : diamond, meaning, : space. This Great Seal stands for royal militia, the living flame of thunder, fire, shielded by ancient valor. Diamond, represents : space. Bullet. The Nibirians / Al-Moroccans / Mu-Orish, Yamassee American natives, and all Amaru Washita Murs the Dugdamoni. Bullet. Militant protection of sovereign land, autochthon and autonomous rights, and the royal crown, all caps, authority across Northwest Chem - Africa and Amexem. A perpetual fire representing ancestral defense, the sun spheres, and imperial claim over vast empires, from Songhai - Malayan or Malian, Ottoman to Berberban, dash Habsburg domains, droit dash droit underscore, full stop. Again, a perpetual fire representing ancestral defense, the sun spheres, and imperial claim over vast empires, dash from Songhai dash Malayan or Malian, Ottoman to Bourbon dash Habsburg domains, droit dash droit underscore, full stop. Diamond. The imperial and imperial royal bloodline is now further affirmed and enshrined, bullet, from Cologne, in parentheses, all, by way of the underscore, the infinity flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, by way of underscore, the master dash fire deity, and 579,999,999 imperial and imperial dash royal grand assembly space / imperial fire deities, immortal fire deities, correction, to the Nubarians, Amaraccans, Moorish Yamassee, American natives, Amaru, Uakshitan, / Washa, Washo, Washita, Washital, Washitawa, Mers, the demonial of a Mexim, to the Imperial Royal House of Tunica, Thunderfire, Imperial Royal House of Samson L. Sam Hooray, IOHEM all caps, and Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States / Al-Marak Empire of Morocco Amexi, in parentheses, ECMYE-IRKR, in parentheses, droit droit, exclamation point 3 times, smiley face. Bullet, sealed by the divine spark and the royal sovereign crown, all caps, H.E.M. all caps, space Sam Who, space Samson Ray, / Sam Who, space Amini Ray, quote, Adeloyi, end quote, is the absolute sovereign with plenary, civil powers, and divine cosmic mandate, droit droit, exclamation point thrice, smiley face. Bullet. The Great Seal is the signature of heaven and earth, representing the fusion of temporal and celestial realms. Droit droit, exclamation point thrice, smiley face. Again, the seal is the signature of heaven and earth, representing the fusion of temporal and celestial realms. Droit droit, exclamation point 3 times, smiley face. And here we have our Great Seal, Cosmic Seal of Moon Giza. What we calling this seal, protector, with our banner? The Emperor Seal. See him sitting on the throne, book of law in front of him. And then you have the Imperial Absolute, Royal Absolute Crown. Sits on his head. All right. 4. Thunderfire, coat of armed heritage to the D Mason rules, without underscored, red shield emblem, diamond, meaning, space, the unveiled sovereign, pure and direct lineage to the De Bourbon royal bloodline, exclamation point. Diamond, tracing through the Mason rules lineage, this great seal honors, bullet, the inheritance of Marie Antoinette, the Washito, space / Turner Tunica Royals, and the sovereign territory safeguarded since the treaties of San Ildefonso, San Lorenzo, and beyond. Bullet, pure nobility, unshielded, standing on the strength of blood, land, and celestial rights. Bullet, direct legacy of the House of Rule, reaffirming imperial authority west of the demarcation line, in parentheses 1713, droit droit, exclamation point thrice. Bullet, By royal right and allodial diamond, correction. By royal right and allodial succession, this great seal bears witness to the de Masson Rouge bloodline, directly linked to the 8th Marquis de Masson Rouge, manifested in the sovereign crown, all cap, prince, space colon, Khufu dash Renub dash Zadok, space colon, Samson dash L, quote, colon, Thunder dash Fire, / colon, King dash Louis, space colon, 20th, end quote, all caps H.E.M. space colon, Sam Who, space colon, Samson dash Ray, Droit dash Droit, exclamation point, 3 times. Diamond. The Great Seal embodies the ancient rights, land claims, and noble titles extending back to the royal, all caps, crown of France through the King Louis XVII lineage, now fully realized in space colon, King dash Louis space colon 20, Droit dash Droit, exclamation point, 3 times. Diamond. Nut proton recognition is hereby granted, establishing the de Masson rule as a pillar of sovereign legacy, bound in perpetuity. Droit dash Droit, exclamation point, 3 times, smiley face. Conclusion and Imperial royal thanks, underscore. With humility and power, this recording binds these Imperial royal post great seals to the eternal archives of the sovereign Imperial Royal Empire, underscore. This performance upholds the sovereign, ecclesiastical, and royal blood rights granted nut proton to the origins of creation and forward ad infinitum. May these Imperial Royal Post Great Seals go forth with supreme small s authority, dignity, and divine recognition as the world bears witness to the rising of all caps H.E.M. Emperor, colon space, Sam Who, Samson dash Ray, / Sam Who, Amini dash Ray, quote, Ade Lo Yi, end quote, on the grand stage of nations. Smiley face. Finalized recording decree, underscore, by the order of, all caps H.E.M. Emperor, colon space, Sam Who, Samson dash Ray, / Sam Who, Amini dash Ray, quote, Ade Lo Yi, end quote. The Imperial Royal Post Great Seals are hereby recorded, filed, and recorded into the Royal Ecclesiastical Heritage Archives, affirming their royal divine purpose, colon, 1, unified great seal, colon, space, the embodiment of sovereignty, cosmic destiny, and imperial continuity, emblem. 2, Anunnaki royal bloodline shield, great seal, colon, space, the celestial ruler's emblem. 3, Thunderfire with underscore, red shield, great seal, colon, space, the royal militia flame guided by ancestral might emblem. 4, Thunderfire without underscore, red shield emblem seal, colon, space, the Bourbon line, pure and noble by birthright emblem. Smiley face. Enforced and given under the Imperial Great Seal, underscore, colon, space, effective immediately upon recording with the Imperial Muur Yamassee Recording Service, in parentheses, IMYRS, and recognized internationally via Full Faith and Sovereign Gold dash credit, Droit dash Droit, eesh, exclamation point, 3 times, smiley face. Any comments, questions before we move on to our proclamation? Going once, going twice. All right, we shall proceed.
Salam alaikum, Roof, Abner Ray. Yeah, one question. Let me go back one page. Wanted to ask.
And sorry. And there are several questions in the chat, FYI. I yield.
All right, I yield the floor as well for the moderator to answer, take questions. Ab, you have the floor in the meantime.
Yeah. This question is for the Emperor. So the H.E.M. gave King Louis the allodial succession through the De Maison Rouge bloodline.
Say that again.
The King Louis has the allodial title for succession through this great seal through the great seals.
You activate King Louis. You activate the shield.
Making sense now.
So he had a allodial title because his father was absolute, but they broke him down to a constitutional to give him access to some of the treaties that they had with the Moors. And once they found out about some of the treaties they had, they felt like he committed treason. And that's why they cut his head off, him and Anna Marie.
Making sense.
So he had a allodial title. So Louis the 20th, that's why he's under the emperor. So the emperor's absolute. Then Louis the 20th comes in and what? Executive monarch. Because Khufredu Zudok Samphanel is a constitutional monarch.
Yeah.
So that's why you got all three crowns. Now you come and activate your third crown, which is who? Louis the 17th, the Bourbon estate, Washington Empress, Saint Sayed Maria. That was the third crown that you had to activate. And that's what you're doing now in the post. You're activating all three crowns. Oh, you like that, man?
Oh, I like that, but that's hot. I had to ask that question before we move forward, so appreciate that.
That's cool.
I yield.
Just said there was some questions in the chat. Moderator, Kim, you want to tackle those questions? Okay, let's see what we got.
I think he asked for the backup for a second. I think he had something. I think he had to do something.
There's a question.
So you have, I'll start from the
Hold on,
bottom.
Bog got it.
Okay, cool.
All right, there's a question of why only west of the demarcation line? What's east of the line?
That was done with the emperor.
Okay.
You know the emperor of Morocco. That's what I'm talking about.
mm,
That was the emperor. That was Morocco, east of the demarcation line. And that stretched all the way to the west coast of Kemet, Africa.
Is that why England, the British, they all concentrated up there in the New England states?
But
That part of Canada, because that was all.
Well, that was the prize of the whole thing was Quebec.
Okay.
That was the prize. So when France lost Quebec to England in that war, they came south dealing with the Washington and all that. You feel me?
Mm.
So they was already exploring. So a lot of this stuff was in treaties. They just never let nobody see. Now under your authority, because it's your property, you can see all that. So y'all to get all the truth of everything that went down. And you're not required because it's our sacred knowledge. So then you're not required to go out and tell the corporate citizens anything. That's part of our royal houses. So you got to know the truth. You know what I'm saying? So you can move and perform.
Right.
But it's not nothing you going out there to force into their history books. Like for instance, if you look at Saint Sayed Maria, remember?
Right.
They completely wrote her out of history.
True.
So you just came back and put her back in history because you can't take her out of history. She owned the damn land. Feel me?
Feel you.
So of course the taker or the robber are gonna try to write out of history because
Right.
they want to own your land.
Right.
Then they want to tell you some God died for your sins. So
Right.
they give them free will to do what the fuck they want, right? So why don't give you free will to do what the fuck you want then, right?
Right.
Why you being held back? You ever thought about that? For the color of your skin?
Right.
Come on. Feel me?
Definitely.
Yes.
You know? What else we got?
Just on that topic.
You got NANYA-IMAC. Go ahead, Shajar.
No, that's my bad. Go ahead, Ahmed. You got the flow.
All right, you got
I'm
NANYA-IMAC said, what are the subsequent generations?
Oh, you guys realize you got I'm the 8th Marquis d'Ivan Saint Rouge. Then you got a 7th Marquis, who is the Crown Prince Ramsay Bey. Then you got a 6th Marquis, which is the Empress Fediasi. Okay? And then you got the 5th is Noble Gerard. And then you go back, then you get into John Turner, Henry Turner, flipping the names around, you feel me? And then you get back to who? All the way back down to Louis the 17th. So them are the generations he's talking about.
Okay. All right, and he had another question.
But you
Did the
gotta
House
realize that was only inherited to what? Your royalty. So you ain't see nobody on the American states, even though they claim to be Washington or the Empress family, claim to be royalty. Okay, word on paper, you have no venue, so you don't inherit that status because you just a corporation. You just allow all them sovereign citizens out there change your name to a L or a Bay. You feel me? But you ain't got no venue, so you can't be royalty. You might inherit the bloodline, okay, but you didn't inherit the authority or the power that come with that bloodline. I own that shit. You feel me?
Hmm.
With a
They gotta
ranking
come
up.
to us. And see, they don't like us. We ain't no Christian.
Facts.
So that make they ain't gonna ride a ship then. So they gonna just be eliminated out of the system completely.
That
Yeah,
part.
it's me.
Hmm.
So they have
All
y'all.
right, he had another. Yeah, he had another question. Said, did the House of Rouge establish the city of Baton Rouge as its family land?
Of course it did. Look at it.
Hmm.
That what made me say earlier when he said French quarters. I said, oh, that makes sense. You feel
Yeah.
me? It was the French quarters. The French was the royalty back then.
Right.
You know what
That's
I'm
where
saying?
that's where they listen. They got away from France, came up to a foreign country, and they established a royal camp all the way back to Louis XV.
Right.
So this when he said it came up to his what? Paradise across the waters, right?
Hmm.
And that's why they
Hmm.
established. Well, once the royalty got cut off, okay. Well, there's no royalty down here to inherit what? The title. So the United States came in and took over the title. And now you see Louisiana operates a corporate state of the 50 states. But if you go down there and look at their status, they are totally different than all the rest of the states in the union, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder why.
Hmm. You know why?
Because they know they own your land. So now they got to go tell the citizen the truth where they're gonna play it like the tariffs and everything else. Because they got to increase their taxes. Why they got to increase their taxes? Because now the government got to pay us because they're on our land. So the citizen that's on our land, whether they're in an apartment or house or wherever they at, they still got to pay royalties back to the owner. We ain't gonna come in and start demolishing everybody's house. You just got to pay us taxes, you feel me? Or royalties we call. So that makes Spain ain't getting them no more, Britain ain't getting no more. Well, through the IRS, but Spain get their secret. You feel me? All that come to you. So they start ripping you off of what they collecting off your damn land. What would the Empress wrote? A quadrillion?
Usage, land usage. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She wrote that against the land that they used, and then they came with that raid. Why? She had full faith credit. You started to get it, right?
Yeah.
All right, we straight here?
Okay, we got two more questions.
Come on.
Nanya Ishnu said, "Are all wars postal wars?"
Well, you can look at that there because you're talking about land. So they got to have some kind of remedy on the end. And so, yeah, they all become postal wars, yeah. Because they got a lot of military in the world, so yeah, to that degree. But each state is held responsible for their actions while they operate under that jurisdiction. But you got to look at the United States is so different because she's not allowed into the international court. So she had to establish her own international venue under her district courts in the United States because she won't be allowed to enter the international court until she pay back the what? The $100 million in gold debt that's owed to who? The Moor, me. Because everybody say you owe to the Moor. Yeah, I won't give it to you, but only the Moor come get it. You couldn't come as they talk like that in great sale bullshit teaching. You can go, you gotta come big, because them niggas scared to get arrested. So they had to get 1,000, 100,000 people to sign under them thinking they're gonna protect them when the man come to get you for that fraud. You feel me? All them niggas gonna scatter. Y'all see what happened to Dr. York, right? All them tough guys at the gate, they tough. Some of them 5-0 road or whatever, kneel like little squirrels. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, excuse me. You know me. I said, well, all that security and it's so bad, you know what I'm
Ouch.
saying?
Wow. Heard that.
Right.
Yeah,
Is
I
what
was
it
like, you know, me. I ain't cutting up. Me and Bob vibe, you know, we might go somewhere. Come on, Bob.
We got
Yeah, I got one more question from
What you got?
Lahub. He said, "Explain ecclesiastical from your
That's
thought."
going back through the scriptures. So we got to walk that road because the cross appeared to me out of nowhere, the INRI. So I am the master because I'm the master of what I got. So you got to go back through that arena because the INRI appeared to you. So going back to ecclesiastical, all that's going back to ecclesiastical or ecclesiastical, I said,
Ecclesiastical.
ecclesiastical. You're going back to, you know, certain prophets who said certain prophecies, and you have came along and manifest, you know, a lot of the prophecies that's written in the book. But you behind the scene. So they're looking for this character to show up to perform at this time and be all the way back to 22. And they didn't find nobody to show up. They keep talking about Antichrist or false prophet and the guy you got in DC now, all that stuff. So where the real one coming in at? So you came in and rewrote the story. So now you came in and pierced the system, but you didn't come like they said you was coming. You came in a whole different fashion. You feel me? Because you had to come and write your own story. Because they already wrote that story and made people believe it for funds, you know, and protection. But they couldn't tell you the story because they're not a part of the story. So when I say I don't really see them in the story in my headliner, because they only had a certain time to exist based on the curse and the spells and the creation that was done a couple thousand years ago. So you had 6,000 years of rule. That's a short time when you've been living for millions of years. You feel me? So
Mm.
and they gave a chance to stand up and be real. So that's why I'm here now, because they ain't been real. They lost their way. And so and carry humanity down a certain way to make Earth a prison planet where you prisoner within your own ideology. You feel me? You can't escape. So you see people worshiping the pharaohs, that's why they call it the old kingdom. Because you see people kneeling to them, but when they died, they called it what, it was, coming to life ceremony. Well, when they died, they didn't They didn't get out of they got trapped, so they came right back around, and they've been here since then, 1,000 years going right back around. You might be one of them. Some of you get, brought something back with you. You walk in and claim you God. You got these people saying, I'm Imhotep and I'm Pharaoh this and all that stuff. Well, they had to bring some of that back. They just don't. They forgot they got to get a venue. You can't say you're a chief and you ain't got no land.
Yes, right.
That don't make sense.
That part.
And you can't say you're a chief when you got land under somebody else's venue. Now you got a lot of cats going out there up in New York. We heard Pennsylvania, a couple places, and they going out there registering with Jersey, registering with the state for existence. Well, okay, where we come from, that's how I'm still number two. You still in the state, and they may recognize you as a chief or your tribe or whatever, but you can't take that stuff outside of there. You still ain't got no venue. You fall in that BIA trap. You feel me? So you could look at our status. We outside all that because we're a foreign state. So they want what we got, but they didn't know how to create it. We came to create it because of the consequences I told you earlier about what we was facing, and then we seen everybody out there on the market. I don't care where you were, militia, all that fouling and stuff they were doing back then, the Moors and all that. They didn't have no venue, and you see ain't nothing paid off in 20 plus years. I mean, these cats brought this stuff out in 86, y'all. The militia gave it to Archbishop way back in 71. So you talking all these years, that's like this stuff been around about long as civil rights. And they still ain't conquered nothing. That's like they ain't conquered nothing in civil rights.
Oh.
You feel me? Because they missed they missed that era. They said what Archbishop said before you passed? He said they finally figured out the militia. They said you had to be something like a foreign national in your own country to claim your birth record contract back. And that's when I told him I took that out of his mouth. And I said, boy, you don't need, we did that back in 03, 04. Give me that. You don't need it. Took you that, took what, 15 years? Writing all that paper, making all that paperwork, making all them dead contracts, and finally realized what we told them in 04, 03, they couldn't hear us then, you see? Because nobody hears because they couldn't go get no research on us. Because you ain't going to find some state going to come give you more power than them.
Right.
Where you going to read that at?
Right.
So the United States came and gave us more power than her. They can't go out and tell the world they're the superpower. They're the world power. How does superpower and the world power come in and give one man this much authority, and he's able to go back and activate the treaty, he's able to go back and activate the Constitution, and they can't even do what you did. And they the one gave you the contract. When they say they got more power, you got more power, you started saying no. Because you able to go back and what? You able to activate the treaty of Bern.
Yeah.
Started getting right.
Yes.
Gotcha.
They can't activate the treaty of Bern because they have established it on the way of what? The 100 million ago when they had so-called sovereignty and saying when they formed the UN and became the world power, remember? You did your research, right?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
So they can't come and tell you how to be a king because they ain't never been programmed that way. So that's why you see people overseas, they look at my position as more healthy than Americans do. But they understand what an emperor means. They understand what a king means. In America, you got everybody want to be a king or a queen or a princess or a prince. You feel me? Till they get of age and they feel like they just as dumb as the rest of them. They ain't got no contract you own. You been bought. Your mama sold your ass over to the state when you was born, whether you like it or not. Take it, leave it alone, make me no difference. It's called a birthright contract. Basically, she had no choice. So when she signed you over to the state, well, now between her and the state, and she gave the state what? Secure party status over that birthright contract. So they can come in and operate as what? UCC 3-419 by accommodation. So she had no damn faith in your ass you were born. He gave you to the state, said the state can train you and make you out what you need to be. Not them making you out, you becoming who you want to be. They let the state do it. They go to food school, then you go to food high school, then you go to food college, and the only thing you do is get a degree, get a job. And 90% of them don't even work in that field. They just want a job, you feel me?
That's basically it.
Right.
That makes sense to you?
Got a lifetime to prove it.
Big.
As we know, a lot of time to pay it back.
Yeah, about that.
When you say it like that, it's really almost like you motherfucker. Oh, excuse me. You folks don't have no reason to really complain because you know what I'm saying. You're doing it on your own by your own decision. But by not understanding it, you think you have a right to complain about something when no, you really just agreed. Like you said, not knowing the contract, you really agreed to it. You sold your kid down the drain. You thought the state was going to take care of it. They did in their fashion, and now you're upset.
And then you get mad because the kid make you mad, you beat him. Then the state say you can't hit her no more or hit him no more. They can get you for child abuse, take you younger. Now they're scared to hit you. Now the kids run the parents.
Yep.
That part.
All caps.
So what you gonna do? It can't live. That can't live in the system,
Right.
in the universe. That's why you see all this action going on the sun. As I'm coming to my seat, like I told y'all 2 years ago, going on, this third year here, you're gonna see more earthquakes. You're gonna see more sun acting up, everything. Oh, that's a sun cycle. So, all right, when you have keep going next year, then you're gonna say, oh, the sun cycle extended another year. We don't know. You're gonna keep going here, right? I got 580 million. I got 580 million immortal spiritual beings in the sun. You feel me? All over, traveling all over the universe now. I didn't put no. I didn't. That's why you remember old head said what? You didn't restrain them. Why? They're under my jurisdiction. You feel me?
Restrain them for what?
When you say they kept wondering why they were kneeling to this entity, right? They didn't know who I was, right? And they say they kept wondering why they were kneeling to this guy. Who just let them free, their freedom, and gave them free will. I said, well, damn dog, if you been locked up like you said, you hear what I said, right? Like they said, you said, some say 1,000, some say millions a year. And that's my cousin, that's my brother, that's my blood. What the fuck I want to put screens on him for? Since I got authority to open it, that means he ain't over me, he kneeled to me. He didn't kneel to that God you said. Right. He didn't kneel to nobody, but he kneeled to me. So that's blood. Me and him, 1 and 1. You feel me? So why would I put restraints on him?
I got a question. Why everybody so scared of him?
Why everybody so scared of him?
Yeah, what you do to be scared of him? I understand he the baddest.
Well, that's the whole thing is that because they created a fiction being called God. And they made this God out to be capital G O-D, capital G small O-D, capital small G-O-D. And they had men came in and characterized your teachings or your ancient writings, and they couldn't speak your language. So they had to kidnap some of us so they can get certain things about the language so they can rewrite, call themselves, quote, unquote, scholars. You feel me? Right. Like, this is what the scholars say. First question you have to say, well, okay, how you determine time? They said we look out, but only way you get exact facts is you got to look coming in, right? Right. So you giving us a theory then because you ain't got no facts. So you throw up Einstein, you throw all that out the window. Why? Because they ain't really have no facts. Got a theory, but you can't get the exact reading unless you coming in, not you looking out. You feel me? So everything they got is fraud, like we said about the Bible, right? The Bible. You remember what he said? Well, hell, he lied to everybody, right? So now there's some 16 letters, they say, right? That they've been studying this book, worshiping this book, dying behind this book, 16 letters. And then you living in a day and time, you realize, and all the fire beings that you know exist for real now, they can walk both sides. They finally realized that the oath they took, and whatever body part they had to surrender, was a freaking bullshit, man. Because you got a greater fire now. but they ain't never heard about this fire I came with. And who fought it in so long? So you got to look at these lesser light beings. They can go by both sides. You call warlocks, witches, or voodoo world, whatever name make you feel good. It exists right now in our day and time. And they know you here. They can't determine where you come from. They don't know what you tell them because they ain't never seen your light before. So what you got out here in the market now, you giving them more little by little where you come from, and you got all the backing that they need on this side. But then you got another title that you brought in, Sam Samson, that's Ray White. That's going up to talk to who? The Anunnaki now, or going to talk to who? The Master. Now I got Sam Hood Ray down here at the Lo Yi, crown the rest of the crowns on my head. You feel me? That's why you see I had to bring another appellation in. See, because I got the SE what? RE right here, see? Sovereign Imperial Empire. That's where the immortified beings dwell in. That's the Grand Assembly. So I gotta get y'all straight first. I can get on there and do my business, right?
About that.
Right. That's right. Facts.
And y'all ready to go now.
That's powerful, right?
Some people want to rush us and tell you got, it's our shit. We do it the way we want, right?
Basically.
We don't need their permission. That's why I get everybody mad. They get home, they come over here, bring all that ego. And I'm like, no. Certain things gotta happen. Y'all been around me long enough. I ain't missed no date, have I?
Not one.
Matter of fact, I created dates that
right.
You realize that when I created it was part of the date that I said back in 22 I had to catch. And we ended up creating because it was part of what we had to do, right? Because you got your own state, you got your own constitution, you got to create everything you need, whatever you want.
They call it destiny.
Fear favor. Without fear favor, you feel me? So you're like now, you're creating a whole new culture. You're creating your own language, all your mashing, all that stuff, like being created. Because what? It's your stuff. You create it, right? Some of y'all going with me to certain places and we keep it quiet. And what we doing? We systematizing what? We keep systematizing the state. That's why we travel to certain places. You feel me?
That's right.
Making sure how solid it's already solid. You just triple securing it as you move out. And whoever done violated you, they're coming for your court. That's why you keep moving. They might have made 100,000. They may have made 50,000. I don't care. That's cool. But if you violate our trust and our constitution and our flag, we got coming for the court. So I hope you saving some of it up. You feel me?
It is.
Lawyer.
It is.
You're a lawyer.
I ain't
not
gonna
an
chase
attorney.
you. I hope you say something though. So you damn sure gotta come talk to us. Anything dealing with the Yamassee government coming for our court. You feel me? That's a fact, Jack. When I go get the chief, his case got to be brought before our court. I bet they're gonna run there, right?
Yeah, where you gonna run to?
That's why I said all that roosters gotta come on and pay. Yeah, all that change y'all done made off him, claiming you love him, dressing all that bullshit. It was nothing but you living off somebody else's knowledge, wisdom, lying about everything, and you expect something good to come out of all that bullshit. Think about it for a second, right?
It don't take long.
Unless you done sign some contract, you about some court. You feel me? Outside that, you should have woke the fuck up, right?
Yes. Woo.
All right, so John, you ready? That's good. So we keep moving. Bakari Ray, you good?
You got a couple more questions in the chat.
Yeah, come on.
You got a question that says, how do treaties get deactivated?
Who?
How do treaties get deactivated?
Between the states. And it ain't really got deactivated between the states that they decide to dissolve it. They don't deactivate, they dissolve it. So treaties got 50 years on. Some depends on the parties. If you go back to the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, all right, they had a 50-year window on that treaty with the forming up and coming forming state. Okay, that was 50-year window. That's why you hear us say it took 50 years to get a state. We took it to the emperor 22 to finally seal it. But I've been rolling for a couple of years. So in reality, today makes it 22 years that I finally did it because of the Pearson with this claim, this postal claim right here. So that we have to send out. It's in everybody's hands now. Outside of that, I don't know how you're gonna do it. Say that question one more time to make sure I get it right.
The treaties get deactivated.
Oh yeah, the deactivate, yeah. So that's all they can do. And then you see they didn't deactivate the treaty. They just changed the treaty with a small t. They called it a small t treaty of September 16th. And then they signed it, and then the effective date was 28 January 1837. So they never dissolved or deactivated the treaty. That's why Obama came and said that he was in office, that's the longest standing treaty in the world. So all the other treaties I didn't dissolve. But then we come back, or I come back under my royal authority, and I reactivate what you're saying because of my sovereignty and my when you trace the Washita history, you got the France and Spain becoming protectorates over Saint Maria royal property, which consisted over 3 million acres or plus. So that's all in treaty, all up through Canada. So they came with a demarcation line across the top of to split the land. Okay. And then they got the demarcation line in here. You always got a England, what is it, Proclamation, England, British Proclamation line. That's what they're talking about. So they cut your land. So you heard that brother up there in the White House talking about don't never say never with Canada. He's not in a position to talk on behalf of that status. I am, because it's my land. He want to go ahead and take it by force, and he can't. England got control of it, and England got control of the United States. So he can be disposed like all the other rest of them. So he can't come in. He can talk a lot of shit amongst his people, but he ain't going so far. That's why you don't pay a lot of stuff no mind. He just whine and cry, baby. Then born with a silver spoon in his damn mouth. You don't even want to hear nothing coming out of his mouth. Everything coming out of his mouth is a damn lie. So I can't even hear nothing he's saying because everything's 4 ton to me. And he's nowhere existed in my records. I'm just being real. So whatever's happening now, it has to go through the cycle, whatever's going through. But he's only written in their records based on the president, how they keep records. But all that stuff we wiped out existence as the years go by, because like the Pope said, you ain't had no sitting president since Abraham Lincoln. Okay, so you see him now with all them posters going around DC. You got him on one side. Who you got on the other side? Lincoln. Well, he's trying to go back and activate that status. He don't have the authority to do it. So they've been reading your books. They've read the Declaration. He ain't going by what happened to George Washington, remember? He was always about George, right? George. All of a sudden Lincoln showed up, right? Interesting, right?
How about it?
Yeah, got to pay attention now.
Now
You got Lincoln all over DC right now, coincided with his Earth Day. What happened to George Washington? Remember, he prided himself behind Washington. Remember, he said Sylvester Stallone came out, here's the new George Washington, you feel me? Well, all of a sudden, since you see me send certain paperwork out, Lincoln pops up on the scene all of a sudden again, right? Because of what? Inside that paperwork it said what? The last recognized Republican president was Abraham Lincoln. So he's trying to compare himself to Abraham Lincoln like he's going to be the next great president. Nah, you ain't got a status Abraham Lincoln had. And after Abraham Lincoln, they changed. They did a reconstruction, which created another citizen with that C. Remember, capital C now, right?
That's right.
And he got the same contract everybody else got because he's an elected official. He's not a sovereign. He got the same birth certificate everybody else got. So that shows he's within that system. I'm outside the system. So that's why you can't. That's why you say Obama say what? I mean, say Biden say what? Yeah, we know about the emperor. We can't touch him after his government, and we thank the Lord he don't mess with us. You feel me? Because they already understand. They done did all the secret behind the system, studying on who you are. They just don't know how you coming, but they know you coming, so they block everywhere you come. And they said, the only way you can come like we're doing right now, you had to pierce, because they done blocked everything because you all over the UN. UN Security Council, everybody know you as His Majesty or His Imperial Majesty. You feel me? But so every time you go somewhere, any all that what comes to the United States trying to block you. Then you saying now you got Brits you can play with. You feel me? Because everybody getting away from that dominant trying to hold this man back. He got his own damn state, created his own damn money. He already did that with this document. You'll see in a minute. But that's your sovereigns. You feel me? You got the right to do whatever you want. Now you exercising them rights. You got everybody on P's and
On their
Q's, right?
tiptoes.
You know what I'm saying? What are you gonna do next? You
Buddy.
feel me? But they worried about that guy up in DC. You need to be worried about the emperor. Shit.
That.
Can I hear that question?
Yes, Emperor. Yes.
Emperor, you've got another question from Rawa Ray. She asks, what does USPS and all other foreign postal service offices operating under, if not the Treaty of Berne?
That's it. They all operate in Treaty of Berne. They all signed on to the Treaty of Berne. That's why they got postal zones. Y'all call them zip codes. And they came and did all the postal zones so you haul mail. The mail can be interrupted because it's commerce. You can't stop commerce. So everything runs through the Treaty of Berne. So as we emerging, nobody would come and tell you that because they ain't got no state. So if you're a sovereign, well, you got to do what I just did. You got to be able to pierce that system because you're a sovereign. So you able to activate the Treaty of Berne. It's process right here on your paperwork, $10 stamp and all that. Thumbprint, because you got to be a sovereign. So these sovereign citizen niggas out here, they can't go out here and copy on that level because they ain't got no state. So that's why I let certain things out with designs are already still on it because I don't never put my signature out. I don't never put nothing out. But at this level, I had to because you activated Treaty of Berne. And anybody out there at this level want to attach themselves to you on any level, whether it's the Constitution, nationality, back in the past, whoever, they you know what they're doing in their britches right now because
Taking a chance.
everything they can't hide from you. Whatever they can't, no commerce can get around you because you created your own post. So so that's through that postal treaty. So but you're not under jurisdiction of their constitution. You create your own as you get down when we get down a little bit farther, and you're not under jurisdiction of USPS, who surrendered their jurisdiction over to the office of the president, right, Sir? So so that's where the UPU is under jurisdiction of having the president of the United States over that whole administration. Now you come in now the president of the United States got to go prove that he has sovereignty under that what treaty law. Because I just came in and activated treaty. So if he's the sovereign of the country of the United States that they claim to be, or a sovereign country as they claim to be, well now they just got order, summons by the world and the land to prove they got sovereignty. And that's on the record right now as we speak. And they know the timeline that goes with it. You feel me? Because you just got called out. I've been saying it for years, but the United States already make them prove it. Make them prove we the world power, prove it. Now you come in and do what? You pierce. Only way you can pierce if you're a true sovereign. That makes sense to you. And there ain't nothing they can do, because once you pierce, you can't never go back. So there ain't no looking back now, right? That's why I say all hands on ship, time to move. Time to make
Hands on deck. That's right.
I ain't really got no time for no newcomers on boarders right now. So as they sitting at that university, they can come in through there. They got special certain skills that they can use. Well, we bring them into NDs or NEDs so they can, train and start working for their own state. And then get the university straight because get our young ones trained because they ain't got never worry about looking for no job. They always gonna work for their own state. So whatever they want to train in the university, you're gonna have the professors to come in and teach whatever. I don't care what it is, engineer, vehicle, whatever. That's what y'all working on now. So and then when they graduate, what they doing? They ain't had to live in the world. They staying right here in the country. They already got a job, making 6 figures. You feel me? So you see it now.
Yes.
That makes sense to you. Now help you out. Y'all know I've been screaming
Very good.
noon visa. So you
Yeah.
know. All right, what you got? You got
No
any
more
more?
questions in. Hold on a second.
Are we good? We caught up? Okay.
Oh, yeah, we caught up.
Then Wawa, and then Wawa, did what did I answer that question? Did I help out? Or did that help me go, you me go a
She
little
just
far?
replied. She just replied yes.
I ain't know if that was enough for. I can carry a little farther. If you want, we can move forward.
Rawa just replied yes.
All right, cool. All right, so John, you ready anymore?
I'm ready. Let's go.
I'm asking any more questions. All right, let's dance.
Imperial Royal Post Proclamation. _ Imperial Royal Post Proclamation issued, space, 13 May 2025, space 9 space, Imperial file number, space EFN IMYRS 05132025 ERPP 0001. By royal decree of his Imperial Majesty underscored all caps H.E.M. Emperor space Sam Hu Samson Ray / Sam Hu Amini Ray quote Adeloyi end quote absolute royal sovereign emperor of the sovereign Imperial Royal Empire in parentheses SERE Imperial Royal Office for his Imperial Majesty in parentheses IROHEM all caps Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States small s in parentheses ECMYE-RKR author for the Imperial Constitution of the Continental Moorish Yamassee Empire in parentheses ICCMYE and Imperial Constitution for the Imperial Royal Kingdom in parentheses ECIRK hereby declared and entered into record for universal publication and enforcement this public proclamation. 1. Statement of postal sovereignty. Whereas the Imperial Royal Post, in parentheses ERP, is the sovereign postal and diplomatic authority of the Imperial CMYE-RK Republic, it operates under the authority of bullet. The Treaty of Berne, in parentheses 1874, Universal Postal Union, in parentheses UPU Constitution. Bullet. Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, in parentheses 1961. Bullet. Emperor's Directives 0001Z 2007 in parentheses 003Z 2009 in parentheses 0004Z / 004Z small a in parentheses 2013 and Imperial Moto Proprio of 18 March 2022. Bullet. U.S. State Department Apostille Certifications space 040100110 and 040100110-1 effective 11 February 2004. Bullet. State of Georgia USA all caps apostille certification space 5604B effective 20 June 2003. Bullet. Imperial Constitution of the Continental Moorish Yamassee Empire, in parentheses ICCMYE, effective 3 April 2013. The ERP supersedes all foreign or corporate postal entities, including the USPS, on imperial and imperial lands, estates, and venues of jurisdiction. 2. Declaration of Embassy and Postal Operations. Let it be known to all nations and international institutions, bullet. Imperial Royal Post embassies, mailing-issuing authorities, and consulates are hereby established globally within UPU-aligned and diplomatically cooperative jurisdictions. Bullet. All Imperial Royal Post mail is protected under international treaty immunity. Bullet. ERP stamps, carriers, and consular posts are sovereign under Imperial decree. All ERP pouches, communications, and dispatches are granted full diplomatic protection under Vienna Convention, Article 27, and UPU law. 3. Attachment of Imperial Royal Post Constitution. Let it be proclaimed that as of this Tuesday, 13th day of May, 2025, retroactive to 30 September 2003, the Imperial Royal Post Constitution, grounded in the Treaty of Bern, UPU Constitution, Vienna Conventions, and ICC-MYE EC-IRK law, is hereby attached hereto and enters into full force with full faith and sovereign gold credit, effective as the governing lawful and legal charter of the Imperial Royal Post, in parentheses ERP, in parentheses full stop.
All right, you got to get that all cap and dashes in there, all right? All right.
Say that one more again.
I know you like sorry, dash goes, you left dash, and then it's all cap ECRK, all cap USPS.
I got you.
Because you give them lower, you give them something they ain't got,
Got
you. You feel me?
All right. This ERP Constitution, all caps Constitution, shall guide all ERP operations, embassies, consular pouches, issuance of ERP stamps, postal immunity, the appointment on nationalized courier officers, and ERP constitutional marshals for protection of mail. It is to be read in concert with all Imperial and Imperial Royal decrees, including but not limited to: bullet, Emperor's Directive 0001Z, in parentheses, 18 July 2007. Bullet, Emperor's Directive 0003Z, in parentheses, 9 April 2009. Bullet, Emperor's Directive 0004Z /0004Z small a, in parentheses, 4 April 2014 per 3 April 2013. Bullet, Imperial multipropial, in parentheses, 18 March 2022. Bullet, Notice of Appointment, in parentheses, amendment, in parentheses, 1st August, in parentheses, 1st August 2023, in parentheses. Bullet, Notice of Accession, in parentheses, 22nd January 2024. Bullet, Formal response and follow dash up for the notices of accession, in parentheses, 30 July 2024, in parentheses full stop. Thus sealed, underscore, this ERP Constitution shall be recognized as inseparable from this Imperial Royal Post Proclamation, and is to be recorded, transmitted, and enforced throughout all territories of Imperial, and diplomatic concern. 4. Recordation and public notice. This ERP proclamation shall be, bullet, filed with the IMYRS, Imperial and Imperial Royal Annals, and Royal Ecclesiastical Archives. Bullet. Publicly noticed through the Imperial Royal Press via Imperial-Moto Proprio Protocol per live royal signature, raised royal seals, and publishing on the ECMYE-IRKR government website, also through the International Registry. Bullet. Dispatched to all allied sovereign nations and UPU-cooperative entities. Let it be proclaimed that as of this Tuesday, 13th day of May 2025, retroactive to 30 September 2023, the Imperial Royal Post Great Seals Proclamation, the Imperial Royal Post Proclamation, and the Imperial Royal Post Constitution, grounded in the Treaty of Berne, UPU Constitution, Vienna Convention, and ICCMYE, all caps, spaceline, space, ECIRK, all caps, law, is herewith underscored, ordained by, decree and declared, active and enforced underscored, and enters into full force with sovereign effect, droid, yeesh, exclamation point, 3 times, smiley face. So declared and affirmed by the absolute royal sovereign emperor, space, Samhu, Samson Ray, Samhu, Amini Ray, quote, Adelo Yi, aka 8th, Marquis de Masson Rood, Sovereign Crown, all caps, Prince, space, Khufu Renewed, Zodok, space, Samson L, quote, Thunder Fire, King Louis, space, 20, end quote, each, exclamation point, 3 times. Enforced and given under the Imperial Great Seal, underscored, effective immediately upon recording with the IMYRS, ECMYE-RKR Royal Annuals, and recognized internationally via Full Faith and Sovereign Gold credit, droid, yeesh, exclamation point, 3 times, smiley face. This is the royal law, decreed with full faith, credit, and territorial sovereignty, witnessed by the Master Fire Deity, the dwellers, and all celestial kin, underscore, full stop, smiley face. Imperial Royal Post Constitution, underscored, Imperial Royal Post Constitution for the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic, established, space, 13 May 2025, Imperial File Number, space, EFN IMYRS 05132025 ERPC 0001. Preamble. We, the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic, under the supreme small s authority of the absolute royal sovereign Emperor, space, all caps, H.E.M. space, Samhu, space, Samson, Ray, excuse me, / Samhu, space, Amini Ray, quote, Adeloyi, end quote, aka 8th Marquis de Masson Rood, Sovereign, all cap, Crown, Prince, space, Khufu Renewed Zadok, space, Samson L, quote, Thunder Fire, / King Louis, space, 20, end quote. Do hereby ordain and establish this Imperial Royal Post Constitution, in parentheses, ERPC, all caps, to function as a sovereign, treaty-bound, and internationally immune communication system. The Imperial Royal Post operates pursuant to the Treaty of Berne, in parentheses, 1874, the Constitution of the Universal Postal Union, in parentheses, 30 September 2003, the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, in parentheses, 1961, and under the supreme sovereign authority of the Imperial Constitution of the Continental Moorish Yamassee Empire, in parentheses, ICC-MYE, all caps, do hereby proclaim the Imperial Royal Post Constitution as a sovereign and diplomatic institution of mail, commerce, and communication by, of, and for the Imperial Royal Crown. This Constitution affirms the diplomatic and sovereign nature of the Imperial Royal Post, ERP in parentheses, as a globally recognized mail authority empowered to operate independently of foreign postal agencies, including the corporate structure of the USPS, all caps. This Constitution also governs all postal, diplomatic, and consular functions of the Imperial Royal Post. Article 1 dash Sovereign Legal Authority and Treaty Power Foundation. 1. The ERP is established under international and imperial authority bound by bullet. The Treaty of Berne, in parentheses, UPU, all caps, 1874. The UPU, all cap Constitution, in parentheses, ratified 30 September 2003. Bullet. Vienna Convention, Article 27, in parentheses, diplomatic bag and postal immunity. Next bullet. Vienna Convention, Articles 3 and 40. Bullet. Emperor's Directive dash 0001Z, in parentheses, 18 July 2007. Bullet. Emperor's Directive dash 0003Z, in parentheses, 9 April 2009. Bullet. Emperor's Directive dash 0004Z, spaceline space 0004Z small a, in parentheses, 4 April 2014 dash per dash 3 April 2013. Bullet. Imperial dash motu proprio, in parentheses, 18 March 2022. Bullet. Notice of appointment, in parentheses, amendment, in parentheses, dash, in parentheses, effective 31 August 2023, in parentheses. Bullet. Notice of accession, in parentheses, 2022, 22 January 2024. Bullet. Formal response and follow dash up for the notices of accession, in parentheses, 30 July 2024, in parentheses, full stop. 2. Sovereign status is reaffirmed by claim dash of dash life, apostille certifications, in parentheses, 5604B dash GA and 040-10010, 040-10010-1 USA, all caps, and Imperial Delegation of Authority. 3. ERPs. Sovereign standing is reinforced by, all caps, H.E.M. dual seat status, spaceline space, postal governor level recognition within the United States Postal Governors Board as of 30 September 2003. Article 2 dash postal immunity and diplomatic function. 1. All ERP mail, couriers, and diplomatic pouches are invaluable. 2. ERP dispatches shall not be opened, seized, delayed, or surveilled by any foreign power. Bullet. ERP officers and couriers are granted diplomatic immunity during postal missions under Vienna Convention, Article 27. 3. All ERP couriers, envoys, and emissaries shall be granted diplomatic immunity as per space bullet Vienna Convention Articles 3, 2740. bullet, UPU, all caps, protective clauses. Bullet, UPU, all caps, protective clauses. Bullet, Imperial dash moto proprio, in parentheses, March 2022. 4. Imperial male shall be immune from, bullet. Custom seizure, bullet. Surveillance, bullet. Tampering or unauthorized inspection. Article 3, dash, jurisdictional authority. 1. The ERP is the sole sovereign communications entity recognized within the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic. 2. It supersedes USPS, all caps, and all foreign corporate entities within Imperial venues. 3. All ERP operations are governed exclusively by ICC-MYE, spaceline space, EC-IRK, all caps, and Imperial law. Article 4. Dash embassies, consulates, and mail authorities. 1. ERP shall establish Imperial post embassies and consulates worldwide. 2. ERP offices, embassies, and mail-issuing authorities shall be established in, bullet, UPU, all caps, dash compliant states. Bullet, member states of the AU, ASEAN, Baltic states, Balkan states, Baltic states, BRICS Plus, CARICOM, all caps, EU, all caps, League of Arab States, and APEC, all caps. 3. Each office shall operate as a sovereign enclave under imperial jurisdiction. 4. ERP shall maintain bilateral or multilateral relations through consular treaties, MOUs, and registration with host states. 5. Mail-issuing authorities shall also operate under bilateral or multilateral postal immunity agreements. Bullet. All ERP offices are to be recognized as sovereign zones of imperial jurisdiction. Article 5, dash postal operations and stamp issuance. 1. ERP is authorized to issue, bullet, Imperial gold-seal stamps and Imperial silver-seal stamps. Bullet. Sovereign stamps bearing series 1 through 888, in parentheses, 1 through 6 comprised, in parentheses, diamond. The 1 sovereign stamp, Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown, diamond. The 5 sovereign stamp, Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown, diamond. The 10 sovereign stamp, Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown. And here you can see the series. The 1 sovereign stamp, 5 sovereign stamp, 10 sovereign stamp, 20 sovereign stamp, 58 sovereign stamp, and 135 sovereigns stamp, diamond. The 20 sovereigns stamp, Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown, diamond. The 58 sovereigns stamp, Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown, diamond. The 135 sovereigns stamp, Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown, diamond. Bullet. Bullet. Diplomatic courier pouches and registered mail. Bullet. Consular certificates of dispatch and immunity. 2. Operations and services include, bullet. Diplomatic mail services, in parentheses, DMS, all caps. Bullet. Intercontinental Imperial Express, in parentheses, ICIE, all caps. And then bullet. national, E&I couriers, in parentheses, NEIC, all caps. 3. Imperial Treasury bound communications and banking notice dispatches. Article 6 dash postal citizenship and nationalization. 1. ERP recognizes foreign nationals nominationals in parentheses American state citizens operating under ICC-MYE space line space ECRRK all caps nationality protocols. 2. All ERP personnel must be bullet certified under ICC-MYE space line space ECIRK all caps nationality protocols. Bullet sworn by imperial oath to the royal houses. Bullet issued IMYRS diplomatic courier ID and treaty immunity credentials. Bullet ERP personnel or not U.S. all caps 14th Amendment citizens forward citizens but foreign nationals nominationals in parentheses American state citizens under imperial status.
Hold on, right. 14th Amendment, capital C citizens / small c citizens, because we had to cover both ends. So you got that you kind of slow, you kind of got you right there. So I'm gonna help you out there, all right?
Appreciate it. All right, and I'll repeat it. ERP personnel or not, U.S. all caps, 14th Amendment, capital C citizens / small c citizens, but foreign nationals nominationals in parentheses American state citizens under imperial status. Thank you, Protector. 3. All couriers must be bullet certified by imperial royal decree. Bullet oath bound to the royal houses of Tunica Thunderfire or Samson L Sam Hooray. Article 7 financial and commercial functions. 1. ERP may collect duties, tariffs, and postage under the Imperial CMYE Treasury, space line space, Imperial Treasury Authority. 2. All ERP revenue streams are tax immune under international law. Article 8 ERP Governing Council. 1. The ERP shall be governed by the Imperial Postal Council, in parentheses EPC, all caps, and parentheses bullet, his Imperial Majesty as Sovereign Postmaster, space line space, Supreme Postal Governor. Bullet, the EPC, all caps, shall oversee all ERP operations. 2. The EPC shall include bullet, Imperial Chancellor of Communications as administer, bullet, regional postmasters, general and international emissaries. Article 9 ratification, recordation, amendment, and public notice. 1. This ERP constitution is recorded with bullet, Imperial Muur Yamassee Recording Service, in parentheses IMYRS, all caps, bullet, host nations diplomatic registries, bullet, Imperial Royal Archives. 2. It shall be publicly issued through the Imperial Royal Press and Global Registry. 3. No section shall be amended except by decree of His Imperial and Imperial Majesty. Excuse me. So declared and affirmed this 13th day of May 2025, retroactive to 30 September 2003, by the absolute royal sovereign Emperor, Sam Hu, Samson Ray, / Sam Hu, Amini Ray, quote, Adeloyi, end quote, aka 8th Marquis de Masson Rouge, sovereign, all cap crown prince space colon, Khufu dash renewed dash Zaduk space colon, Samson dash El, quote colon, Thunder dash fire, / colon, King dash Louis, space colon, 20th, end quote. Each, exclamation point 3 times. Enforced and given under the Imperial Great Seal, underscored, colon. Effective immediately upon recording with the IMRS, CMYE-IRK Royal Annals and recognized internationally via full faith and sovereign gold credit. Droid Ish, exclamation point 3 times, smiley face. Imperial Royal Office.
Right there.
Okay.
You gotta give yourself a break. It's like you getting give yourself a breather. You know, you say crown all cap, you missed that. So I said, oh, he need a breather. Any questions on the Constitution that's written and the proclamation and the Great Seal proclamation? You understand what a proclamation is, right? Now you got a Constitution. It's already signed in, you see? So you got all the systematized everything, you know, the original one. ERP. So you got anything on that? You got any questions? You need to get them in now, because by the time you finish, we're gonna close this call out. It's 8:39 now, so we've been on here about what, 3 hours. So we don't have time to answer a lot of questions. Say that again.
We're
You gotta
heading
speak up.
around to 5, Emperor.
Oh, we hanging around 5 hours?
Yeah, we started at 5.
Time fly, right?
I was about to step up, and it wasn't my place to ask Shajar if he wanted to take a break. I could. That's a long read.
The question is,
you got about what? What you got about 2 pages left?
Yeah, I'm cool.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it. I want to ask this question in here since you want to ask something. The Kessler. All right, Bach, here you got a question from Princess Nefertiti. Okay. I don't know. So, pronounce her name? Appellation? I know.
Nefertiti, Iona.
Okay.
Iona.
Iona. That sound like that? Iona. Iona. You're right. Sound right in front of me, right? All right, come on. What you got here? Since you want to ask, you should know something about the Anunnaki, right?
Oh, I
Some
wasn't.
say they are men, and others say they are God. What you know about the Anunnaki? If you want to
Anunnaki.
answer, come on.
I wasn't stepping up to answer, Emperor. I would never.
There you go. There you go. Another excuse, y'all. Y'all know I'm taking excuses.
But
Come on, help my Bach.
go ahead.
Help my Bach.
They are the deities, are the beings responsible for our so-called our creation. And
Ain't no so-called.
Right.
You got to take so-called after that. That's a fact, Jack. On this level, on this
that's a
realm.
fact.
You feel me?
It will be known as your so-called, well, they will be known as the gods that they, where you get that name from, guard, as the protectors. They were the protectors of us. They're the one who came into this system, and from this system, they were seeking for the gold to take back to their system. So if you know about the planet Nibiru, that's what they're talking about. Those beings of the ancient planet Nibiru. Now you.
But Anunnaki come from that coming here. That's why the definition is those who came from Nibiru was the Anunnaki. On this ship, they something else. But Enki, some call him the devil in the Christian format. And they call his brother Michael. Okay, they talking about in Leo, Crown Prince. Enki was the Crown Prince, but through the line of through the rule of Anshar and Kisha, they changed the royal order to where now it had to be bloodline, like concubine, you know what I'm saying? Or if the concubine and the half sister's seed overtakes the concubine. So that's how Enlil got the crown prince seat. So he's who you call Yahweh or Yah, Y-E-W-H on this level. Okay? When you hear all them names, they talking about Enlil, different attributes. And then you got Enki, who him and Ninhasat, their concubine, through Anu, one of his concubines. That was their sister, Ninhasat. That's where the sisters got their blood. That was her thing, Ninhasat. Okay? Some call her Ninti, all the way down. You feel me? But it goes back to her blood. And she was the mad scientist. I ain't say mad, but you cutting up. But she was the one who put you together. Enki put you together through his genealogy. But you remember, Enki has so many, what do you say, M's. So that was like your bloodline, DNA, RNA is like an M to him. That's how smart this cat is. He's smart as his own daddy. Smart as everybody. So, but they get the stories, they write the stories here and there, this and that, all that. They had to write themselves into your story. They didn't have no story. They didn't have no existence. So the Caucasian man had to rewrite the story to put him in your story and then train you to make it look like he's over you all the time. And that's all bullshit. And so that goes back to that bloodline, royal bloodline. That's why you see the shield up there, because I represent that royal bloodline. So you're talking about Anunnaki. And so on certain terms, they call them Elohim. Or where you people out there saying El on the back of that name, goes back to Elohim, El. See, when you say you're El, all that behind that name, Bay, all that, that's going back to the Muur or the Ottoman Empire, the Moors. You got Ali, Day, them all noble titles. You feel me? But El takes you back to the Elohim. So that's why you say a lot of Moors got that L on the back of their name, but they ain't got no venue to operate, because the Elohim and Adonai got their own venue, and they go where they want to go. Here, you can't say you that, and you ain't got no venue. You front yourself. All right, so let's get that out of the way. That's good for now? Okay, cool. I'm gonna answer for you. So then she so then she says about the indigenous Indian. Says, so are you saying that even? Yeah, that's what that ain't no saying, that's a fact. You can't get outside the jurisdiction of the Queen or the United States jurisdiction. How you gonna do it? You gotta be a foreign national country. Call you claiming indigenous, that don't mean nothing. The Indian definitely don't mean nothing. Because that's all written up by the United States. That's all copyright written material. That's why we say we American natives. We ain't no Native American. We're American natives because they copyrighted all that. You feel me? So you saying you're indigenous Indian, well, they already got you labeled under BIA, which don't put you outside of the jurisdiction of the United States. If you claim it's an organization now, even the clan down in Georgia with the CMYE-IRK embassy clan, you claiming even part of that crap. You still ain't outside IRS. That make you ain't outside United States jurisdiction. If you claiming some of these cats out here that ran up to the UN and got, let's say, the United States, and they got a apostille like we did, but they got number 2 because they couldn't get number 1. There was only one state left, and I got that, so they get a number 2, and they able to issue some ID like college campuses do. Well, you able to move around the United States, you have to move around the United States at a certain level, but you can't go outside the United States. You can go outside. I'm gonna say you can't, but you can't get back in. So you got to ask that question about that. Okay. So no, you can't. Yeah, that's a fact. It ain't something I'm saying. That's a fact, and I done proved it over the last 22 years. They've been saying that same stuff you saying for years, but you still on that system. Social Security card, birth certificate, credit card with the bank, whatever is what under their jurisdiction. You got to completely be outside of just what foreign national country mean. You're a foreign national country. I mean, you got to get outside their venue. They already gave you all the authority you need to run your own bank, your court, everything. They say it's fine, right in our state, Georgia, everywhere. But you got to train your national up to be able to do their job, because they so programmed out there on the market with that, he say, dealing with indigenous and all that stuff that's been circulating for so long. And you see how damage it. You see how knowledge can damage a whole nation. You feel me? So so that answer that question, all right?
Yeah,
All right,
she
so
said
John
thank
said
you.
what makes say what? Say it again.
She said yes, she said thank you. preparing it
Okay,
out.
cool. All right, so John said, what makes the Imperial Road post so powerful? Because you pierce. Because you remember back in you were reading when you said I had 2 postal seats at the Board of Governors.
Right.
I just let that whole card out. I've been holding out for 22 years. Y'all ain't hear me there. Y'all supposed to be laughing.
Copy that.
Yeah,
I gotta get a recorder and say hit the
absolutely
laugh
got
button.
it.
Everybody. See, y'all making brothers smoke weed. Come on. So, like, why they ain't smoking weed? You know, I had some brothers tell me the other day, they walk about 4 miles and they never smoke no weed. And I said, I just don't understand how you can do that. It's just impossible. I just couldn't see me ever doing that.
See, you travel, right? you travel,
just,
right?
just,
4 miles.
I mean,
Keep you present, right?
that's why Nin Hasak brought it back to earth. Remember?
Right.
That weed came from Nibiru.
That's right.
That came from heaven, Nick. You got your arch enemy down here telling you they ain't no good for you because they know what to do to your melanin skin. Well, she brought that plant from Nibiru and told the Anunnaki they were working in the mines that would ease their what? Their pain and their stress and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now what they doing? They found out it cures this, it's cure that, cure this. But they know THC is good for melanin people. So they tell you they're gonna test you in drug tests for melanin, but then they get the CBC or the other part of the plant, and now that cures all this stuff, and it's okay for them to do that. But see how that discrimination go again, you see?
Separation.
See, you see how they constantly doing that discrimination?
Mm-hmm.
See? So they take THC, they activate you. They don't activate them. But they test you for it so you can't get a job. You got it in there activate. They don't need no activated African American work for them because they ain't gonna see them as their boss or their god. You feel me? That's why you see the workforce now changing. Why? Because they want niggas in there that can look at them as if they some sovereign or some god-like character because they got Jesus or whoever that guy is they portraying to be up there on that picture. They got that nigga sitting up there looking like them and no color. Don't make sense to me if you're a son of God. How you a son of God, you ain't got no fucking color. Feel me? So that shit, then you got people believe that crap. So you're like, that's a problem. That's gonna be a major problem right there. You feel me? Because you got people that are dying right now fighting and playing these games in war, and they say they want to be American or all that stuff going on, and then they dying on a flag. Okay, so what Jesus got to do with any of this stuff there, right?
Right.
So why they keep playing on Jesus then? Leave that nigga alone. He don't exist no damn way.
Let him be.
Why they keep playing on it? Nigga don't exist no way. You can make me in damn cause you made that nigga strawberry. Still ain't gonna make that nigga exist.
Hey, leave my strawberries alone, man. I'm poisoning my strawberries.
He would have come out in the moon.
Shit.
He would have come in the moon. At least the moon came.
That's funny.
It's amazing how you can look over there at the White House up there. You see all these people under his administration claiming to be Christians, and they worship him. So it's like they wear the big crosses on their neck and interview. Like that don't even make sense. That don't even proper because you worship him. You loyalty to him. You doing all the evil for him. You breaking your own constitution on behalf of him. You feel me? You creating all this animosity on behalf of him. You getting rid of black, or you trying to say you get rid of black history that you can't because of him, because he's a racist. You can smile all you want. You can see what he's doing. Even the firings that he made on certain people, he don't even want you at his table. But yeah, he get out there in front. We've been talking for a long time. They talk like Fort Term. So he come at the table and got a couple of them house niggas over there. Like that boy Cycle Line and all them. They all house. They worship him. They think he God. Oh, because he look like that boy they got hanging on the cross in everybody's church. And that boy don't even exist. Gold hair, blue eye. Come on, man. that can tell you how many lines, how many pigmentation down the line they had that they is to get away from melanin. You got the original 9 ether. They 6 ether. But you see how the world catered to that. You gotta have long hair, you gotta have long braids, you gotta have it. Nigga, you were born with a wool. Get used to your crown. You don't need that hang. See?
Right.
Now you want to smell like him. Don't eat like him. Tell you everything he's done because he came and took everything. How can someone don't exist because you paint him on a picture and put him in a book and put holy on that motherfucker and you claim that nigga is real and you believe that shit? No proof. You done seen your granddaddy die, your great-great-granddaddy die. You done seen all these niggas die and that nigga ain't showed up yet. So you feel like you so special, he gonna show up for you, right? All right. I got a fire. They gonna show your ass something more. You feel me? But you chose death. We chose life. So you're gonna see death because that's what you want. You say you gotta die, go to heaven so you can see. So I'm gonna fulfill your promise. Might take me a couple years, but you're gonna get your promise. Ain't gonna deny death his job, right?
Right.
You call for it, he come his rightful time, don't he?
Yeah.
Right time.
Did Jesus show up at that time? You can't hear them, you can't hear Jesus come out of them now. You hear it come out of preaching about to show up. But that nigga dad ain't said Jesus, ain't said God, ain't nobody. They scared it. Yeah. So I told them I'm playing games all the damn life. I believe in Jesus. I believe in God. What would Jesus do? And they don't know what nigga do. He always said. Whatever he do, they work for him. That's why I say he come around, kick him in the nut. Fuck you, man, nigga. That done wiped out a whole generation. You say he showed up. Man, y'all crazy. Y'all think I'm crazy. Huh? I'm not trying to ask my boy. I said, what about your precious Jesus? You know? He said, what about him? Ain't nobody seen him. Vacated. Well, who is this guy? The master. He said the baddest to the baddest of the baddest, baddest of the baddest, baddest. That made God vacant, Allah vacant, Jehovah vacant, Jesus vacant. So there ain't nobody left. He says, what you say? Y'all see what I'm saying is coming out. You start to see it, right?
That's
Yeah.
right. That's right.
This is an official royal document that's in effect as we speak. There ain't nobody out there walking around no stuff like that. There ain't nobody out here to walk out no authority to write how I write and what and sign in. Where? Show me. They out there talking that game on Facebook, claiming they got government, claiming they got constitution, claiming they got all that. Where the orders at? Where the authority at? Ain't nobody. They having all these meetings every day, every week, like they gonna do something. Who are they? Ain't got no authority to do nothing. They can't even get outside their state. They got all these NGOs out of UN that's been the boys running back and forth with them. And now they done shut it down since 19, what's that, 16 or 17? And so they still got all them connections. So they still throwing these Moors games like they gonna have some country or whatever. They ain't got no being to do that. And that's that on our territory, they got to come through, they on our territory. As we get this court, they got to come prove that they got some resistance. So they can't prove they are a United States citizen, or they can't prove that they're a state citizen because they done repatriated or repatriate, what they call that crap, whatever. And they claim they got jurisdiction over some organization that's still on the IRS. Okay, you start to get it, right? So when they come over here and we bring them to our court to prove that they this Bay or this Ali or this L or whoever they claim to be, and they come over here and they can't prove it, where they going? They can't go back to the United States. They can't come over here, so where they going? So once they put that in effect, you'll see a whole lot of them so-called tough guys, all them tough sisters out there, you'll see them running back over there and get on that Social Security system. Why? Because they ain't got no visa to go nowhere else. So they become stateless then, right?
Yes.
You see where it's headed at, right? Right around the corner.
Right. Right.
It's already here, right?
Yes,
They just don't see it. You got so much distraction going on. Y'all think LA and all that crap. You feel me? Ain't got nothing to do with us. They better leave our property loans out there. I know that.
Nope.
But in that, you know, so we asked all the questions. So you saying about the post because we, you know, my 2 seats. A lot of people didn't know. And a lot of y'all didn't know. Y'all, you know, I pulled it out until they got dropped into the document. We've been having 2 seats since I won the case. The people that's in the post office now, they don't know nothing about all that stuff. It's been hidden so long. So when you send this out to them now, it's like waking up these people at the post office, at the board of governors and new postmaster general. I ain't the postmaster general came over FedEx. They got up there now. They ain't never heard of stuff like this. So that's why you give them 30 days, 45 days, but they got to really sit back and digest all of this. And they ain't got no say so in it. It's already done. So it was something done 22 years ago that they agreed to. And now it come home to fruition because that bill, I ain't even seen the bill yet. Y'all know the bill is up, what, 28 billion now from 203 when they violated my sovereignty. That's about what, 28 billion now. That I ain't even sent them that yet. This just you moving before you get to that level because you got to be able to, you know, docket where you got to go. But they know they got a true bill against them. So when you show them you already got 2 seats on the board of governors based on their fraud of the contract, but people don't fully understand that contract. I was about 203 that between me and the post office. So you know, so they hear that stuff, and hopefully you hear it, so they ain't gotta, you know, bring it out. So all the new cats, they studying this like left hand. This is their homework for the next 30 days because they got to know because you able to create your own constitution. You able to create a constitution hand in hand with the UPU constitution that's outside the jurisdiction of the USPS and outside the jurisdiction of the USA and outside jurisdiction of the whole Security Council of the UN. You outside all that jurisdiction, they under you with this document. That's how much authority come into your sovereignty. So they ain't gonna sit right with a lot of folks. But they got Advils out there, they're gonna be all right. You know, they got Tylenol, you know,
got jokes.
you know, they gonna be all right. You know, but you got to keep moving your state because they waiting on you. You got to move your state. So with this, they know you coming within the next 60 days. They don't know, but they know the time limit on this since 13th day or May. They don't know. They got to answer or go in and stop them. You feel me? And then your sovereignty, you ain't going to their court to retrieve itself. What you do? You turn that default into what? Credit on your side. You start to get it right. So that's how much authority you got. So that help you out, Sir with that question you got up there.
Indeed, thank you.
Be good now.
We straight.
So where we at?
Imperial official decree.
All right, that's the last part of it.
Yep. Ready?
All right, that's dance.
Advance. Imperial Royal Official Decree _ Imperial Decree Number, ; ID, hold on, let me put my glasses back on. IDN-IMRS /EROD -05132025-0001. Imperial Royal Official Decree _ from the Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty by authority of the Imperial Royal House of Tunica Thunderfire and the Imperial Royal House of Samson L Sam Hooray. The decree title _ quote, Decree of Unified Sovereignty and assertion of Imperial Dominion west of the demarcation line (1713) for the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic (ECMYE-IRKR) all caps, and the Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty (IROHEM) all caps end quote. Whereas, be it known to all nations, governments, and peoples of the earth, under the sovereign authority of the Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown, all caps, nunc pro tunc, from the moment of creation, the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States (States) is affirmed as the supreme continuing government underscore of the Atactan Muorish Yamassee Amarat Amaru Washita Mers the Damaunia and the indigenous peoples of ancient Mexican in parentheses ancient Americas end parentheses stop. His Imperial Majesty space colon Samhu space colon Samson Ray Emperor Monarch INRI space colon Khufu renewed Zodak space colon Samson L quote colon Thunder fire / colon King Louis space colon 20th end quote 8th Marquis d'Imson rules does invoke and decree the sovereign unification of colon space. Bullet. The Anunnaki royal bloodline, cosmic rulers and divine dwellers. Bullet. The Desmaison rules, hereditary claim, west of the 1713 demarcation line. Bullet. The Washita / Washita Yamashi Armak sovereign authority rooted in Atactan origins. And the appellation of his Imperial Majesty, colon space Samhu, Samson Ray / Samhu, Amini Ray, quote, Adeloyi, end quote. The CMYE-IRK through this Imperial Royal official decree declares its absolute and eternal sovereignty. Let it be known to all nations, governments, and people that the Imperial Royal Kingdom exercises full and unchallenged control over its territories, nominationals, and resources. By divine right, birthright, and historic mandate, affirmed through the ICMYE-IRK, all caps, of 4 April 2014, per 3 April 2013, and the Imperial Policy Declaration to the World, in parentheses, 22 April 2025, in parentheses, the Imperial Royal Kingdom stands independent from all foreign jurisdiction. The Imperial Royal Kingdom asserts its independence from any foreign authority in alignment with the principles of Westphalian sovereignty.
All right, so what's Westphalian sovereignty? I done woke y'all up now. Oh, here it is. You know, got wide open. Yep, I done dropped me some mineral water and I'm back at it. What's Westphalian sovereignty? Small ass. Chat live don't make no difference. So y'all like what y'all got to understand it so far? So I think what we're gonna have to do here, John, when you say like mandate attach affirm through the ICMYE all cap attach ECMYE RK all cap, you feel me? On 4 April 2014, per 3 April 2013. You know what I'm saying? You see, then you got and the Imperial Policy Declaration of the World. Purpose 22 April 2025 attach. You feel me? Because it attaches, make sure it's linked. It ain't space that space. You feel me?
Right.
It's attached to everything you're saying. So as we train it behind the scene, you know, that'll come more up. Okay. So Westphalian sovereignty, also known as what? State sovereignty, is a core principle of international law that asserts each nation state has exclusive authority over its territory and domestic affairs, free from external interference, period. This principle, largely established after the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, forms the foundation of the modern international system of sovereign states. All right, so they give you more understanding on that. When you see that, principles in line with the principle of Westphalian sovereignty, they help y'all out. All right.
Oh yeah, very good reminder. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Gratitude.
All right, go. We got Nate. 13. Let's go to 13 now. Friday the 13th, y'all. 13th June 2003. 13th June 2025. 22 years, y'all. And I did it, right? And you should have seen the way I sealed it. You know, behind the scene, I'll let y'all know. We sealed it, didn't we, Cam? The day is actually the
Yes, we
20.
did.
Yeah, the day is actually the 20. This was when it all started, Yamassee Muur. So it ended the day. Well, yeah, it ended, but this is the end of the 22nd year. And you done accomplished everything you done said since then in 22 years. And now you sealed it. Now you stepping in a new, you see us out here on the market right now. You feel me? So that's, then you're on 13 page now, so you have to remind yourself of that, right? All right, come on, let's get it out of here.
All right. It is hereby decreed, colon space, 1, that the Imperial Royal House of Tunica Thunderfire and the Imperial Royal House of Samson L Sam Hooray, pursuant to underscore the Imperial Constitution for the Imperial Royal Kingdom, in parentheses ECIRK, all caps, and the Imperial Constitution of the Continental Moorish Yamassee Empire, in parentheses ICC MYE, all caps, filed 3 April 2013, and being well recognized on 4 April 2014, herewith declare, ordain, and affirm the active and enforce underscore de jure dash authority of the ECMYE-IRKR and de jure dash authority of the IRO-HEM, all caps.
All right, hold right there. I told you you got to clarify that. So you got active and quote in for and active and in quote force. D capital D uppercase lowercase D jure capital uppercase lowercase dash authority of the ECMYE-IRK all cap and de jure all lowercase, totally different venues. Dash authority of the IRO-HEM all cap. And you also, when I was explaining a while ago about the Constitution, about the bomb and all that, that's why you see it on the paperwork. You see 3 April 213, then I see 4 April 2 updated because 4 April certain documents way back and they had 3 on them. But you grew and you can't count that day. You got to count the next day. And so that was the 3 others, that were your days. So you said world recognized. So that's what happened. So that's why you see it on our paperwork, 3 April 213 or 4 April 214 per 3 April. That's what they're talking about. So that explained that whole situation with the Constitution and how long it had to sit, or anybody's Constitution for that matter, that it had to sit to be recognized. Just because you write a Constitution don't mean you got the authority of the Constitution to move. You got to give it time to sit and marinate and to get recognized, give some kind of equity. A Constitution without equity ain't no damn Constitution. That's why you got a corruption going on in America, because the Constitution ain't got no equity. If the Constitution ain't equity, you won't have no 36 trillion in debt. That makes sense to you now, right?
Right. So you can write
That help you out?
Right. You can write off the equity of the Constitution.
Right on everything. That's why you got you over here. You got free health, everything. Why? It's part of your life. It's just your substance that you got to live that's already guaranteed to your equity. You got 21 zeros. They at 36 trillion. You can write that debt out with a stroke of a pen. But they did you wrong for all them years by keeping you so behind the scene. You don't let them suffer. You feel me?
Right.
Them dig their own self out of damn debt. You feel me? With their securities and their control mechanism. You feel me?
Right.
You ain't need us then. That's why you need us now, folks. Right?
Right.
So y'all be dealing with their ambassadors anyway. So we'll shake a leg here and there, but we got our own securities, right? Come on. So we good? That help you out?
That's good.
All right, come on.
2, that the ECMYE-IRKR, all caps, the IRO-HEM, all caps, and the Imperial Royal Crown, all caps, continue to stand as autonomous sovereign powers and perpetual dominion over all territory jurisdictions originally known as Amexi, including but not limited to the North, South, East, and West Americas, and adjacent territories and islands.
They
3.
call it, they talking about Turtle Island and all that stuff, you get what I'm saying? That's all that. That's all them islands, feel me?
Right.
If they claim they got it out there on the market with their paperwork, they got to come prove for us now, right?
Right.
Because you got guys up there in the Nape in Philadelphia, Delaware, some of the Nape Indians, and the guy there in Canada, Columbia, Turtle Island, all that stuff. Okay, that's fine. That's, like I said, a lot of slanging paperwork, right?
Right.
But if you're gonna say you got to claim on our territory, you got to come prove for our court. You ain't got to come prove for their court that you got there bragging that they can't say nothing to you. They can't say nothing because they don't own the land either.
Right.
They parents on your land too, just like you is. You feel me?
Right.
Makes sense to you now, right?
Right.
All right, come on.
3. That this Imperial Royal Official Decree is issued with full faith and credit under international law, supported by the Treaty of Berne, the Constitution of the Universal Postal Union, in parentheses 1874, Imperial sovereignty via Spanish land grants, in parentheses 1762, 1763, 1795, treaties of Utrecht, in parentheses 1713. Also, in harmony with, underscore, the Marrakesh Treaty of Peace and Friendship with the Empire of Morocco, in parentheses 1786, and Treaty Small T of September 16, 1836, effective 28 January 1837. 4. That all prior Imperial and Imperial decrees, Imperial and Imperial Royal decrees, / Royal orders, notice of accession, Imperial and Imperial - executive mission, and Imperial and Imperial missions filed and recorded with the IMYRS, all caps, are affirmed herein underscored, including but not limited to IMYRS file numbers, :space, N OARAD /2024 000000001 NOA VCLT /
You gotta say all cat.
all caps, my bad. All caps / 2024 0000002.
That's 8 zeros too, man. Come on. Yeah, 8 zeros on all of them. You 0 0 0 0. I'm gonna go sleep. I'm like, yeah, you rapping.
NOA
Come on.
CRTAP, all caps / 2024 803. NOAC, all caps / 2024 804. And then FR FU NOAS, all caps / 2024 801. And ERN / IMRS 2024 808 / ENI EM, effective 30 July 2024.
And that's Imperial that's executive mission. That's online, right?
Right.
Cool.
5. That the unified emblem seal shall serve as the only sovereign emblem for the Imperial Royal Post, validated by the gold signature of, all caps H.E.M. binding all within the CMYE-IRK, all caps, and all foreign entities engaging with the Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown, all caps, Crown. 6. That the Imperial sovereign rights and Imperial sovereign lands west of the 1713 demarcation line, including North America, Caribbean, Central, and South America, falls under Imperial and Imperial jurisdiction, governed by, :space, bullet, Imperial land rights, sovereignty, and inalienable birthrights, bullet, Imperial land treaties, in parentheses 1713, 1762, 1763, 1786 Al-Marak, 1795, in parentheses, bullet, royal bloodline succession via claim - of - life / 4 March 2004. 7. That all sovereign entities, both terrestrial and celestial, shall recognize the plenipotentiary authority of all caps H.E.M. ipso jure, Jew in eius gladi, Jew in eius hereditatis, Jew in eius imperi, Jew in eius majestatis, and in solo proprio. 8. That the four, in parentheses, four unified seals, S seals, in parentheses, shall henceforth be inscribed in all imperial and imperial edicts, diplomatic notes, and sovereign acts and recorded into the Royal Ecclesiastical Archives and CMYE-IRK, all caps, Royal Annals, droit-droit. Territorial affirmation, _:space. The IRO H.E.M, all caps, and Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic reaffirms exclusive territorial sovereignty over all ancestral lands known as, :space, Bullock, Amaru, Washito, Washita, Murs, and Yamassee, /Yamassee territories. Bullock, Moorish, /Moorish, Al-Moroccan territories. Bullock, the ancient lands recorded under the Great Seal of the Empire of Morocco, /Al-Maroc, and through the legacy of the Treaty of Bern, in parentheses, 1874, and in parentheses, full stop. This imperial royal official decree is issued under the protection of international law, including the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and other relevant global treaties, which affirm the Imperial Royal Kingdom's right as a sovereign country, attached, sovereign state. The Imperial and Imperial Royal Kingdom, under the supreme, leadership of H.E.M, all cap, affirms its commitment to the peaceful and equitable conduct of international relations. The Royal Kingdom reaffirms all previous treaty obligations, including the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, T Treaty, with Morocco, in parentheses, 1786, which serves as a cornerstone of its international legal standing. The principle of sovereign immunity is hereby reaffirmed, ensuring that no foreign court or tribunal may exercise jurisdiction over the Imperial Royal Kingdom or its officials. The Imperial Royal Kingdom recognizes the jurisdiction of international courts only as mutually agreed through treaties, treaties, T, and solely in cases where the Imperial Royal Kingdom's sovereignty is respected. All diplomatic representatives of the Imperial Royal Kingdom shall enjoy full diplomatic immunity under the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, in parentheses, 1961, and shall be recognized by all member states of the United Nations. In alignment with the principles of economic sovereignty, the Imperial and Imperial Royal Kingdom hereby announces the assurance of its Nama Gold Sovereigns currency, Nama Sovereigns Gold back attached bonds sureties attached, Nama Tashi coins, and Nama Sovereign currency as the official medium of exchange within its territories. The Imperial CMYE Treasury is entrusted with the management of this currency, which will support sustainable development, infrastructure, and national prosperity. The ERP, all cap, shall collect duties, tariffs, and postage under the Imperial CMYE Treasury, Imperial Treasury Authority. The Imperial Royal Kingdom asserts its economic independence from global financial institutions, ensuring that its wealth and resources are managed for the benefit of its people. The assurance of the Nama Earth keepers symbolizes the Imperial Royal Kingdom's commitment to economic self-sufficiency and its rejection of foreign economic exploitation, droid. Enforced and given under the Imperial Great Seal _:space, effective immediately upon recording with the IMYRS, all caps, ECMYE-RKR, all caps, Royal Annals and Royal Ecclesiastical Archives, and recognized internationally via full faith and sovereign gold-credit, droid. This is royal law, decreed with full faith, credit, and territorial sovereignty, witnessed by the master-fire deity, the dwellers in all celestial kin, _, full stop, smiley face. So be it decreed, _. This Imperial Royal Post Great Seals Proclamation, Imperial Royal Post Proclamation, Imperial Royal Post Constitution, and Imperial Royal Official Decree for the IRO-H.E.M and ECMYE-RKR, all caps, were signed and sealed _ into imperial law on the territorial sovereign soil _ of Amexem, ancient land of Al-Marak / Morocco, Yamassee, and Uakshitan, D. Dugdamania, henceforth.
Washington. Come on.
ECMYE-RKR, all caps, in parentheses, the oldest independent autonomous autochthon kingdom / nation on earth, in parentheses, dated Tuesday of 25th droid.
Oh, you broke out. It was Tuesday. I hit 13 of May,
Tuesday,
2025.
13th of May, my bad. Let me read that again. On the territorial, all right, let me start from scratch. So be it decreed _ this Imperial Royal Post Great Seals Proclamation, Imperial Royal Post Proclamation, Imperial Royal Post Constitution, and Imperial Royal Official Decree for the IRO-H.E.M and ECMYE-RKR, all caps, were signed and sealed _ into imperial law on the territorial sovereign soil _ of Amexem, ancient land of Al-Marak / Morocco, Yamassee, and Uakshitan, D. Dugdamania, henceforth. The ECMYE-RKR, all caps, in parentheses, the oldest independent autonomous autochthon kingdom / nation on earth, in parentheses, dated Tuesday, 13th of May, 2025, droid, : in witness whereof, : the Imperial Royal Post Great Seals Proclamation, Imperial Royal Post Proclamation, Imperial Royal Post Constitution, and Imperial Royal Official Decree for the IRO-H.E.M and ECMYE-RKR, all caps, issued this Tuesday, 13th day of May, 2025, under the Imperial Royal Seals, is hereby signed and sealed _ into imperial law with the gold signature of His Sovereign Majesty, : Emperor, : Samhu, Amini-Ray, Po Adeloyi, space / Samhu, Samson - Ray, aka Thunder - Fire, / King - Louis 20, and hereto for _ have affixed _ my official Imperial Royal Gold signature and raised Imperial Royal seals for authentication, binding, nut pro tunc in perpetuity ad infinitum, droid - droid, eesh, ! 3 times, smiley face, respectfully and lawfully as I remain, live signature, gold live signature, His Imperial Majesty.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right, cool.
That's cool. Because that's the end of it. And you're just talking about the bond down here at the bottom. And they don't understand that. Because of the equity we got, just a 999 trillion bond that's attached to this post. So they got to come some real time to activate the Treaty of Bern. That's the $10 stamp process. That's on the right, and then you sealed it with your thumbprint up top, live, attached to the government, and then you seal at the bottom, attaches that whole situation there, and then on the right you went ahead and signed in the authenticated the unified post seal with your royal seal at the bottom. You sign over the bond, and it's active in peace by decree, by treaty. That's draw in quote. So you see, so now that's bonded. Everything you write is bonded from this point on. And they got to prove they got a real live bond. That's a live bond. That's like you see that persona non grata out there. They got 880 says T and bond on that thing. So whatever that clown done did or attempted to do to the state, you see, he running. All of them running. You feel me? But they can't bond themselves. They got to come through your post. So they all now they what? They treated as now fraudsters. See? You see I come in and set everything straight, right?
Right.
It's like what you say, they walked into another four-corner box, huh?
Can't get out of it.
And
There ain't
you
no
get
four corner box.
out.
You mess with a sovereign entity, and you have got no status on your other end.
Right on.
So you got to get caught up, okay?
Yes.
All right. You know me and that notebook paper. You know that notepad you're supposed to keep on you, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. All right. So there ain't no question, y'all. We're gonna dance on out of here. You feel me? Because we wait about we 20 some years about a lot ahead about 95% of the world. So you see,
Okay.
so you know, we way out there. They gonna try to dissect this now. You feel me? They can't touch it. They gonna try to steal some words out and put it on the paper, make it look deep. But and you know, like now, I say silence come to life. Accountability is a must now, right?
Yeah.
So now they activated treaty to burn. So yeah, but you gotta be a true sovereign, and you gotta with a gold signature. They activated treaty to burn. So they ain't been touched since 1800. You feel me? Now look at your status. Were you able to activate that treaty? And you got a 48-star flag up there on the side of your bond. So now that makes that flag up there worth how much? 999 says T, which makes your what? Your constitution worth what? 999 says T. So you got 999 says T on your constitution now. That's bonded with your gold and everything you're doing and what you got in your house, and you can write off of that what? See, you can never write. Look, they got 300 million people in America, and they say they're 36 trillion in debt. How many zeros is a trillion?
I think we said it was something like 18 or 20 something.
Trillion right off a
8
billion.
billion. China.
All
Okay.
right. So how many a million got?
Millions got six.
9, right?
6 for a
Million
million.
got 9, right?
A million has 6 zeros.
Million has 6 zeros.
That's 100,000. 900,000
Billion
got
has
okay. That's
12.
6. You going to
Seven.
then you gotta get a million. That's seven digits there.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how many a billion got?
Got
You got to
9.
tack on 3, right?
Nine
Well,
zeros plus a digit.
Okay. How many a billion got? Let me say a trillion got then.
Billion got
18.
12 zeros plus
So
a
you got
digit.
12, you got 15 zeros, right?
Yeah.
Well, you got
18.
21 zeros.
Yeah, it is.
And that's just on this post here. On your state, you got what is it? 33 zeros. You feel me? But you got to realize one sets to you. It'll take them a million years to get that. You feel me?
Word.
So you see, I stepped on the scene in new Master Musa, right? So you got your own sovereign currency. So now y'all ambassadors going out to get what? To do business and finish getting recognized and get on out there, right?
Yes.
And we open our doors when we want to, not when at demand. We open when we want to and what we need. You like them apples, don't you? When last time you had a whole call like that?
Imagined it.
Ever.
Never.
That mind of yours, you imagine. Woo-wee. Sorry, fucking with you. right. So
Respect.
we ain't got no questions. Let's close this thing out, Nikas.
All right then.
Everybody
Okay.
cool?
Yeah, but
I'll let
Princess,
you handle it. It's your show. Come on. I yield.
All right. So before we close the reading of this Imperial Royal Post Great Seals Proclamation, full colon, I ask our listening audience to keep in mind that His Imperial Majesty has decreed and granted limited delegated authority to all NAMA, all cap nationals, small n, non-executive directors in parentheses NEDs, and non-directors in parentheses NDs who are skilled and qualified to operate the sovereign state jurisdiction. The purpose of this decree is to implement and advance the modalities of commerce, technology, finance, and cultural variegations for the properly formed and operational republic state, in harmony with, underscored, the Imperial CMYE-IRK, all cap, republic, for the country of United States, small s. In closing, we would like to thank a universal traveler, full colon space, dweller emperor, full colon space, his imperial majesty, in parentheses, capital H dot, capital E dot, capital M dot, and parentheses, full colon space, Samhu, a mini gray, quote, Adelo Yi, end quote, full colon space, and we would like to thank the Imperial Royal Princess, in parentheses, full colon space, Princess Huhaika Samson L, for her presence during this presentation, full colon space. Muur over. I extend much gratitude to all of our Imperial and Imperial Dynamic readers and NAMA, all cap, national, small end, working behind the scene. It is my pleasure, along with the NAMA Earth Keepers, to thank you, our viewing audience, for your attendance, cooperation, and your active participation. Triple exclamation. Stay tuned for further updates from the Imperial CMYE-IRK all cap Republic.
All right,
Thank
hold on. That was you long-winded. That was real long.
you.
We got a couple questions in the chat on YouTube I need to answer.
All right.
Y'all didn't see somebody dropped something in there 9 times or something. What's on there? What is it?
yeah, there's one from Now Time. He says, greeting to all in all. My question is, are Nama nationals considered Moroccan nationals in the Empire of Morocco?
What he talking about, the Empire of Morocco? There ain't no such thing. I mean, that's the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, that state. That's considered a maximum. Us. We got the Kingdom of Morocco who got the royal crown over there, but we nationals. I run it all. I own it all. So I don't see what you're talking about, because who else got status out there to come talk to me? Because ain't nobody got no venue out there. They got a lot of organizations out there claiming they got some Moroccan empire, creating new flags and all that kind of bull crap, but that don't mean nothing. I mean, for those who got a state, you want to play that organization game, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all that bullshit, that's fine. But they ain't got no status to do nothing. They ain't got no venue to do nothing. They ain't got no state. They ain't recognized. I'm recognized already as UN. I'm recognized as I'm already docked. So wherever they attempted to get docked, we gone. So you just can't know who we are or how long I've been out here. A lot of them are trying to attach themselves to our venue by trying to fly the red flag and green star. They have no venue. They have no jurisdiction to fly the flag. But the Kingdom of Morocco is not going to cross into another state's jurisdiction. And by the United States being situated as a corporate since 1871, they can't really argue about the red flag and green star inside of their courts. So the Moors get out there and sling all that TV on that Moor scientific crap and Great Seal crap. They out there slinging all that Moorish doctrine, but they ain't got no venue where to drop it. So they really want to say they Moors out there. They should have a contract with Morocco like we do with the treaty. How we operate, that's our business. You see the red flag up here, that's the king, that's the Emperor Morocco old flag that got cut down. I raised the flag and now you see my royal crown on top of it. That's out there on the market, jurisdiction wise. So the flag you see right here on the front page, it represents our jurisdiction. We don't need to come back and pick up the red flag and green star because it's already docked at the sovereign state, United Nations on the international arena as under the Kingdom of Morocco. So unless these American sovereign citizens over here can come and show where they got a contract with Morocco, they commit. That's why they call it dirty Moors. That's why Drew Ali was talking about dirty Moors because they reclaim the jurisdiction that they don't own. So now that jurisdiction fly under our courts, but we ain't got so we're gonna let the United States take care of it because they ain't gonna lie. They can't allow these crazy whatever groups out here who got contracts with the state because they learned about apostille process and all that stuff that we were teaching over the years and try to claim they got some status. Well, that's cool. They just have to come to our court and prove they got right to fly that flag on the jurisdiction of the Kingdom of Morocco. Because you stand in America flying a foreign state's flag, but you ain't got permission from the foreign state. That's treason itself. Just to think about it. So if you feel like I can fly because I'm a Moor, well, no. Last time I checked, you said you was an African American, black, nigga, whatever name make you feel good, on your birth certificate and your social security card and your driver license that you got to use right now if you got bank cards and all that stuff. So where your venue at? You ain't outside the venue of the United States. So what more empire, Moorish empire that you claiming here? Because I own it. So where's it at? It ain't docked under my venue. So wherever they is out there, don't make me no different. I ain't got time. I'm not a junkie on Facebook and all that stuff because that's just a platform that's being used. But a lot of people claim a whole lot of stuff. But you ain't got no venue, you ain't got no state, you ain't got nothing. So I hear them out there. I heard, over the years. But what Moroccan empire are you talking about? So what else that question say?
It doesn't say no more. He doesn't specify.
Hmm?
But he doesn't specify. It doesn't say anymore. Apart from
Oh,
our
okay.
Moroccan nationals. Yeah, nationals of the
All right.
Empire of
Well,
Morocco.
anybody else see anything in that question I need to answer? Let me go over here.
No, I think we explained that personally in entirety.
Oh yeah, he said Emperor. That is the second question. That's why I asked the question. I knew he put two there. He said, does the Emperor Samuel Ray, the Emperor of the Moroccan Empire? I'm over the whole thing. Okay. Yeah. But we have our own. See, the whole thing that the old school Great Seal and all them they've been teaching since 82, around that, since then, all that so-called research that boy in Philly did and all these goons out here in the bike studying.
I want to Connecticut.
But my damn thought of. Oh, where was I going with that?
So all of them out here studying.
What do you say, Shajar?
You said Moors and they teaching, you got all of them out here studying.
You call them
Go that. You gotta go back a little farther.
A little bit further.
All right, y'all got super method that you bring. Recall what you got.
He's saying you were calling them goons that was out here slinging the paper, and they were.
But they were doing something else. I was going somewhere. Before that, I was answering that question. What that question about the Empire over Morocco? Then you came in with your craziness. and cut my thought.
Mm-mm.
And then you can't then you won't recall what I was at. So that's kind of terrible, right?
Mm-hmm.
It ain't terrible. It's better, better, you know, but I won't get to it. Let me think here for a second.
Salam alaikum.
Saying through the travels that the Moors they was teaching, and these goons out here are studying or whatever, but then, like you said, the custom stops you. So
They were following the guy in Philly in the teachings.
All right, so okay, so when you go into that all the teaching that we done out through the Great Seal when I was down studying the era, Chief Black Eagle, Thunderbird with the what they call themselves saviors now, whatever they are. Back in the day, Nawabi Nation. All right. And all that Moorish teaching, all of that stuff was docked. You call it our Moroccan Empire. All that stuff was docked under the country of the United States, that states under the embassy of United States embassy in Morocco, Kingdom of Morocco. So all that stuff they got to claim and they don't understand contract law because all that stuff got surrendered because they lost their seat. They act like they want to reinvent the seat like it never dissipated. The seat gone. They don't have no authority anymore. Just like we talked about King Louis XX, lost his seat, lost his authority. I came back and gave that seat authority on the Moor. That's why the Pope wrote the motu proprio, because the Moor got a seat back. They know this behind the scene, but the cats out there on the market don't have no clue. They just want to attach themselves and try to use it to get privileges or whatever in America. And it can't happen because the courts is set up to do and work your birthright contract. So you don't have no venue to bring in your so-called Empire of Morocco, or because you wouldn't ever be in their court. You wouldn't get past the Solicitor General, because then you're dealing from diplomat to diplomat, and you should have an embassy or a consulate office overseeing your nationals that's carrying your documentation. So you got people out there slaying paperwork who've been on my ship and then created fake IDs and got out there on the market. They don't think I know, but I do.
No
And they get
shit.
away with certain things because they can't be on our record. They don't understand the whole contract. But as from this point on, since 13th of May, all that stuff shutting down. Just a matter of time. Because they can't, they got the real ID. They know our status. They know what we got on the market. So anything outside of that, after this, where we at now, it's gonna get shut down. So whatever they claim it out there, they got an Empire of Morocco, whatever they claim they got, it ain't came for our court. And if it's hindering our jurisdiction and on our land, well, our court can summon them to our court so they can prove their status. And the only way they get into our court, they got to pay gold and silver. We're not taking no United States credit card, debit, vehicle, and all that bullshit. No, you got to step in there under your gold status like it's under the Constitution. So,
No, yeah,
so I think I answered that question, right?
yes, sir.
So if he was on, we could go back and forth, but evidently he might be gone or sitting back. But you know I roll. I'm here to build with you. I'm your brother. But we gotta move this state. You feel me? So outside of that, Niketha, you can go ahead and close it out. There ain't nothing else in the chat.
All right.
Princess Nefertiti Ayana, congratulate you on your 22nd
Oh, appreciate
anniversary.
that. I had a day so great. I couldn't even, I don't even want to put it on the wire. It's just too heavy. But I sealed that 22 years. You can guarantee that. And going into the night shout out right now. Oh, it's a whole new start. It's all fresh. It's all sealed. It's all good. It's done. And I didn't know I had to do it till I got out and did it. So, and I've been going ever since the morning, right? And so, just enjoying the day because it's my anniversary. And we just
Cosmic
got things done in a certain way. We didn't, you just had to be around me sometimes to see that magic, how that magic worked. And that right, we can. Okay, Ray. We do. Block IRA.
That's right.
Button in, you know that. You know.
That's right.
Right.
Eesh.
That's right.
You know, so all right, we'll go ahead and close it out, the castle.
All right. With that, we say, Salam alaikum ma'ashawut, and may the dwellers be with all of us, divine beings! Exclamation. And may you continue to be a universal traveler, (space), dweller dash emperor, (space), Samhu, Amini dash Re, quote, Adelo Yi, divine beings! Exclamation. Yeesh. Smiley face.
Smiley face. East. Yo, and the field, we had to cut this in half. Make it part 1 and part 2, okay? I know he's still on. I stepped out. Yep. All right. So we good?
Yes, we got it.
Yes, we
All right,
good.
cool.
Good.
All right, East. Salam alaikum ma'ashru.
Yeesh.
Sure.
Salam alaikum ma'ashawut, emperor.
So you know we're gonna count down from 13, right? Because today, what, Friday 13, y'all?
Friday
Bam!
13.
13, 12,
Yeah.
11, 10,
10,
9,
9,
8,
8,
8,
7,
7,
6,
6,
6,
5,
5,
4,
4,
3,
3,
3,
2, 1. We
2,
still could get on rhythm. Y'all
1.
still don't know how to do house music. East.
That's
Yeah,
following.
man. I'm teach you how to jam Woody Day.